Good afternoon. Welcome to Casa Italiana and to the NYU Department of Italian Studies. I am Ida Caiazza. I'm the organizer of this symposium, Eros, Thinking, Feeling, Writing, Love, from Classical Antiquity to Early Modernity. And it is my great pleasure to welcome you all here and wish you a pleasant time together. So here we are, finally. It's great seeing our speakers almost all gathered here, because over the last few weeks I have been tasting their abstracts and slides, and now that I have a full banquet of intellectual delicacies displayed in front of me, I can't wait for the real meal. But before starting, I am in charge of the appetizer, so I'll say a few words about the content, scope, and aim of the symposium and its practical aspects. So first of all, we'll have a full afternoon today till 6:30 p.m., so there is no change of schedule for today, but the keynote session has been partly switched online because unfortunately our dear friend Barbara Rosenwein has got COVID, and so she's not able to join us in person, although she has been looking forward to this event, to be with us here, and she has shared with me the path to this conference from the very beginning. And I am very sorry to say that she is experiencing symptoms, so she's feeling unwell. However, she hasn't canceled her speech. She will deliver it online in spite of feeling like you feel when you have COVID, awful. And I am really grateful for this, really. I'm touched by her kindness and her commitment to our event. So please, she's already here with us. Let's send her a big applause from the audience. As a thank you. Then for tomorrow, the plan was to start at 9 a.m. and finish at 5 p.m. Unfortunately, tomorrow's first speaker, our dearest friend, Lina Bolzoni, although she's been looking forward to being here, for serious reasons, won't be able to join us, not even online, and we are all very sad about this. We will miss Lina and her speech very much, but I also like to think that she kind of triggered the cycle of Casa Italiana events on love that this symposium carries on, when last academic year from this very stage and podium, she delivered a fantastic lecture on the love correspondence of Pietro Bemo and Maria Savorgnan, together with our Jane Tylos, who will join us shortly. So I like to think that since last year's lecture, Lina's good vibes are still in this room and will accompany us throughout the symposium. From a practical point of view, the schedule stays the same. We'll just start 15 minutes later. So instead of starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow, we'll start at 9:15. Then, before getting into the thick of our symposium, acknowledgments are in order, of course. First of all, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the many colleagues and friends who have made this event possible. Eugenio Refini, professor and chair at the Department of Italian Studies, who has supported us in every step in conceiving, funding, organizing, and advertising the event. Stefano Albertini, director of Casa Italiana, who has welcomed this project with great enthusiasm from the beginning and has offered invaluable advice and has really opened the Casa's doors to us. And Professor Davide Daolmi, who is a musicologist at the University of Milan, but despite this has a fantastic artistic touch, which he put at our disposal, creating our advertisement material. Then a big thanks to the wonderful Casa Italiana team, Kostia Kostic, Julian Sachs, and Chiara Basso, and to the administrators of the Italian department, Giulia Canziani and Esme De Coster. These 5 people have done the actual work, granting not only their technical support, but also their enthusiasm and initiative. So they have been a real blessing in the process. Many thanks for the precious financial support to Casa Italiana, the Department of Italian Studies, the NYU Medieval and Renaissance Center, and the European Commission program Horizon 2020. And finally, thank you, Stefano Albertini, Eugenio Refini, Marta Rust, and Carl Apun, all NYU professors in various departments, for chairing our sessions. And now it comes to our speakers. First of all, let me thank you, speakers, from the bottom of my heart for bearing with me during months of endless emails and all sorts of botherings. Really, thank you. But jokes aside, I want to tell our audience that this conference results from incredible teamwork and ideas exchange that has been going on for the last 2 years among us all. The broader context is my research project called Women Thinking Love in Renaissance Italy, shortened title, which is promoted and funded by the European Commission's Research and Innovation Program, Horizon 2020, under a Marie Sklodowska-Curie Global Action that has been hosted at the University of Oslo and here at NYU. So in my personal research, as it is self-evident from the title, I focus on women's perspective on love in early modern Italy. But here, today and tomorrow, we are approaching it in ampler terms. We are thinking it big. We want to widen the scope without losing the details. In fact, we have the privilege of having here with us accomplished scholars who have devoted decades to their fields of study. So each sentence that they say is not simply a reliable statement, but brings along layers and layers of knowledge and experience. Each of them will speak between 20 and 30 minutes, a little bit more for the keynotes, but those minutes are a precious distillate of their decade-long research. And this is why we can, without fear, approach a theme as broad and general as Eros in Western culture from classical antiquity to early modernity, a theme on which a lot has been written in the very centuries we focus on and subsequently in the scholarly tradition. So as you see in the program, we want to tackle the subject from different and complementary perspectives, integrating not only various branches of the humanities, but also science and the humanities. Our two keynote speakers, in fact, Barbara Rosenwein and Christina Alberini, will provide us with a theoretical framework that is rooted in this combination. Barbara Rosenwein, one of the pioneers of the history of emotions, looks at emotions as social constructs. So in her research about love, she does not ask herself what love is, as a philosopher would probably do, but how love has been conceptualized, constructed, and narrated over the centuries, depending on the social context. So one might say that she uses society to understand the individual. On the other hand, Christina Alberini, a neurobiologist and a trained psychoanalyst at the same time, studies what goes on in the psyche, mind, and brain, these three fundamental components of the individual identity. So she takes the opposite direction, so to speak. She studies the individual to understand society. So combining these two opposite and complementary approaches, we will tackle the theme in general and ample terms, kind of exploring the big human interrogatives on love. And then we will start diving into the detail with a chronological and thematic approach, and always keeping in mind the integration between science and the humanities. Already today, with David Constant, Julie Van Petegem, and Eileen Feng, we will delve into some of the pillars of Western conceptualizations of love in the classical, medieval, and humanist context. Then tomorrow, with Jane Tylus and Giuseppe Gerbino, we will explore early modern literary declinations of Eros through fascinating lenses like poetic creation and interaction and the triangulation of love, beauty, and harmony. And finally, in tomorrow's last session of full-length speeches with Paola Aureni, Monica Calabrito, and Eva Del Soldato, we will complete our journey on love at the intersection of medicine, science, philosophy, literature, and theology. Last but not least, not at all, tomorrow morning, between the third and the fourth session of full-length speeches, we will have a roundtable featuring 8 brilliant PhD students who will offer us brief but enlightening insights into their doctoral research in progress on themes related to Eros from different methodological and disciplinary angles. So together with the precious distillate of decades of research provided by our full-length speeches, we will also have a glimpse of the future of the research on love. Well, I hope I whetted your appetite, but before finally serving the meal, I shall mention a couple of practical aspects. First of all, in each session, the speakers will take the floor one after the other, and we will have a general Q&A session at the end of each session. So we'll first have all the speeches and then open to the Q&A session by session. Questions from the in-person as well as the remote audience are both welcome. For questions from the remote audience, please write them in the chat, and they will be read to the panelists. For questions from the in-person audience, please wait for our collaborators to bring you the microphone. Otherwise, those attending online cannot hear you. And this is true also for the speakers. Please keep the microphone close to your mouth at all times, otherwise the remote audience won't be able to hear you. In the program, you have all the times of the sessions and the coffee breaks. The sessions will be held all here today and tomorrow, and coffee and refreshments will be served upstairs in the lobby. Finally, we call this a symposium for a reason. Not during it, but after it, that is tomorrow at 5 p.m., Casa Italiana will offer an aperitivo, kind of the contemporary Italian version of the ancient Greek symposium. We won't have aulos players or diaulos players, but we'll definitely have refreshments and wine, and all are invited to participate and toast with us, provided that they are of age, of course. And this aperitivo will take place kind of en lieu of a conclusive plenary discussion. So basically, we'll transfer the conclusive discussion upstairs and have it over a good glass of wine as a homage to Socrates, Aristophanes, Diotima, and all the great people that we will be evoking during the conference. Okay. We're finally done with the appetizers, so let the dance begin. Please join me in welcoming our keynote speakers, Barbara Rosenwein and Christina Alberini, and our Casa director, Stefano Albertini, who will chair the sessions.
I don't need to chair anything with somebody like Ida, that when she first approached me very shyly. And I have a Marie Curie fellowship, and I suppose also to do things for the public while I'm using the fellowship. And immediately I saw that in her eyes there was the spark, and exactly a spark that is very consistent with the mission of Casa Italiana, that is opening the doors and the windows of academia to the rest of the world. So it's a great thing that the Marie Curie has as one of its foundational reasons also the fact that the fellows not only do the research and their studying, but they also organize events like this one that are open to everybody to come and enjoy the result of their study and of their cooperation with colleagues throughout the world. And of course, this first session is a very interesting and engaging session, and I have a very easy job. Normally, we do not present, after COVID, we do not present with lengthy introductions with the whole biography and bibliography of the speakers. You can find them all on our website. But especially this session, we have an historian, a very prominent historian of the Middle Ages, and an historian of emotions, a sub-part of history that she definitely contributed to establishing, and a neuroscientist, Christina Alberini. And I think it's great that we begin this conference with humanities, history, and the sciences. As you know, in academia right now, if you're in the humanities, you're a sort of a pariah of the university, right? And the deans, when time comes to renew a position, say, no, you should really try to make an alliance with some science department. And the ideas they give you are absolutely absurd, and they don't make any sense, because they have no clue about what the sciences and the humanities have always been like. And coming from Italy especially, just two little examples. Dante Alighieri, the greatest poet of all time, definitely the greatest Italian poet, perceived himself as a scientist. Professor Cornish, am I right or wrong? He was a member of the Guild of Pharmacists and Physicians in Florence, and that was not random. And he devoted a lot of time to the study of what he called natural philosophy, that would be science. And jump forward a couple of centuries, and you have Galileo Galilei, the inventor of modern science, probably. Galileo thought of himself also as a literary critic. His dissertation, to be admitted to the Accademia dei Lincei in Rome, the most prestigious society of higher learning in Italy, was on the measures of Dante Inferno. So the thesis that Galileo presented was a thesis that was measuring a literary creation, not to mention his great work on Ludovico Ariosto, that he worshipped and adored, and Tasso, that he despised. But they're some of the best pages of literary criticism ever written, and they were written by Galileo. So the divorce between sciences and humanities is something that comes later, probably with the Enlightenment, for many reasons that we could explore. But the original unity that I just mentioned with these two characters within the canon of Italian literature, of Italian culture, says something about the fact that they are originally intersected, intertwined, and they cannot survive one separate from the other. Okay, so this was my little pitch for the humanities, if you didn't understand. So we're going to have Professor Rosenwein she's going to speak through the Zoom, right? And just briefly, her biography and bibliography are immense. She's one of the major historians of the Middle Ages, especially she's also famous for textbooks that she wrote, including A Short History of the Middle Ages, now in its 6th edition, and I cannot underestimate the importance of textbooks. That's where generations of young people learn for the first time, and that's the imprint that they get about a certain subject. So fundamental importance. She has received all sorts of fellowships and honors. She has taught in the most prestigious universities in the world, including the École des Sciences Sociales in Paris, the École Normale Supérieure, the University of Utrecht in the Netherlands, and many others. You can find a list of her publications. And again, her field has been, in the last years, this history of emotions. And that's exactly the topic of her talk today. She's going to talk about emotion from an historical point of view. When they were born, how they were explained and experienced. And we are looking forward to listening to Professor Rosenwein and to her talk. I hope everything is working technologically. As soon as we... Okay. Ecco. Good afternoon, Professor Rosenwein. Welcome to New York University.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure. Although virtual, I would prefer to be there. Thank you for that lovely introduction. I want to say that I think the neurosciences and the humanities on the topic of emotions are coming together, as I think this afternoon will show. Before I begin, I must thank Ida Kayatsa, because she is the hostess model for me, with going out of her way in every way, including allowing me to address you via Zoom. And so it's absolutely wonderful to be able to thank her publicly and from the bottom of my heart. Of course, I thank my learned colleagues. I'm so sorry to miss you. And the only compensation I have is the electronic possibilities that are allowing me to speak with you. So let me share my screen with my PowerPoint. So here we are to talk about love, a wonderful thing and a terrible thing. But what is it exactly, and what has it been? Well, when I first began to think about love and its history, I expected to find that it had been socially constructed, as Ida pointed out. That is, that I expected that love, like other emotions, was felt and transformed over time as it was shaped by social and political needs, values, and pressures. I also expected that some groups living contemporaneously, even within the same society, might cultivate different sorts of love, reject others, and or redefine it in new ways. I called these different groups emotional communities. Emotional communities may coexist. Sometimes they may agree on certain sensibilities, or they may also hold themselves aloof from one another. If you think of a Venn diagram, where the circles symbolize emotional communities, they're independent, yet intersecting, or perhaps not intersecting at all. And yet they're at the same time, and perhaps even in the same geographical place. But these ideas about social construction raise a fundamental question. If societies or groups change their emotions, or at least some of them, or give them new emphases, whence come the materials with which and on which they build their changed feelings? Although my previous work imply that these materials came from historical experience and especially from emotional vocabularies passed down from one generation to another, I never quite interrogated how this inheritance worked until I came to study love, or using the keyword of this conference, Eros. I've come to see that emotions come to us embedded in stories, narratives, and fantasies. These provide the context and even the meaning and contents of the emotions that we learn and which we sometimes embroider to suit our own circumstances and predilections. In short, love, like all emotions, isn't one thing, but rather a complex of feelings that must be given some order, some coherence for us to know how to interpret it. Our interpretive matrices are what I call fantasies. Let me first further justify this theoretically, following the ideas of the psychologists who talk about the psychological construction of emotion. Emotions are not connected to any one part of the brain, but rather are generated across the brain's entire system. Furthermore, initially, they have no content. They're made up of certain intensities and pleasures or painful valences, and are not any different from any other cognition except by their intensity and valence. We learn how to name these variant combinations as they are interpreted to us by the outer world, by our caregivers at first, who say things like, "Oh, baby is sad," or "Mommy loves baby," or as the baby yells for a toy, "Don't be angry, it's your turn next." These words not only socialize us, but also teach us which feelings are acceptable and which not within our emotional community. The psychological constructionists essentially end there because they want to show how other psychologists have mistakenly reified Western emotions, how they have talked about basic emotions and even associated them with universal facial expressions. Here are the basic emotions and their associated facial expressions, according to many psychologists. If you're familiar with these, it's because they have permeated our society and are even taught in our elementary schools. So what I was saying is, I think Christina Alberini is not one of the psychologists who agrees with looking for universals, but maybe I'm wrong, so we'll see. At any rate, we are not looking for universals. We are historians, linguists, scholars of literature that know that emotions are not universals. They haven't always been the same or valued in the same way. And we know that love, too, has undergone such changes. What a medieval monk meant by love is not what the Renaissance women, whom Ida has studied, meant, at least not fully. And even Renaissance women may have harbored several different notions at once and felt a whole variety of feelings that perforce, I'm going to get back to my PowerPoint, that perforce, there we are, that perforce they label with the Italian word amore, or the Latin word amor, or the English word love, and so on. In this paper, I want to talk about 5 of those otherwise utterly bewildering complexes of feelings that have been organized into what I call fantasies or narratives of Eros, and that have been extraordinarily long, of long duration in our culture, even as they have changed with the times and cultural contexts. I find them all articulated together alongside a few others in that very influential discussion of Eros in Plato's Symposium. And that it is so appropriate that Ida brought up the idea of the symposium even before she knew what I was going to talk about. I find that Plato recognized a variety of emotional communities in the Athenian society of his day, and he gave them voice in that extraordinary dialogue. And I find that early 4th century BCE Athenians were as divided as were people in early modernity and in our own day when it comes to the relationship between love and sex, the naturalness of same-sex love, the obligations that lovers owe one another, the obsessiveness and painfulness and ecstasy of love, and, of course, love's very definition. Plato's Symposium featured various VIPs who lived a generation before him. The men, all men, though we will nevertheless hear from a woman in the course of the banquet, decide not to outdo one another in getting drunk, as was the normal practice, but rather that each would deliver a speech praising Eros, the god of love. Even so, in their speechifying, many of them demurred. Aristophanes hardly mentioned Eros. Socrates dissented entirely from the topic because he declared, with the voice of the important woman whom I just mentioned, Diotima, that love was not a god, but rather a demigod. Pausanias said that there were 2 sorts of love, one more praiseworthy than the other, and thus in effect giving 2 speeches. And Alcibiades, an interloper at the very end, did anything but praise love. Theirs are the 5 discourses I want to talk about today. I claim that in those 5, and here I sum them up with 1 word or 2 words, Plato not only reveals the various sorts of love that existed in his own society, but also offered the foundation for much future thought about the experience and importance of love. I'll begin with the speech of Aristophanes, the most diverting of them all. He begins with the whole round human, not in need of love, because it's all in its very self. Some of these humans were male, with 2 male genitals, 4 arms, 4 legs. Others were female, and the 3rd kind was male and female. They were so perfect that they were full of pride and made an assault on the gods. Zeus, highest of the gods, then cut them off in half. I'm sorry, he didn't cut them off, he cut them in half. But that didn't work for him, for each half so longed for the other and were so frustrated and unhappy because their genitals couldn't come together, being on their backsides, that they neglected to worship the gods. That was awful. So Zeus moved their genitals around to their front, so they could fuse that way and be satisfied, and then pay proper attention to other things, such as their religious obligations. Aristophanes summed up the outcome. This, then, is the source of our desire to love each other. Love is born in every human being. It calls back the halves of our original nature. Each of us, then, is a matching half. The idea that one has found one's matching half, one's other self, is by now a virtual meme. I call it the meme or the fantasy of like-mindedness. But when it next turns up in the literature, it's connected to friendship between men only. For example, Aristotle spoke of complete friendships, in which, if they could, men spent all their time pursuing virtue together. They agreed on everything. They thought alike. That focus on male friendship remained the rule for a very long time, but it was breached by the medieval woman Eloise, who understood her own love for Abelard within the Aristophanean mold. While she and Abelard were falling in love, she wrote to him, "What love is, what it can do, I too have been intuitively reflecting on this. Having perceived the likeness of our character and concerns, I would repay you in exchange by loving and obeying you in all things." It was that her formulation made clear where the vision of Aristophanes had the potential to either disappoint or tyrannize, as well as make people happy. Heloise, seeing likeness, was determined to find it always. When Abelard told her to enter a monastery, she obeyed him, though she had no religious vocation. That was a tyranny. The disappointment came from her expectation that Abelard would obey her, and this he would not do. Yet the dream of two people as halves of one another still captures our imagination, and the feeling, the joy of agreeing in everything, the pain of disagreement, is right there in the fantasy itself, which we elaborate to suit our own circumstances. So when Eloise spoke of love and obedience, it's likely she got that idea from the marriage vows of her day, which also included the pledging of honor and of mutual aid in sickness and in health. To those were added an additional obligation for the wife alone, to be complaisant and obedient in bed and at table. Now, no one at the symposium explicitly held forth on the topic of mutual obligation of lovers, but two of them, Phaedrus and Pausanias, hinted at it. Phaedrus spoke of the mutual guidance that lovers offer to each other, especially in making them both brave and virtuous. And Pausanias spoke of two kinds of love, the best being the lifelong loyalty of partners. This he called the love of heavenly Aphrodite. These partners had separate needs. Pausanias was thinking of mature men who needed sexual favors and other services, and young men who needed to learn wisdom and virtue. Pausanias himself was famously in love this way with Agathon, both of whom were at the Symposium. In fact, it was Agathon's. But even outside of that hothouse of male passion, these sorts of partners were to be seen everywhere in Plato's world. I mean, the partners of heavenly Aphrodite, who lived together forever. Although we might not see love, when we read Xenophon's dialogue on the household, written around the same time Plato was writing, Xenophon would surely insist that we should. His model wife and husband had strictly separate spheres, the woman's inside the house, the man's outside, but together they formed an indissoluble economic, erotic, and emotional unit. In the Greek world, that unit was, frankly, patriarchal, though there was also some wiggle room for the wife to assert herself. But when we move to Rome in the 1st century BCE and read the letters that Cicero wrote to his wife Terentia, we see that he left many decisions in her own hands. When I write to you or read your letters, I'm so overcome with weeping, I cannot bear it. I long to see you, light of my life. There's no need for you to be exercised about the manumission of the household. To begin with, your personal attendants were promised that you would treat them individually as each deserved. So it was up to her to decide, this light of his life, what to do about her slaves. Cicero and Terentia were partners with separate needs and concerns, not always like-minded. Their love relied on trust and stability. It didn't, unfortunately, last their entire lives. Many people today still take traditional marriage vows, but many others want to free themselves from vows altogether, except for one, to love each other. In the 60s, the Beatles sang, "All You Need Is Love." The problem with that formulation is that if love is all you need, then your partner may not understand the other things that you need, practical things that are implied in any partnership. If lifetime love was Pausanias' notion of the best sort of love, then it stands to reason that his other fantasy of love, that of common Aphrodite, was a sort not to stick around with one person for long. As Pausanias described it, quote, "This is the love felt by the vulgar, who are attached to women no less than to boys, to the body more than the soul." The medieval church called this type of love nothing more than lust, refusing to dignify it. Even in Plato's day, the speech of Socrates, or Diotima, which we'll get to in a minute, made mincemeat of love focused on bodies. But note that even in that speech, it was a form of love, just the lowest. I call that sort of love the fantasy of insatiability. It uses the same vocabulary as other fantasies of love. If you object that Don Juans don't really love, but rather lie and manipulate, I would answer that every fantasy of love has that potential. Think of Eloise allowing Abelard to boss her around, lifelong love becoming a kind of servitude. Today, insatiable love may be called polyamory or swinging. Feelings evoked by these sorts of love depend on the stories in which they are embedded. Now, the high point of the symposium seems to be the incredible contribution of Socrates. First, he makes Agathon, who spoke before him, admit that if love desires, then love itself must be needy. Then he says to the assembled party that he will, quote, "try to go through for you the speech about love I once heard from a woman of Mantinea, Diotima. In brief, she says that love isn't a god, but rather halfway between mortal and immortal. It's the offspring of a one-time tryst between neediness and cunning. Love is need for beauty and wisdom and goodness and all the other things that gods are. And when it obtains those, through its cunning and resourcefulness, it is immortal. And when it doesn't, it's mortal and dies. Then, once again needy, it springs up again, and so on. So love can never be a god. What it can do is give birth in body and soul. That makes it immortal and therefore like a god. Ordinary people see beauty in people and give birth to children, but such bodily immortality is limited. Diotima leaves it behind quickly. She's interested in the offspring of the soul. If you look on the left of this slide, you'll see that Diotima's notion of the ladder of love, culminating in love of that which is beauty itself. I call this the fantasy of transcendence. It transcends the world and earthly changeable things. Of course, Diotima's speech is meant to justify Socrates' neglect of his family and even of his friends in his pursuit of ideas. He even comes late to the symposium because he falls into a sort of transcendent trance. But it's also a description of one of the emotional communities of his day, the one to which, at the least, Diotima, a celibate priestess, belonged. It certainly came to describe the emotional community of many celibate Christian monks in the Middle Ages. If you look at the same slide on the right, you see in this illustration John Climacus climbing upward, and at the very top, he has a crown. So you can also see that monks like John don't start with loving one person, for that would mire them in earthly things. The monk skips that stage. As he climbs, he gains a crown. Ultimately, mystically, he achieves a foretaste of unity with God, much like Diotima's Eros, not quite God, but nearly, which will be fulfilled later at the end of time. As you recall, we were with the Protestant Reformation, and instead of a transcendental ladder going up to God, God's grace comes down to the family. And so transcendence is achieved in that manner. On the right side of this slide, you can see that the fantasy of transcendent love continues, even though in changed form. And it's often today associated with erotic love. So this is what we see in Chagall's Blissful Couple. And we can hear about it too. I hope. Maybe not. It doesn't want to. But we must return to reality. And the transcendent, because the transcendent form of love is not the only one. Into this symposium so delicate and polite, Diotima's speech is greeted with loud applause. Who could stop it? And yet, here comes Alcibiades drunk and crashing the learned party. Alcibiades, of all people, a young and charismatic politician who has pushed the Sicilian expedition, as Plato well knew, and weakened Athens disastrously. And so he crashes the party and comes in and virtually demands, in his drunken way, "You want to know what love really is? I'll tell you. It's horrible. It's awful. I'm crazy about Socrates, and he won't give me the time of day. I wish he were dead, but even then, I'd be more miserable. He's cruel. He casts spells on me. He transports me." That's the final fantasy of love. And I think, without question, Plato meant it to crown his account. I call it obsession, makes one a slave, or in the actual words of Alcibiades, because obviously I was paraphrasing before, I once caught him when he was open like Silenus' statues, and I had a glimpse of the figures he kept hidden within. They were so godlike, so bright, so beautiful, so utterly amazing. I no longer had a choice. I just had to do whatever he told me. The feelings that Alcibiades described were later known as lovesickness. The 2nd century CE physician Galen knew it well and had many remedies for it: bathing, drinking wine, riding. I would call it not a disease, but an emotional community that manifested itself in Plato's day and later on in others, albeit in other ways. Consider, for example, the medieval troubadours. Their fin amour, fine love, was passionate, erotic, restrained, playful, and ennobling. In the time period of these entertainers, poets, and composers, feudal ideals and words of fidelity, service, worship, subordination, domination were ready to hand for fine lovers to give voice to obsessive passion. In their case, it wasn't love. In their case, it was love, not so much among men. It sure was love, but not so much among men, though that too, but between men and women. And it was expressed more often than not as frustrating, painful, and yet utterly compelling. And so in southern France, Bernard de Ventadour sang, "I lose my sleep and give it up for you, my lady. I recall that where a man his treasure keeps, there he will also keep his heart. If I don't also see you, don't see you, lady, I want most. No sight is worth as much as thoughts of you." It's a 13th century fiction, I guess, but fictions told and retold are very real. And many people participated in the troubadourian emotional community, either aspirationally or fully. The obsessive and ennobling love of the troubadour was tamed and became a way for men and women to interact courteously, as Castiglione describes in his book, An il Cortigiano. But I suspect many of you in this audience are going to tell me I'm wrong, and that obsessive love was not tamed during Castiglione's age, nor afterwards. Certainly in the 18th and early 19th century Romantic era, the theme once again took on the pained tones of an Alcibiades, as in the Passion of Goethe's young Werther for Charlotte. Once again, the fantasy became a template for behavior, as many young men took to wearing replicas of Werther's outfit and imitated his suicide in response to hopeless love. Today, though, as in Plato's day, So many other emotional communities of love coexist and collide that even though many others coexisting collide, obsessive love remains. Some psychologists liken it to addiction. So, excuse me, let me conclude by returning to those grimacing faces. Perhaps some of you, perhaps all of you, would know the emotion supposedly being expressed, even without labels. I say supposedly because these faces are posed, as are almost all faces used in psychological experiments. In the original study, the one that made the claim that emotions are universal and expressed on the face, the experimenter, Paul Ekman, and his associate Wallace Friesen, showed such faces to a tribal group in New Guinea who had not had contact with Westerners. At first, the subjects were asked to name the emotion in the photo, but they had no idea how to answer. So the researchers made up stories to go with each emotion. Telling one story, they offered each subject the choice of 3 photographs, one of which was correct from the researcher's point of view. For example, the story for happiness was this: his friends have come and he is happy. After hearing this story and looking at the anger, disgust, and happiness faces, 100% of the subjects answered correctly. They chose the happiness face. Ekman concluded that happiness is a universal emotion, but I want to suggest that the emotion was in the story, not in the face. That is, once the respondents heard the story, the fantasy, then they could make sense of the picture. By the way, happiness, disgust, anger, if he had chosen a few of the others, a little bit more ambiguous, which he did, the answers were not so 100%. In fact, they went down to 28%. Anyway, pictures don't communicate emotions. Feelings are in the narrative itself. Thank you. Grazie.
Thank you, Professor Rosenwein. Despite the interruptions, we deeply enjoyed your lecture and your effort in explaining this evolution of these words in different communities and the meaning that they had in different contexts. And just a little footnote, the faces that you proposed to our attention with the basic emotions, and we were saying that these are, after all, the emoticons through which many people communicate today. It's a symbolization of those expressions. And as you said, there isn't an emoticon that represents love. They have a little face with 2 hearts in the eyes because it's impossible to translate it into facial expressions. And but it's very interesting to see the attempt that people are making to communicate emotions in a non-verbal way, also through this. And now we have the pleasure of having Christina Alberini, who is a professor here at New York University. She studied first in Italy, University of Pavia, and then University of Genova. Her first American home was at Columbia University, where she was a researcher. And after a couple of other appointments, she finally came to NYU, where she was recently made a Silver Family Professor. It's the highest distinction that NYU can give to any of its faculty, and we're very happy that Christina got this honor. She was also very recently induced into the American Academy of Sciences, where they mistakenly called her Albertini with my name, just added a T. I'm sorry for you. And Christina's field of study is connected with memory, the way in which memory works, and the way in which it evolves, and the way in which we tell the things that we remember. And we have the great fortune of having a scientist to talk to us here today, and the majority of us are humanists, and we are delighted to listen to you, Christina. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Stefano, for the wonderful, warm introduction. I'm delighted to be here. Let me see if I can move it closer. Can you hear me in the back? All good. I'm delighted to be here. I want to start by thanking Ida for putting together such a wonderful symposium, exciting, important. We're going to enjoy here 2 days. Thank you. And thank you, of course, Stefano and everyone behind this organization. So what I'm going to do is to give a neurobiological perspective of Eros and love today, because my job is to study how the brain works in terms of mechanisms, in terms of biology, and in my lab we study learning and memory. What is the biology of learning and memory? I'm going to connect the two in a minute. So Eros and neurobiology. Eros is sexual, desire, passion, love, and sometimes long-term bonding. But in neurobiological terms, we can say that it's a sum of life-preserving instincts that are manifested as impulses to gratify basic needs, also as sublimated impulses, or as impulses to protect and preserve the body and the mind. In biological terms, love and Eros, it's survival of the individual and survival of the species. And that is why it's so important, and it's so important across species. Love and Eros is not a human affect or concept. So I will argue at the end of my talk that Eros is the result of individual learning and memory, the history that we go through in life, especially during development. So I'm going to start by giving some definition and a brief introduction about learning and memory, the learning and memory systems, memory processes. I'm going to give a glimpse of the biological mechanisms that support memories in adult animals, including humans, and memory processes and mechanisms that support learning and memory during early development, in early life, and how those are important, as we find in the lab, to shape the individual. Everything we do is learned, memorized, and built on learning and memory throughout life. So my hypothesis that I'm going to propose today is that Eros, so the ability, these feelings, and the capacity of love is individualized and is shaped in childhood according to the developmental experiences that all of us has, so different, one from another, and therefore the individual memories. Memory, the term memory, refers to the storage of information. Learning is the acquisition of information, and memory is the storage. How do we keep the information long term so that we can access them, and from accessing them, we can react in the present in a more adaptive way. Learning and memory is essential for life. Just imagine for a second to not have had the ability to learn and memorize. Life would not exist. If you look at a child from day zero and how much they grow and learn every single day, it's amazing. They learn to interact, they learn social interactions, they learn to express emotions. We as a child learn how to walk, do everything we do every day to survive, language, And every single step of learning builds on the previous learning. The simple step of learning will enable the additional step of learning to occur. So learning and memory is a vital function, and it is developed because it protects us from danger so that we can survive, and it will take us to the best places for surviving. And those are food and reproduction, love, Eros. Memories are also who we are. Again, just imagine to not have any memories. You will not be able to go from here to there. You will not recognize your house. You will not recognize your friends, your parents, your family. You will not be able to do anything we do every day, which is become automatic after we go through development. So memories exist in different forms. So we have memories, not memory, obviously. One way to classify memory is according to the duration. We have shorter memories, memories that last for a few minutes, memories that we use to accomplish something, and then we forget. We memorize a telephone number if we have to make a reservation, and then we forget about it. And long-term memories, the memories that last for days, weeks, months, years, a lifetime. We all experience memories of single events in our life that are remembered for the entire life. So these are the important questions that, as a biologist, I was fascinated by. How does the brain, the biology of the brain, memorizes this information, store the information long-term of a single event for a lifetime? How are those memories that are stored coming back to mind and influencing everything we do every day? So in the long-term memory realm, we have different types of memories. One classification is between explicit and implicit. Explicit are the memories that we recall consciously. We need conscious to recollect them. And in the explicit types of memory, we have two groups, episodic memories and semantic memories. Episodic memories are the memories of single experiences. Today, you here will form a new episodic memory. Coming here, meeting certain colleagues or people or new people, hearing the lectures and so on and so forth. So you're going to form a new memory of this event, the place, the people, the things, the time that binds the sequence of the event. And those are single events. Some of these, as I said, they are remembered for the entire life, like the wedding day. Something that is extremely important will be remembered for the entire life. And then we have semantic memories, memories of general knowledge. So if I say the word dog, you know what I mean. You have formed this memory through learning, this general concept, without thinking about one specific dog in one specific context. But of course, those one specific dog in specific context have contributed to the learning of the concept, the general concept, abstract concept. In the implicit type of memories, we have a number of them. I'm just mentioning a couple here. Priming, which is subliminal memories that come up automatically, or procedural memories. Riding a bike, playing a piano, skiing, buttoning your jacket, tying your shoes. Everything that is procedural, that can be done, and once it's learned, it's done automatically. You don't need consciousness. You don't need to put attention to it in order to execute those learned functions. I always like this video because you see how procedural memories can become really complex and amazing. So it's all automatically coming up and learned. It's beautiful. So memories use memory systems in the brain. These different type of memories, implicit and explicit, use independent memory systems. What does it mean? Independent brain regions and circuitry. So some circuitry are devoted for the explicit memory system, to the explicit memories to be formed, stored, and expressed, recalled, and some others are supporting the implicit memories. So in the explicit memory systems, we have brain regions that we as neuroscientists have studied for many years, such as the hippocampus. Another region that helps the hippocampus, particularly for salient events in life, is amygdala, the region that processes emotions. But these regions work together with cortical regions. So just to give a simple view of what happens, the information, the sensory systems, all the sensory information that come together in an experience go into our brain, are processed by certain brain regions, which communicates to the hippocampus and then back to the cortex so that the memories can be formed and stored. So we are interested in studying the episodic, the explicit type of memories, the memories of single episodes in the life of animals. And these memory systems are highly conserved throughout the species. So we can use rodents where these brain regions are basically the same. The circuitry is highly similar, and the behavior is highly similar. So we think we are so special, but we're not. If you watch a rat or a mouse doing tasks that are very simple, like something aversive, processing an aversive experience, they do what we do. We run, or we freeze, or we attack. They do exactly the same things. So we can use memories that are so important for our everyday life. Another one is avoidance. We avoid places and people that we don't like, or they give us, not so pleasant experiences. They do the same. They approach the ones they like. They are very social. They memorize conspecifics. They recognize and memorize conspecifics. They play. They respond in many ways like humans. So we can use them to study the biology of memory. And episodic memories that become long-term, they do so because they are important. Every single episode that is not important is going to be forgotten. Important means salient, something that evokes an emotion in us. And the emotion can be good or bad, and we will see that. But all these memories of single episodes that become long-lasting because they are important are not stable immediately. So the representation of the experience is in us, in the brain, but is not a representation that is going to be a long-term memory. What happens is that there is a process of stabilization of biological changes in the brain, which initially are very labile. We can disrupt them very easily. But over time, they stabilize, they become strong, and they store information. This process is called consolidation of memory. The consolidation of episodic memories requires emotional valence. Arousal, excitement, stress, good arousal, that day that we won, we were at the top, the day of our wedding or divorce sometimes, or terrible experiences, traumas. These, of course, are extremes, but every emotion that color our life will make those experiences long-lasting. And the length of this long-lasting depends on the emotional valence. So we're studying exactly that in rodents, mice, and rats. We use hippocampus-dependent memory tasks, episodic memories. Those require the hippocampus. If we inactivate the hippocampus, those memories do not form. That's one of the major memory systems. And we use mostly aversive or neutral memories, not so much appetitive. I use some appetitive memories in my past. I'm going to tell you about it. But the question we have is, what are the biological mechanisms that in those brain regions that store memories, process and store memories occur? And we have identified in the hippocampus and in the cortical regions of rats and mice several of them throughout the years. And we also have connected this biological mechanism to the emotional regulation. So how is emotion storing, giving the color of how this information are stored? Bad, neutral, good, exciting, to be avoided, all those emotions that comes together with our experiences that we store in that way. So here is just an image to say that we went into the brain regions, identified the number of molecules, I'm not going to go to that, and the number of cell types that in the brain process the information, store the information long term. I talked about our approach, but as I said, we're not looking so much at the experiences that are connected to positive valence, reward system. We mostly study avoidance or aversive experiences, but you can do the same with appetitive experiences. And in some part of our studies, we did actually use, and to do that, you can use, for example, substances, cocaine, morphine, other types of substances. As you give this to the animal, they have the same behaviors, the same reactions that humans have. They become dependent in long term. They seek, they crave, they relapse. And that is the reward system. They want. This system is the same system that processes wanting, seeking, craving for love. Neurotransmitters like dopamine and serotonin are chief neurotransmitters in the processing of this information that goes through areas that are VTA, nucleus accumbens, prefrontal cortex, and of course the interaction with the learning and memories areas. So the reward system, the mesocortical limbic circuitry, is a group of neural structures responsible for incentive salience, the wanting, desire or craving for a reward and motivation, associative learning, primarily positive reinforcement and classical conditioning, and positively valence emotions, particularly those involving pleasure as a core component, joy, euphoria, ecstasy. This is Eros. This is love. This is what love evokes. We also study another process of memory, which is called reconsolidation. Because in certain conditions, memories that have been consolidated, stored, and stable, they can become fragile again, like the newly memory that have been formed, that are fragile for some time, and then they stabilize this and consolidate. And this is very interesting because it means when we remember, we make our memories in certain conditions labile again. In those phases, these memories can be strengthened or weakened. And actually, we can also change them through remembering. Remembering activates reconsolidation, this process through which the memory that weakens reconsolidates, but also the ability to make association between the old and the new, our memories of our history with what we encounter today. This is how memory evolves every day, is recalling, processing new information, making new associations, in some cases reconsolidation. And this process is very important to understand how dynamic the process of memory is and why it's so adaptable. Memories are present exist so that we can adapt to the changing environment and make decision, the best decision, the most adapted decision for survival. This process of reconsolidation has actually been used and inspired by Eloise and Abelard and made into a movie, The Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind, where the two lovers, after not getting along anymore and separating, he in particular suffers from the lack of love, and he finds a clinic where he can go and have the memories of this love that torment him removed one by one by recalling them. This was based on the science of reconsolidation. Recalling the memory makes the memory labile. You can actually weaken and eliminate it. So that clinic was fantasized on the scientific studies. And then it's very interesting, you have seen the movie, because at the end of the movie, the clinic treatment is very successful. He forgets about all those memories, but there is an interesting lesson about what happens if we forget about our memories. So if the conditions are not so adaptable, meaning if our learning and memory system does not work in an adaptive manner, then we have psychopathologies. The system becomes rigid and not flexible. The memories become too strong, traumatic memories, post-traumatic stress disorder, addiction. Addicted subject, they relapse when they are exposed to the cues of how the memory feels. So if they go and detox in clinics, they can do very well there. When they go back to the places where they were living and use the drugs, they relapse because the memories come back of the effect of the substance. So there is a lot of effort also in understanding how these memories can be weakened because they are too persistent. They are not adaptable. Those circuitry cannot be controlled anymore. They hijack the brain. So there are adapted memories and maladaptive memories. And maladaptive memories can also be seen in certain diseases, like autism, where the processing of information is not flexible as in a normal condition. But what's important and where I want to go to is what happens when we are born and start learning and memorize everything of our life. Is memory processed in the same way at different ages? Of course not. We have a developmental age where memories are developing, the system is developing, is becoming able to do what it does. And then we have a mature age where the system is mature and working. And then we have aging where the system is decaying. So I'm going to focus on the developmental age. We are interested in all these differences because, of course, the responses are different, the behaviors are different, the biology of the brain is different. A brain of a child is not a small brain. It's a different brain. It's a different uses a different biology, makes different changes when they learn, and we need to understand those mechanisms in order to understand how the system builds and operates. So when I started to look at the biology of memory in early ages, and I'm talking about infancy, which in humans, I would say, let's say we limit it to the age of 0 to 3. There is an interesting phenomenon happening at that age. Who of you has memory from the age of 0 to 3? Anyone? You do. We're going to talk about that. In most cases, as you see, Stefano, because obviously it's different. In most cases, we have no recollection of memories that happened to us at the age of 0 to 3. In some cases, I don't know if it's your case, they say, yes, I do have a memory. It's one episode, not even a full episode. It's a flash memory of something, and is either very important or slightly traumatic, let's call it like that, or it has been told later, and therefore the memory system, which is not precise, because as I said, we keep recalling memories, making new association, and when we do that, we don't do this in a perfectly precise way. We all have our own interpretation of what happened. I'm going to get to that in the questions if we can. But in general, we have no recollection of episodic memories. Yet, if you look at the children at that age, my gosh, they learn fast, incredibly. They are so excited. Excitement leads to long-term memories, but not at that age. Children at that age, they learn, they remember short-term, and they forget very fast. Very fast. There is a very rapid forgetting. That's a typical process that happens in infant memories. Rapid forgetting. This rapid forgetting is believed to give an explanation to the so-called infantile amnesia. And that is why as adults, we don't remember the memories of the first 3 years, about first 3 years of life. So we're studying that. What's the biology? Do they learn? Do they have this rapid forgetting? The answer is yes. Is the same system that works in adult working in those babies? Or is it because it's not mature that there is some problem in making these memories long-term? And the first one who actually gave an explanation to infantile amnesia is Freud, as we will see. He wrote a ton of it, and of course his work is based on what happens during development. And he says no one's calls into question the fact that experiences of the earliest years of our childhood leave persistent traces in the depth of our mind. But so we have a paradox here. How is it that those experiences that are completely forgotten leave these traces that persist and influence our life forever? So we studied those. And several hypotheses were put out when we started looking at these questions. Freud, as I said, was the first one to offer an explanation. He says it's too much sexual arousal for that baby, disturbing content. They repress those memories. We repress the memories. Cognitive scientist says, well, it's the lack of language skills at that age. If we don't have language skills, how can we put together the experience and remember it? It's going to be only emotional and nonverbal representations. But this rapid forgetting exists in rodents. So we need a neurobiological explanation for it. And some neuroscientists said, well, the hippocampus-dependent memory system, the one that processes the information of episodic and places and people and things, is not developed yet, doesn't work. So you process the information, you have shorter memories, but there is no consolidation, memories are gone. Others said, it's not really true, cannot be this way because maybe we can evoke those memories. So the infantile memories are stored, but we cannot retrieve them. So we tested this in rats and mice, and now this is many years, and I cannot resist to just show you the data of one experiment, and then I'm going to go to the concepts. So in this case, we took the rat, we exposed to a context where they receive a mild foot shock. They learn to avoid the context. We will do the same. And we test rats in infant age, postnatal day 17, PN17, PN24 juveniles, PN80 adults. And we compare the memories right after the experience. They all have the same level of memories. This is memory performance level. But 30 minutes later, while juveniles and adults have a strong memory, the poor infant forgot. They just go right in where they got the shock 30 minutes before. They don't remember at all. We test them again a day later, a week later, so on, several weeks later. The memory of infant is gone. This just reproduced many data that previous neuroscientists did. We didn't discover anything. We just reproduced them. The other ones, at different age, they have very long-lasting memories. But what we did, it was to test whether these memories are gone forever or they can come back. We gave different types of retrieval until we found a combination, I'm not going to go to the specifics, that actually, later in life, makes this memory to come back. They come back, they're very strong, and persistent. And they're very specific for that experience that they had in infancy. We can do this in young adults, and they can recall the memories that they forgot. So now this has a lot of implication, of course. But let me give you some summary of our studies, which went on for a number of questions. So the infantile memories are only apparently forgotten, but they're stored long-term in a silent mode. And they can be recalled later in life. The hippocampus-dependent memory system is very much involved because if we silence it chemically, these memories do not store. So we cannot retrieve them later in life. They're gone. So the hippocampus is required. We found the biology of it. It's fascinating. It's a biology of critical periods. Critical periods are developmental periods when stimuli shape the function of the brain. Vision. We're born, we don't see much. Vision is shaping, vision meaning the function, seeing shapes the function of vision, develops the cortical areas that process vision, and makes them able to give us the vision we have when it's mature. Otherwise, everything will be blurry. We have binocular vision because we have two eyes. If one doesn't work, we're going to have monoocular vision. Sometimes some babies is born with a cataract. If you remove the cataract initially in the early stage of life, that eye can reactivate. And in fact, you see these children going around with a patch. They patch the good eye to stimulate the lazy eye so that during that time they catch up and they're going to have binocular vision. If you do this too late in the age, you're not going to be able to recover the vision anymore. Critical period, very important. The biology is known. We found that the same biology is used by the hippocampus to process infantile memories when these are forgotten. So we concluded that the hippocampus-dependent memory system actually undergoes a critical period during which it develops the ability to learn and form long-term memories. We also found that this development is specific for the type of experience that the animal encounters. In other words, the system can process many different types of memories, spatial, context, social interaction, time. If we develop contextual memories, aversive contextual memories, that brain, that animal, mature that ability, but not the ability to process spatial information that is not a contextual aversive. So in other words, the development of who we are is selective for the type of experiences we encounter from day zero. And it happens in critical periods. One critical period enables the ability to develop the second period for developing more complex functions. So this, of course, has a lot of implication. Education, society, family, poverty, you name it. You can think of more. We also found recently, this is unpublished, that these early memories, these infantile memories, What they do is that they create schemas in our brain. We can visualize the cells, we can stimulate the cells, we can block those cells. Schema of the network of cells in our brain that store this information that is not expressed, but that later in life, in adulthood, not only can be recalled, but influences new learning. In other words, we create schemas that will give us the structure on which to build new learning and memory at different ages, even in adulthood. The brain keeps being plastic. We continuously learn. But what happens during the early phases is very different, is building the system. Then the system works through plasticity, continues to be plastic, but the plasticity that builds the system is different than the one of the mature system. So, Eros, going back, sexual desire, passion, love, long-term bonding or attachment is learned. Is learned through experiences, and depends on what type of experiences we all had in terms of processing that information, in terms of approaching the others, in terms of seeking, in terms of controlling, in terms of feeling, and the sum of life-preserving instincts that manifest as impulses to gratify basic needs or sublimate impulses and so on that we have seen, I would argue that these instincts are biological basis initially through hormones, neurotransmitter, circuitry, activation and development that start expressing the wanting, the satisfying, and the seeking. Learning and memory shape this system through experience and reinforcement with the fundamentals during the developmental phases that will act throughout life. And that is the system of love or Eros. So satisfaction or frustration in development will shape our way of wanting, longing, sex drive, love, attachment. So Eros is individual, is an individual experience. It's individually built. Our own individual history and experience shapes our own Eros. And I want to conclude by thanking, of course, my lab, who throughout the years have done so much work. I'm here synthesizing some ideas. Current lab members, former lab members, collaborators, funding agencies, and if there is any scientist or somebody who is interested in becoming a neuroscientist, we have position available. Thank you so much.
I wish we could make the same announcement as Christina at the end of a literature conference. The positions available, apply. That's the difference.
We can work on it.
Grazie. Thank you so much, Christina. There is time now for questions for both our keynote speakers. So if there is any question from the audience, I'm just asking you to wait that a microphone is brought to you, and then you can ask the question. I have a first question that would be for both. And it's in regard to the emotional communities that was mentioned in the first talk. And Christina, you talked about an individual experience of Eros that is shaped by our own experiences. And I was wondering whether we can reconcile the individualism of your explanation of Eros with the collective experience of Eros that Professor Rosenwein mentioned in her talk. I'm trying a possible answer. Could it have to be with the fact that our own experience is also built on the relationship that we have with these people in the same community? But there is still more emphasis on the community as sort of a stable source of these experiences in the historical perspective rather than in the neurobiological one. It's my first question. Either. Christina, vieni.
Barbara, do you want to start? Or?
Oh, well, sure. I'll just say yes. It seems to me that although our individual experiences are very important, and I never would deny that, our individual experiences come out of a context. We are born into a family, we are born into an orphanage, we're born into some kind of a context. And it is in that context that our first learning years take place, that we remember things and we continue to remember things. And those contexts are not separated from larger contexts. You would not be born in a particular environment and live as an isolated individual. There's going to be a support network. There are going to be other people coming in. There are going to be schools. There are going to be books that you read, or maybe you don't read, television that you watch. All of these stimuli are part of your individual emotional community, and they are not so totally individual that other people don't have very similar ones, and that people do not feel a part of groups that speak the same way, have the same vocabulary, have the same cadence, like the same music, and so on. And I think all of this makes emotions part of a community a process as well as an individual process.
Yes, totally agree. But in fact, an episodic experience, is not an isolated experience. It's the experience that happens in a context, with people, with things, with emotions that are evoked in that context, with space, with time, as I mentioned. Those are the type of memories that they don't exist in the individual without the rest of the context. So I think we totally agree. There are common elements. We all learn how to go from here to there, how to interact with people. But it's going to be different for each of us. This is what I mean by individual experience, is the difference of the single, even though the learning has commonalities. Schools, of course, come after the initial experiences with the caregiver. In most cases, the mother, the father, the family, the siblings. How many siblings? Who is around the family? Small family, larger family, extended families, communities. And this, I think, is what was Barbara mentioning. This is all experiences. They build on each other from day zero. Then there is school, friends, and so on and so forth for the rest of the life. But the first type of experiences is like learning how to walk. It's learning how to process the information, what the emotions are telling us. How do we feel emotions? And what do we do with it? That's learned.
Yes, exactly. And it's not learned just by an individually, but within a larger context. That's what I'm saying. Yes, we all learn to walk, unless, of course, we are born with a disability that doesn't allow us to learn to walk. But there were certain cultures that bound children's feet so that the little girls wouldn't grow larger feet. And their learning was to walk was individual, but also cultural. And I think everything, I think that the difference between what you're saying and I'm saying really has to do with the capaciousness of the learning and the memory that I see happening, especially because we live in cultures that are so rich. We're bombarded with all kinds of stimuli that don't just come from our individual little homes or a crib. And the difference is that, you know, you're looking more, seems to me, at the but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can look at the individual and good. You figured out where the memories are, and that's wonderful. If the memories are stored in the hippocampus, good. I'm glad to know that. But those memories are not going to be just individual, first of all. And second of all, what other memories start to come in from cognition, from other parts of the brain, as it were, are going to interact with the hippocampus so that when you look at a larger culture, you're seeing the importance of the cultural representations within that culture, even though those cultural representations may not have meant very much to a 1 to 3 year old.
I don't think we disagree, actually. I think what I'm saying is just in another way what you just said. So the individual learning is, of course, cultural. I cannot get away from what I learned in Isola do Varese, provincia di Cremona, during my first number of years of life. And that was cultural, like anybody. Right? So we have our own individual culture that we learn. And then we change them because the brain is plastic, we learn more. Then I moved to Cremona, then I moved to Pavia, then Genova, then the United States. So we keep learning and adding, but the building of the structures and schemas that at least we see experimentally happens during the first few years of life. And it's not individual, insulated. It's all these experiences. So I think we are saying the same thing. Culture and commonalities, of course, are there. But when you build the differences that each of us has had, the sum of it is going to be individualized in a way. I hope I'm clear.
Excuse me, last question to close on this thing. It's a personal question to each of you as a scholar of emotions, as an historian and as a neuroscientist. Is it a recent field of study? And you both started somewhere else, Christina, with memory that is much more measurable than emotions. And Barbara, I was fascinated by one of her books on the history of the Middle Ages through 10 objects. So the objects are very material, very easy to define, and it's something you can touch and you can circumscribe. Emotions are probably the opposite, are the most volatile, more difficult to explain as a concept, and also more complicated to study throughout history. So I would like to ask each of you how you transitioned to whatever your previous field of study work to emotions, and whether that was hard to explain to colleagues that you started working on emotions. And I'm also interested in your position and your experience as women scholars in this field.
Christina, do you want to start this one?
Sure. So in my case, I started and I studied emotions because I was interested in these long-term memories of episodes. And as I was mentioning, they happen only if there is an emotional basis. It can be good, it can be bad. It's easier to represent an aversive experience. It's much easier to design the experiment to do that. And also because those memories are very long-lasting. They're very long-lasting because they protect from danger. If we would forget that there is a dangerous experience out there, that I encountered a lion, I will go out again. I will run into danger of succumb, right? So those memories have to be long-lasting. Painful memories are important. All the problems are when they become not flexible. So this is how then studying emotions, we can study how to modulate them. They can become stronger or weaker. So the study of emotion was very important in understanding the level of strength and the level of changing an aversive memory into less aversive. So in making the adaptability of the system. And actually in neurobiology now there are many, many tools that you can use to test whether you stimulate certain cells and you evoke reactions that are typical of an emotion. So there are very, technical tools that tells you
Emotions
how
are more
to...
measurable.
Totally. No.
I'm fascinated by how you measure emotions.
Yeah. If you would invite here Joe Ledoux, it would say, don't talk about emotions for animals. Because emotions, the definition is too complex. So another way to say, what do we measure? We measure certain expression of what relates to emotions in humans, of course. In animals, we can call them in a different way. So, for example, he talked about fear for many, many years. And then he said, it's not good to call fear this behavior, this expression in the animal. We have to call it threat. So it's also about definitions, because otherwise that's what creates the disagreement. Yeah.
Oh, for me, the transition was odd, perhaps, but logical. I've always been interested in why people do what they do. I've always been interested in motives. And emotions are very, very important motives. As a matter of fact, they come from the same motion word. They motivate us. So it was not so difficult for me to get into the field once I realized that there was no paradigm for the history of emotions other than one that was quite impoverished, that talked about sort of the progress of human emotionality from total impulsivity to repression or some kind of self-control. That's too simple, way too simple. And so I got into the field realizing, well, I can do better than what is being done. That's how I did it. As far as being a woman is in the field, I've been very lucky in not feeling, in not thinking about that very much, actually. But that's part of the emotional community I come from, the academic emotional community on the whole, not completely, but on the whole, at least where I studied and where I worked, was non-sexist, it was just interested in thoughts, ideas, expressions, and so I flourished within that. I know that many women have had a much harder time of it, and I would be interested in Christina's progress from a relatively small town in Italy to a relatively huge city in the United States, and
as a woman.
As a woman, yeah.
Now, my experience is not as pleasurable like yours. I actually was not even caring about it until I was probably an associate professor here in New York at Mount Sinai, or slightly earlier. I think maybe I was a Brown. Here is the memories coming back. I was kind of like surprising, let's say. I was a Brown University assistant professor, and a colleague of mine, he said, I was asked by NIH to go to this conference where they talk about minorities, women, and so on and so forth. I cannot go. Would you go? And I was like, I was not very interested in, I thought it was a waste of time, honestly, but I didn't want to say no to my colleague. So I went, and to me that was eye-opening. the data that they showed, the graphs scientifically done, numbers, it was shocking.
Mm-hmm.
So at the level of, and we are not that far now from those. At the level of graduate students, we have in general science, this was done at MIT, that study, 50% women and 50% men. You go to assistant professor, it cuts in half, 25, 75. Associate in half, 12. Full professor in half, 6% at that time. We're doing a little better now, but not tremendously.
No,
This is in science, for sure. I have been always in places where the majority is men. But that's not what bothers me at all. I love men. The problem is that we are not included in decisions. They don't think about us as putting us in the equal places to where things happen. They are now thinking about us, but again giving us the laundry to do. I'm sorry to say, but this is the truth. Have you seen the Nobel Prize recently, Kathleen?
Yeah.
Did you hear what she's saying? And I'm glad she's vocal about that, because everybody, when they win those prizes, of course, they're like super happy, like she is. And then they say, everything was so wonderful in their life. Everybody was so fantastic in their life. All is great. Not true. She struggled tremendously. She, Kathleen, Caricò. She struggled incredibly throughout the years because she was not given funding. They were not believing that what she was doing, which was very novel, was so good, despite they had tremendous data. So the funding was terminated. Penn terminated her position. She had to leave the lab. Found another position in a company because fortunately she was able to work also in drug development. She was away from her family for 10 years, working in Germany because her lab was terminated. And then boom, COVID happens, they used her technology. She saves millions of lives and now she's a Nobel Prize. But this has to do also because she is a woman, guaranteed. So we're not there yet.
For a conference on Eros, we have suddenly switched to the question of women within the profession, and I think that is very much a hot topic of our time. And I'd be interested in knowing what Ida has come up with for women and Eros, and what so many of the rest of us have to say about the role of women. My own feeling is that they have not been credited enough for initiating new ideas about how love can be experienced, who can love, and in what ways people can love. And I absolutely, I see this discussion very much imposing on the topic right here about Eros. It imposes on every topic. What are the contributions of the women? I pointed out in my talk that Eloise really switches the whole paradigm of the like-mindedness from male to male like-mindedness to her own. So very much a woman's point of view.
Well, thank you. I've been evoked, yeah, but we only have 10 minutes for a coffee break before starting another session. But very, very briefly, I just want to mention regarding women, what Barbara said about women. So another hot topic is the canon, the literary canon. And have you ever seen the RAI, the Italian national broadcast website about Italian literature. It's a depressing site because women are only in the last part in the contemporary Italian literature. If you go to Renaissance Italy, you don't find a single woman. And in Italy at the time, we had, well, just to mention Vittoria Colonna, she was in the canon at the time. So how come that we don't have her today, in the canon today, right? So they have been not forgotten, but erased, right? Yeah. And so this was just a brief note about this. But to go back to very, very briefly to the topic that Barbara and Christina dealt with, would it, and especially about their agreement or disagreement, would it be correct to say that enduring fantasies of love we learn in our societies work as the basis for building our own individual experience of Eros? Just to wrap up a little bit what the two of you said, right?
Yes, I tried to talk about how, in fact, we add our own idiosyncrasies. In Christina's vocabulary, I would say the salient experiences that have been committed to memory and remain within our memory. Those things are very important. And if all we were doing was dealing with the same fantasy over and over and over again, well, we wouldn't really have anything very interesting, but rather we have different societies, different cultures adding their own fillets to the fantasies, their own take on the fantasies, plus each individual absolutely has to be.
Nothing to add. I think, as I said, I think we agree. We're just saying things slightly different, but in agreement. As you know, fantasies come from the ability to connect certain things in our way of fantasizing.
Mm-hmm. That was how we make sense of all of these sensory perceptions, thoughts that are swirling around us, the vocabulary that we have. How do we make sense of it? We put it together into narratives, fantasies, memes sometimes, even very simple.
And I think on the basis of experiences, those are, I would say they respond to our type of experiences and ourselves, who we are. So I think that's the integration that happens right there. You know, in psychoanalysis is what they call the way we respond transference. By definition is given to the therapist what the patient, how the patient behave toward the therapist. And the way the patient behaves toward the therapist is expressing how the internal representations are towards someone else, right? So it's not an absolute. It's the individual representation, how we see, each of us sees the words, and we react to certain stimulus in a certain way rather than others. It's not all the same. So those includes the fantasies, of course, all the representation and processes that are included in the individual history that we carry around and we just use. That's who we are, how we function.
So it's fascinating, this dialogue between history of emotions and neurobiology is really fascinating. I'm sure that we all learned a lot, and maybe we can go to the coffee break. Yes. Can we have a shortened coffee break so that we are not so too much late?
4:35.
Yes. Let's say 15, right, to be realistic.
Okay, so 4:40.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Barbara and Christina.
Thank you, Rosa. Thanks.
Good afternoon again. Welcome to our second session, Classical and Humanist. Well, I'm Amida Kayatsa, you already know me. Classical and Humanist roots. So, as I already said, after the theoretical framework that was provided by our first session, we are now diving into the detail. And with this session, we will explore some of the pillars of Western conceptualizations of love in the classical, medieval, and humanist context. In fact, we'll have David Constant, who will talk about the two phases of love in classical Greece. Then Julie Van Petegem, her speech is called Ovid, the philosopher who wrote books about love, reading Ovid in the Italian Middle Ages, and Eileen Feng, Amor and the Intellect in Quattrocento, female humanist writing. So, I will do a brief introduction of all the speakers now, so then they can take the floor one after the other without further interruption. So, David Constant is professor of classics at NYU University, at New York University, and his research focuses on ancient Greek and Latin literature and classical philosophy. Among many other things, he has written books on friendship, pity, the emotions, forgiveness, beauty, and love in the classical world. His most recent book is The Origin of Sin, Greece and Rome, Early Judaism and Christianity. I also want to mention that before being a professor of classics, David Constant was a mathematician, so he kind of embodies the combination of science and humanities that we want to pursue in the Eros conference. And he knows all sorts of amazing things regarding these combinations, including amazing research combining mathematical models and equations, sociology, and the emergence of love as a literary theme. But this will be a topic for a full other conference. So. Then we'll have, as I said, Julie Van Petegem. She's associate professor of Italian at Hunter College and doctoral faculty in the Interactive Technology and Pedagogy program at the Graduate Center, CUNY, City University of New York. Her research and teaching focus on medieval Italian literature, the reception of the classics, digital humanities and pedagogy, and translation. And she is the author of Italian Readers of Ovid, From the Origins to Petrarch. And her work has appeared in journals such as Humanist Studies and the Digital Age, Italian Studies, and Studi Danteschi. So I would say that one of Julie's research primary feature is the link between classical antiquity and Italian literature and culture. And the relation with antiquity is fundamental in Italian culture, and in spite of the stereotypes, it was not lost in the Middle Ages, not at all. So with Julie, we will explore the medieval reception of Ovid, who is arguably one of the main vehicles through which classical narratives of love were conveyed to Italy and Europe. And then we will have Eileen Feng. Eileen Feng holds a PhD in Italian Studies from Berkeley and is Associate Professor and Director of Italian Studies at the University of Arizona. She was fellow at Harvard's Villaitati Center for Italian Renaissance Studies in Florence, and now, currently, she is a National Endowment for the Humanities Fellow at the Newberry Library in Chicago. And her research focuses on Petrarchism in Italy and France, Quattrocento Humanists, the Querelle des Femmes, Renaissance exemplarity, and early modern conceptions of gender performativity. So her academic books include the co-edited volume Rethinking Gaspara Stampa in the Canon of Renaissance Poetry and the monograph Writing Beloveds, Humanist Petrarchism and the Politics of Gender. And this year she's completing her second monograph, Feminism's First Paradox, Female Misogyny in Early Modern Italy, and an English translation and edition of Pietro Bembo's Rime. We look forward to that. So I'd say in the literary tradition, let's say, the female self in love has generally been crafted by male writers, but then eventually women take up their pens and start writing on love in many different contexts. So With Eileen, we will explore what happens when women intellectuals raise their voice on the subject and, of course, have to deal with male-crafted ideas, and we will explore this in the humanist context. So now I will leave the floor to our speakers. Please join me in welcoming David Constant.
Well, this should go back a bit. Here we go. Thank you very much, Ida. Thank you for organizing the conference. All those, including the Casa Italiana, who participated in making it possible, and those in the audience who are here to listen. I'll go straight into the talk. Classical Greek, unlike Latin or modern English, distinguished lexically between two kinds of affection. The most general term was philia, designating a wide range of loving relations among friends, spouses, and kin, although there was a term, storge, that more narrowly specified affection for offspring. The other word, of course, was eros, which signified the passion characterizing erotic relations. As the Greeks conceived it, eros was by its nature asymmetrical. There was a lover, called an erastes, who was the subject of eros, and a beloved, eromenos in the case of a boy, or eromene in the feminine, who was its object. There is no feminine equivalent in Greek for the word for lover. You can speak of a woman being in love, various verbs, various circumlocutions, but there's not an equivalent to the standard term that refers to a lover, which is masculine. Of course, one could feel a philia-type affection that was not reciprocated, but eros was necessarily unidirectional. True, in some special contexts, and above all in the genre of the novel, ancient novel, there emerged narratives of mutual erotic passion between an adolescent boy and adolescent girl, though never in the case of pederastic affairs. But this represents a clear exception to the norm, and the young age of the couple is not without relevance, as we'll see. The lover was presumed to be slightly older than the beloved, in the case of boys, and the latter would be still pubescent. So Plato can report in his Symposium an argument to the effect that in the Iliad, the hero Patroclus must have been the lover of Achilles rather than the other way around, based on their respective ages. Who was the lover? It's got to be the older one. Whereas the lover was, as we have seen, moved by passion that had a distinct sexual dimension, the beloved, especially when it was a boy, was presumed to feel in return a more dispassionate kind of fondness or care for the lover. In other words, the sentiment itself was asymmetrical, not just the relationship. As Aristotle observes, and I quote him here, lover and beloved are not pleased by the same things. Rather, the lover is pleased by seeing the beloved, because he's beautiful, we'll see that in a moment, the beloved by being attended by his lover. And sometimes, when the bloom of youth fades, so too the friendship fades, since for the lover, the sight of the other is no longer pleasant, because he's grown out of adolescence, and for the beloved, the attention of the lover is no more. The primary stimulus to Eros was physical beauty. The term that designated such beauty was the noun kallos. It has a double lambda, a double L, kallos, and the accent falls on the first syllable. There's a reason why I'm saying that, and you'll see in a moment. It was typically ascribed to boys and women. Unsurprisingly, since, as we have seen, both boys and women might arouse the desire of adult males. Grown men, on the contrary, were rarely characterized by kallos, since this would imply that they were the object of sexual passion rather than the subject. And this ran counter to the way sexual roles were understood in classical antiquity. Men who were so described as having kallos, like Paris in the Iliad, or the gorgeous Alcibiades, about whom we heard something from Barbara earlier, had a hint of the feminine about them. So take Paris, and here's the first of my slides. You'll see the read along with me. As he shirks from an encounter with Menelaus, as Paris is afraid of a duel, and Hector, the great hero of the Trojan side in the Iliad, rebukes him. Evil Paris, beautiful. You see the characterization of this guy? Woman crazy, cajoling. Better you had never been born or killed unwedded. Surely now the flowing-haired Achaeans, those are the Greeks, laugh at us, thinking you are our bravest champion only because your looks are handsome. But there is no strength in your heart, no courage. And now you would not stand up against warlike Menelaus? Thus you would learn of a man whose blossoming wife you have taken. That's the wife is Helen of Troy. The lyre which he plays would not help you then, nor the favors of Aphrodite. Now, nor your locks, your hair, which you when you rolled in the dust, nor all your beauty. So the beautiful one is the effeminate one, the one who is not strong, who is not courageous. There has been some confusion on this score, however, because the Greeks also had an adjective derived from the same root as kalos and sounding very similar, but had a quite different connotation. The word in question is kalos, and it has only one lambda, and the accent falls on the second syllable. Kalos versus kalos. The prevailing sense of the adjective was something like fine or noble, and it might well be applied to adult males. There was a standard formula that adult males were agathos, good, and kalos, noble, which defined the better class of citizens at Athens. Although there is occasionally some overlap between the noun and the adjective, in general, the semantics are quite distinct and confirm the asymmetrical nature of the erotic relation in classical Greek, because the noun, which really indicates prettiness, attractive prettiness, just isn't applied to adult males except in rare occasions when they are feminized. One striking testimony to the non-reciprocal nature of Eros is to be found in another symposium composed by Xenophon, a disciple of Socrates, contemporary with Plato. And we have writings of his and Socratic dialogues. Here, in a speech on the nature of Eros, Socrates affirms that the beloved, remember it's going to be a separate role. Am I not being?
Yeah, I think you're on slide. This is not the right slide.
Oh, yes, I've gone much too far. This is the one I meant to show. It went by itself. Anyway, sorry. Thank you. Well, the next one, I'm going to be very careful to make sure it's there. There it is. Okay. Now, Socrates says that the beloved, remember there are two roles, the lover and the beloved, will feel outright disgust at the sexual enthusiasm of the lover. So here's the passage. Once more, how will he who traffics in his beauty, that's the child, the boy, feel greater affection toward the buyer than he who puts his product up for sale and disposes of it on the open market? For assuredly, the beloved one will not be moved to affection because he is a youthful companion to the one who is not youthful. You see the contrast? Youthful and not youthful. The beloved is the youthful one. Or because he is handsome when the other is no longer so, or because he is untouched by passion when the other is in its sway. For a youth does not share in the pleasure of the intercourse as a woman does, but looks on, sober, at another one, the lover, in love's intoxication. Consequently, it need not excite any surprise if contempt for the lover is engendered in him. The reason is you're having a sexual experience. The lover, the slightly older male, is transported in ecstasy, and the boy just looks on coldly and feels a certain disgust. If one looked into the matter also, he would descry, he would see no ill effect when people are loved for their personality, but the many shocking results have come from companionship lost to shame. In other words, erotic sexual love. I have little doubt that sentiments of this sort, which were manifestly comprehensible to Xenophon's readers, though by no means necessarily shared by them, contributed to Socrates and later Plato's disposition to spiritualize Eros and transform it into a passion for transcendent knowledge. That's what Plato did. Personally, I am inclined to think that Socrates was not so much indifferent to sex, not say to say above or beyond so base a passion, but that he was viscerally repelled by it. But the reasons for this are such that we don't have access to them. In any case, Francesca Pentasuglio has noted that Socrates reserves the terms eros and erastes, erastes is a lover, for sexually motivated pederasty, and that he employs rather the terminology of philia, that other word we looked at, and philos, that's the noun or adjective, the friend, when speaking of his idealized conception of the affection that obtains between older men and boys. As she observes, and you carefully just get this far ahead, good, here we go. Linguistic usage in this sphere generally abides by well-defined and stringent criteria, which entail, on the one hand, that mutuality is reserved for philia, that's the Greek for philia, relationships, and that asymmetry pertains to the specific homosexual eros experience. And on the other hand, that it is in the case of these one-way relationships, one generally speaks of eros for the lover and philia for the beloved. So you see the difference in the way these two relations are constructed. Pentasuglio rightly concludes it is particularly telling that, especially in the paragraphs dealing with the issue of spiritual erotic mutuality, Xenophon uses almost exclusively terms belonging to the semantic field of philia, not to eros. So Plato, Xenophon, Socrates reserves a certain vocabulary when he spiritualizes a relationship. The lover, however, is not simply the active party in the pederastic or other erotic relation. He, for usually it is a he, not always, it's a male who is the subject of eros. I'll come to females too can be the subject of eros, but in special conditions, is described as being possessed by passion. He was mastered by it rather than exerting control over his desires. Eros was accordingly often imagined as a tyrant, exerting arbitrary control over its hapless victims. As Matteo Zaccarini writes, I have not deliberately picked Italians for this to quote, but they seem to have turned up by accident. Eros is a tyrant of gods and men, to a character, according to a character in Euripides. He quotes the Greek there. And rules over gods, and he puts women, men or women alike, in Sophocles. Again, in Sophocles, Eros could be addressed as a force associated with madness, injustice, and outrage, consistently with a meaning also found in archaic poetry of Eros as a form of obsession bordering on insanity and lack of control. Barbara Rosenwein earlier referred to this kind of Eros in one of the types, the last type. Tyrants, in turn, were typically characterized as especially given to erotic passion. To be subject to, rather than the subject of, such an irrational force or impulse was unmanly, and the heroes of epic and tragedy, as opposed to lighter genres such as lyric poetry and epigram, were normally not characterized as being in love. In the Iliad, as we have already observed, the character whose passion ignited the Trojan War is Paris, known for his beauty and seductiveness. He was the object of Helen's love, which cast him in the role of a beloved, an eromenos. For when women were represented as seized by erotic passion, it was typically for a youth rather than for a mature male, such as we might imagine on the basis of popular romantic literature today. The strong, dark, handsome. We saw some images already in Barbara's talk, where when you see a representation, it was an image you saw from the behind of a couple, a male and a female. You see a representation of people in love. The man is always taller. On the Apollo, one of the Apollo missions, I think it was Apollo in any case, one of the missions that was sent, rockets that was sent out to outer space with a bunch of diagrams on it of mathematical equations so that if anybody ever found it, they could realize we were sophisticated beings. There was also a sketch image of a man and a woman, and the man is taller. And you're supposed to know that. It's part of our conventions. It doesn't belong to the classical convention of love, at least erotic love. As Kenneth Dover, in his book on Greek homosexuality, observed, The attributes which made a young male attractive to lovers were assumed to make him no less attractive to women. So women fell in love with the same young boy. Dover cites a case in Xenophon's Hellenica, that's another work, the historic work of the same Xenophon, in which Alexander, the tyrant of fury, executed his boyfriend, his Eromenos, despite his wife's plea for his release. The wife then murdered the husband for executing the boy. Dover remarks, and I quote him, "It sounds as though Alexander suspected a love affair between his boyfriend and the wife, and he may well have been right." So later Greek and Roman literature furnishes various cases of a husband and wife as rivals for the same youth. For example, Apuleius, in his Metamorphoses, recounts a story of a baker who, upon discovering his wife's young lover concealed in the house, takes his revenge by making love with the boy and then whipping him. "You, so soft and tender," the baker exclaims, "you, a mere boy, you scorn the lovers of your own budding age," meaning men like himself, "and run after full-grown women." You see the contradictory nature of the position in which this boy finds himself. No such desire is ascribed to Achilles or other heroes, nor again to Odysseus in the Odyssey. There is a bare hint of Jason's falling in love in the Argonautica by Apollonius of Rhodes, an epic, another epic, but it's clearly Medea's passion for Jason that drives the narrative. And she is under the spell of Eros again and again, and there are a number of such cases. If you are familiar with Euripides' Hippolytus, it's the woman who is madly in love with the young Hippolytus. He's a youth, he's boyish, and she's attracted to him. When an adult male is represented as being in love, he is subtly feminized, and this is something that happens in a variety of such works. I won't quote them now, but even Hercules can be feminized. And it's probably no accident in my mind that Hercules is a hero who was also represented as cross-dressing and as a slave. So there was thus, and here's my suggestion, a contradiction at the heart of the classical Greek ideology of Eros. It was both a property of the adult male, who was represented as aggressive and in pursuit of his beloved, and at the same time, a sign of his lack of self-control. In Greek, that would be called sophrosine or enkrateia, and so evidence of a want of masculine self-discipline. It is worth recalling how, on Socrates' admittedly extreme conception of the pederastic relation, it's the beloved, the boy, who looks on contemptuously at the lover in his transport of passion. The direction of the gaze is reversed. This tension abides, it seems to me, in representations of amorous passion even today. And for all I know, it's a feature of Eros that is cross-cultural, but I won't make further speculations about that. Another point of tension in the classical conception of Eros is that not only adult men were inhibited from submitting to the passion of another male, but boys, too, like young girls, were not supposed to yield to importunate lovers at the risk of their social reputation and the disapproval of their families. Aristophanes' Birds features two Athenians in search of a utopia in which all their desires may be satisfied. And here's what one of them, two Athenians, they're talking with each other, and he explains what his ideal world would be like. Okay, here I've got it. To have the father of a handsome lad come up to me as if I had done him wrong and tell me off with some complaint like this: "A fine thing there between you and my son, you old spark." It must be a British translation. I would never put spark in there. "You met him coming back from the gymnasium after his bath. You didn't kiss or greet him with a hug or even try tickling his testicles. Yet you're a friend of mine, his father." The image is the contrary of what a concerned father would feel. A father who normally would send his son to the gymnasium accompanied by a slave who was called a pedagogue. And the pedagogue meant the man who led the boy to the school and kept him up afterwards. And his job was to make sure that no such hanky-panky occurred en route to or in the gym. To be a lover of boys entailed a certain social transgression, even as it came with a sense of conquest. This demi-mondaine aspect of Eros applied to women as well. The proper object of such a passion was a hetaira, or to use the way the Greek word is commonly rendered today, a courtesan. This would be probably a non-citizen woman, professional, not a slave. And a slave was not called a hetaira, a slave was called a porne, from which we get pornography. And that was, they would be in slave brothels, and it's a completely different kind of situation. They were not normally considered objects of a citizen's love passion, although they might be for all I know. In any case, the world of the courtesan was a world apart from marriage among respectable citizens. An anecdote in Herodotus illustrates the case. Candoles was a king of Lydia. According to Herodotus, Candoles conceived a passion for his own wife and thought she was the most beautiful woman on earth. The Greek word that is rendered conceived a passion is erasthe, the verb derived from the noun eros. So what we're getting here is, I'm suggesting a Greek reader would have instantly recognized that trouble was brewing. It's as though I said in English, a man was infatuated with his wife. That gives you the idea behind saying that he felt eros for his wife. It's inappropriate. You don't get infatuated with your wife. You get infatuated with some other lady. Yes, that causes trouble. So, and of course, it's going to happen. The term suggests more than being in love with one's wife, although we wouldn't use the term being in love with our relationships with parents, children, or siblings, however strongly we felt toward them. It's more like, and here's the term I use here, being infatuated. So that Candoles is impressed by his wife's beauty, rather than, say, her modesty or other virtues, is again telltale. This is the stimulus, as we have seen, to erotic desire. So not satisfied with touting her good looks, Candoles obliges his chief bodyguard, Gyges, to hide behind a screen in the royal bedroom so that he can see the queen naked and so be convinced of the king's eulogies. The queen, however, catches sight of Gyges as he is slipping away and forces him to choose between being executed himself or slaying Candoles and taking the queen as his wife. In his, Gyges chooses, of course, to save his life and becomes the founder of a new dynasty in Lydia. In his infatuation, Candoles has demeaned his wife, exposing her to the view of another man as though she were a prostitute. Erotic passion has no place in domestic life. Another feature of Eros is that it is fickle. It was customarily contrasted with the durability of philia, those other relations. It comes upon one suddenly. Its mode is love at first sight, and the eyes are crucial, and can depart just as swiftly. An epigram by Callimachus proclaims that the oaths sworn by lovers do not reach the ears of the gods. So you make all the promises, but tomorrow it's different. In Euripides' tragedy, Iphigenia in Aulis, it's one of his late tragedies, Agamemnon recounts, Agamemnon's a featured character in it, how the most prosperous young men of Greece competed for the hand of Helen. This is Helen of Troy, okay? So each one uttering dire threats if he should fail to get her. So there's a contest for her. And all the heroes of Troy come to Sparta, where she was growing up, and they ask her father, whose name is Tyndareus, for her hand. Now the father, Tyndareus, finding himself in a quandary about whether to give his daughter away under these circumstances where there's going to be terrible fighting, lights upon the device of extracting an oath from her suitors. Once she is married, should anyone take her away afterwards, then the rest will combine to destroy that person's city. That's what happens when Paris runs off with her, and all the Greeks are now obliged to defend her and bring her back, and they destroy the city of Troy. But Tyndareus does not let the matter rest here. Further, to avoid bearing responsibility for making a decision, he cleverly tricks the suitors by allowing Helen to choose among them in whichever way the breezes of Aphrodite may waft her. Nice phrase. She chooses Menelaus, of course, that's Agamemnon's brother, who, Agamemnon laments, ought never to have taken her, the audience will have realized at once that this is a recipe for disaster. Tyndareus has abdicated his duty as a father and effectively treated his daughter as though she were an independent woman, free to make her choice of spouse. What is more, she is given license to select by mere sexual attractiveness, the breezes of Aphrodite, which is tantamount to choosing a husband on a whim. It thus comes as no surprise that when a handsome and opulently decked out young foreigner turns up at Menelaus's palace, that's Paris, Helen should surrender to erotic passion, as Paris, equally enamored, carried her off to Troy. This is one of the rare instances in which both parties are said to be moved by Eros. It looks like it's symmetrical. For as we have seen, Paris is a very pretty young man. Eros is no basis for a secure and stable marriage, at least not, as I have mentioned, until the emergence of the novelistic genre some centuries later, but then again it's between adolescents, so they can find each other mutually pretty. And yet, in spite of its perils, and now I'm coming nearer to the conclusion, Eros might still, like an addictive drug, seem like the very essence of a happy life. The Roman elegist Propertius remarked of the 7th century BC poet Mimnermus that one of his verses was worth more than all of Homer when it came to matters of love. And in one epigram, Mimnermus complains, and this is it, "What life is there, what pleasure without golden Aphrodite? May I die when I no longer care about secret intrigues, persuasive gifts, and the bed. Those blossoms of youth that men and women find alluring." Notice youth. "But when painful old age comes on, which makes even a handsome man look ugly, grievous cares wear away his heart, and he derives no joy from looking upon the sunlight. He is hateful to boys and women hold him in no honor. So harsh has the god made old age." So note that the 3 ages in life are distinguished here. Youth, referring to pre-adolescent or adolescent boys and girls, the objects of sexual desire. Then there is adulthood, that is maturity, both of men and women, who are the subjects of erotic passion for boys. You see how that goes. And finally, grievous old age. The first-person perspective of the poem is that of an adult male who delights in amatory pursuits of the sort that make life worthwhile for both adult men and women. Both sexes find the charms of youth alluring, as we have mentioned. Marriage is not in question. These are furtive affairs, beloveds won over by gifts, and the goal is sex, not matrimony. The second half of the epigram shifts the ground. Old age is full of anxieties which take away the joy in life, not because one doesn't care about Aphrodite, but because one can no longer succeed in the pursuit. Old men can no longer compete in the game of seduction, and they are the object of contempt both by boys and by women. This view, which elevates Eros above all civic values and virtues, might be called subversive. Lovers proverbially neglected their households, their fortunes, their role as citizens, but its satisfactions could seem to outweigh all its costs. Apart from lyric and epigram, the genre in which Eros figured most prominently was new comedy, not the ribald plays of Aristophanes, which we mentioned just a bit earlier, but those produced a century later by poets such as Menander, of whom Ovid said that all his comedies were about love. And he wrote many. We have one complete one, and now that survives, which was discovered only in 1959 or 60 in a papyrus and other. Right. These were the plays that inspired Roman poets such as Plautus and Terence and became the model for the revival of comedy in the Renaissance and afterwards. Most were cut to a standard pattern. A young man was in love with a woman and wished to marry her or at least live with her permanently, but he faced an obstacle in achieving his desire. This might take the form of a practical-minded father who objected to the liaison because the girl in question was either a hetaira, you don't want your son marrying a hetaira, and so she was expensive, the girl was poor, bad connection, or finally was not of citizen status. For example, in the case of a foundling, a girl that was, you don't know what her parents are, and so she was not eligible to marry an Athenian citizen. The elaborate plots of these comedies served to reveal that, in the end, the girl was indeed of citizen stock, or a way was found, often with the help of a clever slave, to obtain the money necessary to free or purchase the services of a prostitute. There were many variations on this configuration, but broadly speaking, Eros was transgressive in that it fixated on a person, in new comedy always a woman, who was in some respect beyond the pale. While it is true that the plot devices succeeded in undoing this impediment, thereby integrating the otherwise unattainable object into the civic community, we may also regard the genre as implicitly legitimizing love across social barriers, because after all, the initial impulse was, the young man, was to feel the passion across a social barrier. Now, you need to have a barrier, because otherwise there'd be no plot. And you need a plot because you have to undo the barrier. That's what the comedies are all about. But I'm suggesting that they thereby appropriated the transgressive nature of Eros to advance a new conception of inclusivity in the Hellenistic world, that post-classical world. The resolution in the denouement, the fact that the girl turns out to be a citizen or accessible after all, allows the audience to empathize safely, as in dream work, with the subversive passion of the lover. Erotic passion was a point of ideological tension in the classical Greek world. It could be regarded as an idle pastime for the rich. A character in Menander's Grouch, that's the one play that survives complete, affirms that he is too poor ever to have experienced Eros, or as the source of life's deepest joy. It was a sign of masculine subjectivity, but also conveyed a sense of effeminacy, inasmuch as the lover was deficient in manly self-control and little short of mad, an idea captured in the Latin jingle amans, which means lover, amans, which means crazy. How Eros was represented depended naturally to a large extent on context and generic conventions. Rather than reduce it to a comprehensive formula, I prefer to acknowledge its paradoxical nature as one of the places where social contradictions were concentrated. So let me conclude, just a note firm, with a look forward to the High Middle Ages, which will follow. According to Catholic doctrine, somewhere from about the 13th century on, this part is all together. A marriage is only valid if both parties have entered into it in full possession of their reason. Thus, small children and those who are otherwise mentally deficient, as well as those who are subject to force or compulsion, are not in a position to give their consent, and such a contract can be annulled if you can prove that it was not given in full reason. In its great wisdom, the Church also judged that a similar constraint applied to those who entered upon matrimony while they were in love, in the grip of Eros. For they were clearly incapable of exercising rational judgment, and so their consent was invalid. I am told that the last time a marriage was annulled on this basis was sometime in the 50s of the previous century. I often offer this proviso as a caution to my students who are certain that passion is the best judge of a suitable partner in life. Or rather, so they proclaim, until I ask them to think not on their present lover, but on the previous one. With some embarrassment, they begin to appreciate the ambivalent nature of what the Greeks called Eros. Thank you.
So let me start by joining everyone in thanking Ida for setting the highest standards of organizing a conference, and to the Casa Italiana for being, again, the most welcoming host. So for my talk today, I really didn't get to my research and this talk by thinking about love. But if you study the reception of Ovid, then you have to think and feel and write about love. And so that's how we got where we're getting today. So if you want to love, or learn about love through reading, look for Ovid. This advice and reading recommendation can be found at the opening of Book 2 of the Distica Catonis, a collection of Latin proverbs written in the 3rd or 4th century and during the Middle Ages wrongly attributed to Cato the Elder. Readers of the Distica Catonis, including the young medieval readers encountering the distichs in their elementary classroom, would find the Latin poet Ovid mentioned together with other authorities. Virgil on working the land, Macer on the potency of herbs, Lucan on the Roman and Punic wars. Italian translations of the distichs cast an even larger audience for Ovid or Ovidio. Ovid's Latin cognomen, Naso, used in the original Latin, is translated with the vernacularization of his nomen Ovidius. And this larger audience encountered him as the go-to source on the matters of the heart. Equally authoritative and equally linguistically hybrid is the characterization of Ovid in Brunetto Latini's short Italian poem, The Tesoretto, which literally means little treasure, dating from the second half of the 13th century. Latini's poem features Ovid for the first time in Italian literature as a literary character. The Tesoretto's protagonist, Ser Brunetto, encounters Ovid at the end of his literal and figurative journey to find the straight path. For this plot line and other reasons, the Tesoretto is often considered a precursor of Dante's Divina Commedia. In the Commedia, where Ovidio too is a character, we only read about the protagonist's encounter with the Latin poet. In Limbo, the pilgrim, or Dante personaggio, talks with the Bella Scola, which include Homer, Lucan, Horace, Ovid, and Virgil, and they're talking about cose che il tacer è bello, about which it's beautiful to be silent, so we get nothing. In Latini's Tesoretto, we read mostly how helpful a guide Ovidio has been to the protagonist, Ser Brunetto, and only get a short soundbite. And so let's take a closer look at that passage where Ovidio, nota bene, responds in volgare. So Ovidio speaks Italian. So he's saying that the power of love remains unknown to those who do not try it. And so Brunetto, look inside your heart for both the good, the delight, and the bad and error stemming from love. Brunetto didn't disclose much more about the content of Ovid's wise words, but Ovid's words did not miss their effect. It is Ovid's arte, his art, that gives Brunetto maestria, mastery, and guides him back to the straight path. Brunetto describes the intervention of this Italian-speaking Ovidio with key terms from Ovid's Latin didactic poem Ars Amatoria, as can be seen here. And so what you see is the opening of the book 1, where the words ars, art, immediately shows up. A couple of lines further down, he is the teacher of love. He there calls it praeceptor. And then at the conclusion of both the second and the third book, he concludes that Naso, again, that other name for Ovid, was my master, the word magister. The artist of the only extant illustrated manuscript of the Tesoretto depicted this encounter between Ser Brunetto and Ovidio, giving visual shape to Ovid's authority, which Brunetto conveyed in words. Like in the poem, Ovid is clad in a rich mantle, in un ricco manto. The artist elevates Ovid's stature to an even higher degree by replacing the meadow, the background of the encounter in the poem, with a very serious study space. So on the right, we see Ovid seated behind an ornate lectern in front of an open book. He has his hands raised. He seems to be mid-explanation. And on the left, we see Brunetto Latini. He seems to be eagerly taking in these wise words. And above Ovid's head, we read, and that's the title of my presentation, Ovidio filosofo che fece libri d'amore, Ovid the philosopher who wrote books about love. So how to square finding Ovid featured as a philosopher, as a skillful and masterful teacher of love in a clear moral vein, as we've seen, with what we've actually read in his Latin love poetry? How to make sense of finding Ovid as the authoritative go-to source on how to love in the Distica Catonis, basically moral pearls of wisdom in simple Latin, both in form and content, perfect for young students. Brunetto Latini provides in part the answer when he announced Ovid's arrival in the Tesoretto as follows. And in a rich mantle, as we saw before, I saw great Ovid, who collects and puts into verse the acts of love which are so diverse. So Brunetto recognizes the range, the wide scope of Ovid's works. He refers to him as Ovidio Maggiore, which literally means the major Ovid, a translation of the Latin phrase Ovidius Major, a way to designate Ovid's major work, the Metamorphoses. And he recognizes that Ovid's beloved theme of love is multifaceted. Gli atti dell'amore che sono così diversi, the acts of love that are so diverse, Ovid eternalizes them in verse. The Latin poet Ovid has always been more than a poet of love. The wide range of topics Ovid's work cover, from love to myth and exile, to name the main themes, and the variation with which Ovid treated those topics made him thematically and stylistically a versatile poet during his own time, and as I will discuss further in this talk today, even more so to his later readers. There is much variety just within Ovid's treatment of the theme of love. As mentioned before, Ovid is a skillful master teaching men and women to love in the didactic poem, the Ars Amatoria. Guidance on how to get over a lover is offered in the Remedia Amoris. Ovid is a love poet and lover in the poems of the Amores, often addressed to his amica or puella Corina. And in the Heroides, Ovid imagines what heartbroken women, such as Dido and Helen, would write to the man who abandoned them. And how many stories in Ovid's major work, the Metamorphoses, are not about love in explicit or implicit ways, starting with the very first story in Book 1, the story of Apollo and Daphne. Another key to understanding Ovidio Filosofo can be found by taking a closer look at the accessus ad auctores, which are short introductions to classical text that covered the word subject, form, title, intention, a brief biography of the author, and the branch of philosophy to which the work belonged. These medieval accessud ad auctores became self-standing text around the beginning of the 12th century and were soon collected in handbooks. And the earliest such collection, the Codex Latinus Monacensis 19475, now you know, dating to the 12th century, featured Ovid prominently. No fewer than 10 of the 29 accessus in this collection are dedicated to Ovid's work. So let's take a closer look at how Ovid's works are categorized in this collection and other accessus. So there's a lot on this slide, But what I really want to hope jumps out is that returning phrase, he is classified under ethics. Heroides, Ars Amatoria, he is classified under ethics. The Metamorphosis, classified under ethics, and the Amores, they don't even try to make it like, and he, the moral character of, no, short and sweet, ethicae supponitor. So, Robert Black, who studied medieval and Renaissance Italian school books in Italy, aptly described the excessus as, quote, the ideal way to pay lip service to the moralistic arm of education. Also, Anthony Grafton and Lisa Jardine found that Renaissance editions of classical authors, especially those used in classrooms, often do not incorporate moral instructions as thoroughly and consistently as the introduction may suggest. Ethicae supponitor, check, let's read some of it. And indeed, Edwin Quain noted that, quote, Ovid could be used for whatever purpose the teacher wished. And from the accessus emerges the interest to look, for instance, at Ovid for form and style, as you can see in that first excerpt from an accessus on Ovid and love, which is another way to say the amores, so form and style rather than the content. And also the second quote gives us an insight. Also, medieval readers had to distinguish, like, what Ovid are we talking about? So it's a whole note on how the Ovid on the art of love is different from the Amores, which is here called on love. And so one is the rules, and the other one is he's applying the rules. So just to say, they're interesting in many other aspects of his work. Now, this is not to say that Ovid wasn't without critics who thought the Latin poet's work had no place in the classroom. Conrad of Hirso, a Benedictine monk and author of the Dialogues super Auctores around 1130, which is a dialogue between a teacher and a student about which Christian and pagans authors to read, was clearly not a fan of Ovid. And so you see here, it's an explicit quotation, even though gold can be found in dung, yet the stench that clings to gold defiles the seeker, even though it's gold they are desiring. And so this is really that image, like when in the excessus, we can get something out of it. There's some gold there. He's saying, no, it's just not worth it. You know, it just stinks. And also the Dominican friar and teacher, Giordano da Pisa, and now I'm taking you in the second half of the 13th century, called the beginning of the 14th, called Ovid in one of his sermons. There you have it, like lascivious, depraved, the worst pagan, a bad example, and so forth. Now, his contemporary and fellow Dominican friar, Bartolomeo da San Concordio, found instead that there was much to learn from the Antiquity, including Ovid. And Bartolomeo collected the wisdom of the ancients in the Documento Antiquorum, which is basically a handbook for preachers, which he translated himself into the Ammaestramenti degli Antichi. Ovid is found there cited among Bible verses, quotations from the Church Fathers, Cicero, and Seneca. This was another reading and transmission practice that could turn the most frivolous Ovidian verses into the kind of quotations that indeed fit right in with biblical and philosophical excerpt. Isolated and decontextualized short Ovidian passages and phrases were collected in anthologies and then reinserted into a wide variety of prose texts. And separated from the narrative to which they originally belonged, these Ovidian verses could take on surprising new meanings in their new context. Anthologies and works such as Bartolomeo Documenta often turned the Latin poet into Ovidio philosopher, Ovid the philosopher, the label that the artist of the illustrated Tesoretto manuscript assigned to Ovid. So just to give some example of such reinterpretations of Ovid's words, originally conceived in the context of sensual and physical love. So in Amores 1:8, the Lina Dipsas, an old brothel keeper, instructs a young girl how to win over a rich man. And one of her tricks was to use flattery. Wicked poison hides underneath sweet honey. Just tell a man whatever he wants to hear, okay? And so I give you like an excerpt so you could see it's like really pulled out of the poem. Because taken out of this context, the freestanding verse was frequently used to convey quite a different sentiment. Be wary of sweet talk. And so here I listed you a couple of examples where just that is like cited as a pearl of wisdom, even though it comes from like a very completely different context. Or another poem in Amores 3:11, Ovid is a fed-up lover, and he laments the harsh behavior of his love interest, and he gives himself a pep talk, and he says, put up with it, persist. One day this pain will be useful for you. So again, you see long poem, there's like one verse in there, and taken out of context, this becomes a well-known line to confront adversity with resolve. And it's found in medieval anthologies and treatises, and it remains popular until today. So you can actually, like me, binge on Etsy, and which is a global marketplace for handmade and vintage good. And you can buy for your home, my personal favorite is the Phoenix. It's a delightful rabbit hole. These are citations that just originate in a completely different context. And they're used to motivate you to get in a 30-day fitness plan because those are the words that inspire you, okay? It's not even that expensive, okay? So you can get an Ovid in your own home. So what we see here is that verses from Ovidian works were broken down to small pieces to present an Ovid different from the author of the works in their entirety. So he appears here serious and wise and knowledgeable. Okay? So let me take us back to the Middle Ages. So with in mind this wide range of formats and interpretation in which Ovid circulated, and I gave you a couple of snippets, highlights. Let us return to the reading advice from the Distica Catonis, with which I opened my presentation this afternoon. If you want to love or learn about love through reading, look for Ovid. So which Ovid should be read? Which Ovid should be looked for? Now, whether they encountered the Distica or not, several medieval Italian love poets explicitly mentioned their reading of Ovid. Among the first generations of Italian poets composing lyrics in the Italian vernacular, many of them are self-declared readers of Ovidio and wrote about their readings in their poetry. So this is way too much on one slide, but this is just to give you an idea. So you see I put always in bold the reading and Ovid's name, and so it comes back and it comes back. And to provide some context to these mentions of reading Ovid, it's not common for medieval Italian poets to talk about reading in their poetry, and it's not common at all to mention classical poetry in general for that matter. So Virgil gets mentioned a couple of times in medieval Italian lyric poetry, but never for his poetry. And Ovid, on the other hand, is always mentioned in reference to his love poetry. And these Italian poets look for Ovid to explore questions such as, what is love? What does love do? How should the lover behave? What should the love poet write about? So given his versatile nature, Ovid, or Ovidio, offered to medieval Italian lyric poets various opportunities to discuss their central topic, love, and their craft, love poetry. Now, Ovid is, of course, not needed to hold such discussion that have taken place in Italian poetry from its beginnings. The exchange about the nature of love between Jacopo Mostacci, Pier della Vigna, and Giacomo da Latini is an early Sicilian example of such discussions. What is love? But medieval Italian poets keep coming back to Ovidio as a shared point of reference. Ovidio is not a blank canvas on which just any statement about love and love poetry can be projected, but a figure that can be molded into the shape needed at the occasion. So let's start by taking a closer look at the last poem from my Ovidio reading list, and that's by Dante's contemporary, Cino da Pistoia. Cino wrote it in reply to fellow poet Onesto da Bologna, who lamented the cruelty of his lady and called Cino inexperienced in this bitter aspect of love. And in his response sonnet, Cino corrects Onesto, based on his Ovidian readings, looking thus to Ovid for guidance on how the lover should behave. So if you've ever read verses of Ovid, I know you found out that, as they say, love inevitably takes away any hope for mercy to anyone who is haughty towards a haughty lady. And indeed, in the first two books of the Ars Amatoria, Ovid advises his reader to remain friendly and compliant with an arrogant woman. I give you some of the citations, and you see there the variation of the perferet obdura. That's just like a phrase that even Ovid liked to recycle. Okay? So Cino appealed to the authority of Ovid to make the point that Onesto had only himself to blame for his misfortunes in love. Also, the late 13th century poet Dante da Magnano looked to Ovid for guidance in matters of love. In a sonnet sent to Dante Alighieri, da Magnano writes that while suffering from love sickness, he had read Ovid and followed his advice. But as far as he was concerned, it were all lies. So here you see, I've set out to test what Ovid prescribed to cure lo mal d'amor, love sickness, and according to me, it's all lies, and I end up crying for help. So Dante da Magnano's mention of Ovid clearly refers to the Remedia Amoris, the Ovidian work that sets out to cure love sickness, the lover with a broken heart. And here I'm kind of making a connection with tomorrow's afternoon panel, because medical language could also be found in the accesses to the Remedia Amoris. So really that word prescribed he used there, that evokes the doctor, and here we see Ovid like a doctor. He was said to offer a medicine for love, like a good doctor, and then really he spells it all out, the analogy, the doctor gives medicine to the sick, and so forth. So really the present of, we add to our list of adjectives that can be put after Ovid's name, there's also Ovidio's medicus. So Dante da Magnano looks for instruction in Ovid's work, but doesn't swallow blindly what Ovid prescribes. He questions, he tests Ovid's advice, and concludes from his own experience, and this is important, often it's like the mention of experience, that Ovid's advice is ill-given. Damiano goes on to define the power of love. Love is a force the lover cannot battle with, and nothing can be done against it. Strength, skill, intelligence, all worthless against it, as well as legenda, that's the word in bold there, readings. And it must again be referring to Ovid's Remedia Amoris. So far in these mentions of reading Ovid, the medieval Italian lyric poets engage with the content of Ovid's amatory works. Authoritative, instructive in the view of Cino da Pistoia, and just plain worthless in the experience of Dante da Magnano. In other words, they looked for Ovids to address the experience of the lover. In other cases, Ovid serves as a reference point to address the poetics of love and the writing of love poetry. So let's take a closer look at the exchange between Guido Orlandi and Guido Cavalcanti. And in the opening poem of the exchange, Orlandi's language is boastful. He attacks poetry that is too subtle, that has troppa sottiglianza. He talks about threads because he uses a lot of metaphors of archery. But that's not what interests us. He says that poetry that too subtle is attacked, non intero, so incomplete, is attacked, and true love, he continues, doesn't cry or laugh. And for those in the know, this is a dig at Cavalcanti's personifications of love. He concludes, Orlandi, he says, Ovidio leggi, read Ovid. Ovid understands this better, and that is love and love poetry. Cavalcanti's response sharply points out that reading Ovid a few times does not lead to a deeper and finer understanding of love. In Cavalcanti's view, Orlandi, through his cursory reading of Ovid, treats the theme of love too crudely. Love cannot come to the mind of such a crude poet. And so that's the quotation you see there. Now, this exchange between the two Guidos, featuring their reading of Ovid, can be placed in the history of Italian lyric love poetry as an exchange between old school poets, such as Orlandi, and representatives from the new guard, such as Cavalcanti. In positioning themselves on the literary map, the need to distinguish oneself from the past is especially felt by those who claim to do something new. Ovid, the loves poet's poet, is brought into this conversation by his later readers themselves. These widely different interpretations and evaluations of Ovid's worth as a teacher of love and as a love poet can easily overshadow the poetic implications of mentioning him. In the medieval Italian poems I referenced here today, Ovid served as a reference point, but not an infallible one. Love poetry in the vernacular no longer had to rely per se on the example of the Latin love poet par excellence. In starting to debate and question Ovid's authority as a teacher and poet of love, the most innovative among the Italian readers of Ovid want to establish their own authority as vernacular love poets. As mentioned before, Edwin Quain noted in the context of the Excessus that Ovid could be used for whatever purpose the teacher wanted. In a similar fashion, Ovidio became a catch-all in medieval Italian love poetry to set a poetic agenda on how to write about love. Returning one final time to the advice from the Distica, If you want to love, and I add, write about love, look for Ovid, and you will find something that suits you. Thank you.
I only have 2 slides, and I'll explain why, which is a first for me, because if any of you have ever been to one of my talks, you know I usually have, 15, 20 slides, images of, the 16th, the 17th and 19th century editions of female humanist writing, and it's just too much. So I'm trying something new. I'm also trying it on the iPad, so we'll see how this goes. Ringraziamenti. Thank you so much, Ida, for the generous introduction earlier and for inviting me to take part in this 2-day workshop. Symposium workshop. I'm excited about it. I have to admit, when I was first asked to participate, I hesitated. Only because I felt like I had already said what I had to say about Eros and female humanism, which is what I was asked to present on. In my previous book, in 2017, I published a book, Writing Beloveds, Humanist Patriarchism, and oh my God, what was my book called? Politics of Gender. It's late, it's aperitivo time. Which would have been the sort of perfect project to present here, except I've already published it. But in that project, I was particularly interested in the ways in which male humanists, when confronted with the first generations of educated, learned women who were writing, who were being trained in the Studia Humanitatis, who were exchanging letters with prominent male humanists and collecting the letters into letter books, the ways in which the lack of Ciceronian model for intellectual dialogue between men and women led to a kind of experimentation whereby male humanists started to translate Petrarchan amatory tropes and poetry into Neo-Latin prose. So in praising the female intellect and the accomplishments of these women, they would sort of devolve into citing Petrarchan verse, translated into a beautiful Ciceronian Latin. And it was a tense moment as a reader of these letters of, what is happening here? If the strict adherence to Cicero has a certain sort of dynamic, what is this love poetry doing in praise of the female intellect? And I called this humanist Petrarchism, so a sort of precursor to what we call Petrarchism, which is the imitation of his poetry, but in poetry, right? So thinking about the Cinquecento, all the great poets. So what I concluded in that project was that at the moment where we start to see humanist Petrarchism, there was this risk of relegating this first generation of women writers to the position of the silent, chaste beloved. They become the sort of Laura, the Beatrice of the Quattrocento, whether or not intentional or not. Laura Ceretta, in one of her famous letters to her maternal uncle, tells him, I undertook these studies, these humanistic studies, so that I could give in me the name Laura a second new immortality. So she sort of explicitly points to this practice that is happening in letters that she's receiving, that other humanists are receiving, and wanting to distance herself from the portrait that the name Laura evokes less than 100, not even 100 years after Petrarch and his death. So that would have been the perfect project for this. Eros, how are men sort of using Eros in these letters? So I argued women like Isotta Nogarola, Cassandra Ferella, Laura Ceretta had to contend with this long history, this not even long, just this rich history of Trecento poetry and the non-speaking role that women had in it, the objects of desire, of Eros, as we heard about earlier. So when the invitation arrived, I thought, well, I don't think I have anything to say because I already said it. I filled a book with it. What more could I possibly say? And that got me thinking precisely about silence, why these women didn't respond as a good Ciceronian imitator would. Why didn't they respond in like form? If it's a rhetorical game, why not just play along? Oh, okay, well, let me put you as the object of desire. And so there was no sort of reciprocal poeticizing. Instead, what I found in that project was they kept going back to Cicero. So they either didn't respond at all to these professions of love, or they would start to cite Cicero on friendship. The word amor. Not quite Eros, as I'll discuss. So leaving aside my original focus on the translation of Petrarchan poetry translated into humanist Latin prose, I wanted to consider more carefully how these women engaged with and adapted the Ciceronian model of amicitia into letters exchanged with their male peers, especially given Cicero's theory of friendship as deriving from the term amor, a very loaded term because it has so many different meanings, both in Cicero's writings and in his Quattrocento humanist imitators. So thank you, Ida, for giving me a chance to go back to that earlier work, but trying to sort of look at, what is that expression we use? The trees versus the forest. So now I'm sort of looking at the forest, okay? So rather than just they were silent about it, well, what were they doing when they went back to Cicero? So today I want to present some initial thoughts about how the Quattrocento female humanists engaged with conceptions of love in their Neo-Latin writings about the place of women and female intellectuality in the humanist and public spheres. In particular, I want to focus on the multivalent and gendered uses of the term amor in Latin as the basis of Ciceronian amicitia, the model for humanist friendship and intellectual exchange, and the model for humanist letter books in this century. So on this slide, Cicero's De Amicitia 26, Laelius provides us a definition of amicitia with amor at its core. So I have the Latin and then the English. For it is love, amor, from which the word friendship, amicitia, is derived. That leads to the establishing of goodwill, benevolentia. I'll continue it, although I'm going to focus on that. For while it is true that advantage is frequently obtained, even from those who under a pretense of friendship are courted and honored to suit the occasion, yet in friendship, there's nothing false, nothing pretended. Whatever there is genuine and comes of its own accord. That's the Fuller quotation. But this first part is what I'm going to focus on, and I'm going to leave this up here because I'm going to continually refer back to Laelius's description of amor and amicitia throughout my talk. So the question that guides my study is, how did female humanists imitate and adapt this model of exclusively male friendship in their epistolary exchanges with male peers? And how does Ciceronian amor figure into their adaptations of the model? This speaks a little bit to our first plenary session. I'm losing my words. Professor Rosenwein's earlier discussion of emotional vocabularies that get passed down from generation to generation embedded in narratives. So hearing her talk about that sort of got me thinking about how I might frame it in that way, and obviously didn't have time to go in and do it, but keep that in mind, the way that amor coming from Cicero gets passed down from generation to generation, and what we see happening with these women. The tension between the various and competing definitions of the Latin term amor is already present in the Ciceronian models of Quattrocento humanist writing. So how does this translate into what we're going to see? A little note, I had originally intended to talk about three female humanists, Isotta Nogarola, Cassandra Fedele, and Laura Ceretta. Way too much material, so I'm going to focus on Nogarola and Fedele, but I will sort of make reference to Ceretta at the end of the talk. So given the centrality of Cicero's terms, amor and amicitia, as I said, I'll keep this up. For the Latin passages from female humanists, I'll read brief English translations. Margaret King is the brilliant translator of Nogarola and Fedele, and then for Cicero, the Loeb editions. So some cultural background. The Italian Quattrocento is a fundamental, exciting, yet also fraught moment in the intellectual history of women. Female humanists like Angela Nogarola, her nieces, Isotta Nogarola and Ginevra, side note, grandmother of Veronica Gambara. Okay, so there's a connection between these sort of generations of women, Cassandra Fedele, Alessandra Scala in Florence, and Laura Ceretta, to just name a few of the most prominent ones that we still sort of talk about today. They were privately educated in the Studia Humanitatis, Latin grammar, poetry, history, rhetoric, and moral philosophy. They mastered the art of Latin composition, exchanging letters with some of the most prominent male humanists and intellectuals of their age, and they gave public orations. The young Florentine Alessandra Scala, for example, and Venetian Cassandra Fedele also knew Greek, extremely rare. They were all called the jewels of Italy, or the jewels of their various natal cities, and were prized as examples of the success of the Italian humanist agenda, since, as is often repeated in letters written by their male peers, through their humanist educations, they were able to exceed the quote-unquote natural weakness and defects of the female sex. Despite their intellectual accomplishments, their entry into the public sphere was fraught, as I mentioned. As I had previously examined, they had to contend with the portrait of the Donna Angelicata that characterizes much of the Trecento lyric, from the poetry of the Dolce Stil Nuovo to the Donne Amate of Dante, and especially Petrarca. Furthermore, the model of female exemplarity presented in Boccaccio's monumental De Mulieribus Claris on famous women is ever present in humanist writing. In Boccaccio's biographies of famous women, we see female exemplarity measured against a male model of virtue. Women are praised for their ability to exceed the so-called natural confines of their sex, to be virile, but only up to a certain point. Women who usurped male political power, for example, or who were unchaste, were presented as bad examples for Christian women to follow. Boccaccio's compendium of biographies is translated, reworked, and even illustrated throughout the Quattro and Cinquecento. Humanists, both male and female, relied on it for stories about famous, exemplary, and educated women. At the same time, in the Quattrocento, we begin to see treatises, dialogues, and other works dedicated to the question of women's education and female virtues, particularly chastity. Just a few examples: Leonardo Bruni's De Studiis et Litteris, a letter written to Battista di Montefeltro sometime between 1405 and 1429, where he praises her intellect and accomplishments, but also tells her that religion and morals should be the most important discipline in the education of a Christian woman, and women should not engage in public speaking. A similar theme is found in Francesco Barbaro's De Re Uxoria 1415, written for the marriage of Lorenzo de' Medici il Vecchio to Ginevra Cavalcanti, where a wife's silence signals submission to her husband and the safeguarding of her chastity. And I can't fail to mention Isotta Nogarola in 1439 was the victim of an anonymous invective by someone named Plinio Veronese, who, rather than attack her intellect, attacked her chastity. She was accused in this widely circulated anonymous invective of committing incest with her brother, being an adulterer, and being just sort of generally promiscuous. Many prominent male humanists came to her defense, both of her virtue and of her intellectual accomplishments. We find this coupling of female chastity and feminine eloquence, as well as the figure of a chaste female orator in the humanist letters written by women as well, who are engaging in the kinds of behaviors that some humanists considered unchaste. Thus, the broader cultural context in which these women were being educated and were writing makes their use of Ciceronian amicitia and amor all the more interesting, yet all the more complex and problematic. The tension between Ciceronian friendship and female chastity is perhaps best exemplified by the case of Isotta Nogarola. In her various studies devoted to Nogarola's book-lined cell, the Libreria Chella, as Nogarella's contemporaries called her studio, Margaret King has noticed that most of the books that were gifted to Nogarola during her lifetime were religious and devotional in nature. Giorgio Bevilacqua, for example, sent her a book on the death of Saint Jerome, accompanied by a letter. She responded to him in July 1436 or 1437, we're not exactly sure of the year. First, by saying how relieved she was to hear that he had not written to her in some time, only because he was immersed in his studies, and not out of a lack of regard for her. In describing her sense of relief in receiving his letter, she begins to describe their mutual feelings of love for each other, repeating the word amor, love, 3 times. Quote, "And so you have freed us from the greatest sorrow and anxiety, since your letter has left me no doubt of how much you love me, quantum me amare." So amare is the key word here. Really, you could not possibly have written the praise you lavished on my writing without love, sine amore. And though I shall not be able to respond to you in words, I shall respond unfailingly with a wordless love. Amore certe tacito respondebo. At first glance, the repetition of love, amor, stands out as odd, particularly considering the gift she received was about Saint Jerome, who is known for his writings about female chastity. As she continues, however, she qualifies their reciprocal love in explicitly Ciceronian terms of amicitia, moving the description away from the realm possibly of Eros and into the realm of philia, as we've already heard about this distinction. She writes, "For your excellence, which appears greater to us each day, affects me daily with such a great desire for you that I only seek one consolation for that longing, that our desire for each other may be assuaged, remedied by long and frequent letters." That final clause about the reciprocal desire that they share, nostrum utriusque desiderium, and the frequent long letters she hopes to receive, is an almost verbatim citation from Cicero's letter to Gaius Trebonius in Ad Familiares 1521. In that letter, Cicero writes to thank his friend for sending him a book full of Ciceronian witticisms. Trebonius at this time is away at war in Spain, and so Cicero expresses his mutual love or affection for Trebonius in the precise terms that Nogarola later uses in her letter. Cicero writes, "Missing you as sorely as I do, you leave me only one consolation, that long, frequent letters will mitigate the sense of loss and the loss we both feel in each other's absence. I can vouch to you for my part and to myself for yours too, for you have left me in no doubt how much you care for me, quantum me amaris," the exact phrase that Nogarola used. I want to pause here for a moment on this expression, quantum me amaris. I've changed the translations slightly when I read it in the English. Margaret King in Nogarola changes it to cares for you, quantum me amaris, how much you care for me. And in the Loeb edition of Cicero, we have sorry, I just lost my place. Sorry, in Nogarola, it's love. In Cicero, it's care. This slipperiness between the definitions of amor is something that recurs throughout and makes it difficult for people to translate it. And it's also already felt in Cicero's presentation of male friendship, right? So lots of scholars have sort of noted the homoerotic nature of Cicero's letters to his male friends, amicitia being exclusively male, but also very political, but the kind of love language that permeates these letter collections has led some to sort of read it as a sort of homosocial / homoerotic basis for male friendship. And what I want to suggest is how further complicated that becomes then when the two interlocutors are one male and one female. As we know, there are no women speakers in Cicero's De Amicitia in his letters. The letters that he writes to his wife are separate from those collections, right? They're more about sort of domestic and life things. So she closes her letter writing, Nogarola closes her letter writing, "All that is left is to assure you that the book you sent us on the death of St. Jerome, another clear token of your love, pleased us wonderfully. I have read it with delight and continue to read it and most diligently will cherish it. And so I shall lovingly adorn this parting from you with Cicero's words. I shall impatiently await your return, remember you while you're gone, and by sending letters, I shall allay my desire to receive them. Farewell." So here, only at the end of the letter does she explicitly name Cicero. Before this, the reader is sort of left to recognize the language and find the intertext. In her use of token of love, which she writes, "Non mediocrem amoris declarationem sort of declaration of love, token of love, echoes Cicero's description of the book he received from Trebonius, which he calls Declarationem Amoris Tuis. Okay, so she's constantly quoting Cicero, but only at the end of the letter sort of explicitly says, oh, and by the, just in case, it's Cicero. So there's almost a self-awareness and a self-consciousness in the way that she's deploying this amor and this sort of what could be read as amorous in the sense of eros language versus amor in the stricter definition of male friendship, of amicitia. We find a similar rhetorical pattern and modeling on Ciceronian friendship in Cassandra Fedele's letter to Niccolò Leonico Tomei, a professor of Greek and philosophy at the University of Padua, in August 1486. In this case, Fedele writes to thank the Hellenist for sending her a commentary on Aristotle's Parva Naturalia. The formatting of Fedele's letter is the opposite of what we find in Nogarola's letter to Bevilacqua. Rather than lead with the description of her friendship with Tomei, she first acknowledges her Ciceronian model and then applies the model to their friendship. In this case, she evokes the friendship between Laelius and Scipio in Cicero's De Amicitia. As I mentioned in my initial remarks, and as you have up here, Laelius states, "For it is love, amor, from which the word friendship, amicitia, is derived, that leads to the establishing of goodwill, benevolentia." So keep this in mind, especially in the sort of next section. She begins by first describing the famous friendship between Laelius and Scipio. She writes, "When I contemplate that to which one ought especially to attend to during one's life, I think of the power of friendship. But since the first principle of friendship is that two persons come together in the service of honor, of the utmost importance is mutual goodwill. It is for the sake of virtue that this goodwill, this friendship, puts down deep roots that will continue to proliferate in the richest soil. It is to this virtue that good men are accustomed to summon one another, just as we read that Laelius and Scipio did." So note here that Fedele equates virtue with goodwill and friendship, claiming that all good men strive for this kind of relationship, as did Laelius and Scipio. What is missing in this initial description is the key term amor. But she soon applies it specifically to her friendship with Tomei. She continues saying, "I must confess then that our delightful friendship, which we entered into for the sake of virtue, is true friendship, verum amicitiam. And so, because of your singular learning and goodness, integrity, I dedicate myself to you with no ordinary love, non te vulgari amore, and invite you to do the same. And if it should seem impossible that anything be added to your love for me, me amorem, nonetheless, I urge that we each should seek to maintain the goodwill, benevolentiam, we have for one another. If you do this, you could do nothing that would please me more." What I find most striking in this letter is the heightened sense of self-awareness and using terms associated with love and virtue. Fedele repeats herself several times, emphasizing that their friendship is grounded in virtue, that Tomei is virtuous, he is good, he has integrity, he is learned. Despite laying out the Ciceronian model, she still emphasizes that their friendship is a virtue that they should, like all good men, strive for. This couches her use of language associated with amor strictly within the confines of Ciceronian amicitia and not that other kind of love, eros. Fedele's focus on virtue is important because by focusing on Tomei's virtue, describing the reciprocity of this kind of amor, and modeling their relationship on the friendship between Laelius and Scipio, she by extension presents herself as virtuous. She gestures at the historical question or topic about female virtue, in particular chastity and eloquence, which I mentioned earlier. Nogarola too acknowledges this tension in male-female humanist friendship when she writes to Cardinal Giuliano Cesarino in March of 1438. This letter was written to the cardinal after he had visited her in her home, of course in the company of her brother, while on his way after he traveled from the Council of Basel to Ferrara for an audience with Pope Eugene IV. In her letter, she uses another term that can mean both to esteem and to love, just like amor, the Latin verb diligo. She writes, For you, illustrious and lofty men, occupy so high a rank that you love, diligatis, only those who are endowed with exceptional virtue. Accordingly, I thank you enormously for your kindness, you who love me, me diligas, and have judged me worthy of friendship, that in no way threatens my virtue. Qua nullum virtuosi periculum apparet. This being so, is it not permitted me to glory a little, since I have entered into this man's circle, in whom I find so much and so many kinds of virtue that not only your subjects, but also foreigners, rival one another in their love for you and encircle you with their ears, eyes, and finally their minds. Nogarola's statement about their friendship is striking. Their friendship, and by extension their love, does not threaten her virtue. She writes, nullum virtuosi periculum apparet. And she depicts herself as having entered into a circle of virtuous men, in viri familiaritatem. She is but one member of a group that esteems and loves him rather than a singular or unique case. She closes the letter thanking him on behalf of the Nogarola family and urges him to consider her brother Leonardo for the priesthood. She calls herself his daughter, the daughter of the cardinal, filia, daughter of your wisdom and charity. So, as I hope is becoming clear in these sort of early examples, both Nogarola and Fedele seem to acknowledge this fine line between Eros, as amor, and amicitia, grounded in amor. And in some cases, they also toe the line as they tease out the complicated associations inherent in Ciceronian friendship. As my final examples, I would like to briefly share some of the more playful examples of their use of amor and the ways that they sort of playfully play around with the multiple meanings. First, in 1438, after Nogarola's brother-in-law, Jacopo Lavagnola, went to Modena, he came back and told her about the literary accomplishments and reputation of Feltrino Boiardo, who was a condottiero and a letterato, eventual grandfather of the more famous Matteo Maria Boiardo, who was later born in 1441. Excited by what she hears from her brother-in-law, she decides to write to Boiardo to praise him for his virtue, his humanity, and his eloquence, and in the hopes that they can become friends and correspondents. She writes to him, "When I heard these things from him," her brother-in-law, "I so burned with remarkable love, amore flagravi, of your mind and studies and character that I could not resist my desire to write to you, even though I hesitated on account of my trifling abilities." Nogarola's praise of Boiardo is couched in terms like burning with love and desire. She characterizes her skills as trifling. Later on in the letter, she'll refer back to her letter as girlish, puelas. Her use of the topos of modesty here, belittling herself and presenting herself as less accomplished than her male peer because of her sex, is common throughout her writings. Yet here, when juxtaposed with the more amorous language, it comes across as playful, almost like a schoolgirl crush, though carefully grounded in his reputation and virtue. Only in the closing of the letter, when she asks him to accept her as a friend by writing her back, does she explicitly cite Cicero. She tells him that if he were to write her back, she would treasure the letter as a, quote, sign of our mutual love. And in this case, she uses benevolentia instead of amor, going back. But it's almost synonymous with amor, right? So this is the trickiness of the Ciceronian word amor. It has multiple definitions depending on context, and she here seems to be sort of acknowledging that and using a different term. In place of Cicero's amoris declarationes, she substitutes benevolentia, a word that means goodwill, but also love within the paradigm of Ciceronian friendship, but that also tempers the earlier declarations of her burning love and desire. Cassandra Fedele's undated letter to Girolamo Broianico Veronese showcases her studies in Greek and Latin and plays with amor in a much more explicitly erotic manner than Nogarola's earlier letter. In Fedele's letter, she reciprocates the praise that Girolamo sent her in a letter and describes humanist friendship through two models: the Greek model of Damon and Pythias, and then Cicero's Laelius and Scipio. She writes to him, "You write, however, that you consider no one more warmly and love no one more dearly than our compatriot Francesco Veronese," another humanist. "I rejoice exceedingly, and in particular because you dared to honor him with such love, cum illum tali amore, as Pythias had for Damon and Laelius had for Scipio. Oh, blessed and almost immortal are those who enter into such an elegant and spacious lover's chamber of friendship, and so superb a portico and temple." Fedele compares the two men's friendship to the Greek myth of Pythias and Damon, who represent the Pythagorean ideal of friendship. As the myth goes, when Pythias is charged with plotting against the tyrant Dionysius I of Syracuse, he asks to be able to first settle his affairs. Dionysius agrees to the request, but decides to hold his best friend Damon as a kind of hostage, also collateral, so that if Pythias doesn't return, his friend dies in his place. Pythias indeed returns to save his friend, and Dionysius is so impressed by their friendship, love, and trust that he decides to free them both. Their friendship is the idealized Greek version of the model of friendship that we find in Laelius and Scipio. What she does next, however, is surprising. She equates the humanist letter with a thalamus, the Greek word for a bedroom, a lover's couch, an unmarried girl's bedroom, or a marriage bed. Again, one of these words that has multiple meanings, some of them not so erotic, others extremely erotic. And she uses the Greek word, so she has the Latin letter, and then she throws in this very loaded Greek term. So she eroticizes, through this word, eroticizes the friendship, both in the classical sources, so in the Greek myth and in Cicero, as well as this humanist friendship between Girolamo Boianico Veronese and another male humanist, Francesco Veronese, and by extension, between Girolamo and herself. So now she's adding in the sort of problem of gender. The amicitia between humanists is likened to sharing an intimate space or a bedroom, and happy is he or she who enters into it. So what I hope you've picked up on in hearing these examples is just how tricky this term amor is in not only the writings of the Quattrocento female humanist, but also in the Ciceronian model of friendship that humanists in general used as a guide. The word amor and its related terms show up in many other contexts, not just linked to amicitia. Cassandra Fedele, for example, uses it in letters addressed to her would-be patrons, both male and female, in a manner more reminiscent of Petrarch's vernacular poetry, where he often describes his love for his Colonna patrons in terms normally used to describe his beloved Laura. The previous work that I'd done on Laura Cereta, I looked at her love letters to her husband, not a peer, but her husband, in which she translates Petrarchan poems and tropes into Neo-Latin in these letters sent to her husband. In this moment, she places herself into the position of a Petrarchan poet describing requited love in marriage. She uses the death of her husband after little more than a year of marriage and her grief over his death as the subject of the dream narrative she sends to Cassandra Fedele as an attempt to forge a friendship with her contemporary, a letter to which Fedele never replied. Isotta Nogarola rarely speaks of her family in her letters, providing us with very few biographical details beyond her studies, with the exception of when her mother dies. Her descriptions, although brief, of the filial love that she has for her mother and the grief over her death are poignant, and they inform her final works. The consolatory letter that she sends to Jacopo Antonio Marcello on the death of his young son Valerio, and the formal consolation that he included in this beautifully compiled funerary collection for his son. Accounting for the full range of ways in which the Quattrocento female humanist used the term amor as not necessarily eros or romantic love, but also Ciceronian friendship, shows us their deep understanding of Cicero's works, their agility with those texts, but also the difficulty in working with and adapting Ciceronian models and Ciceronian terms to humanist friendships between men and women. And in this sense, I kind of circle back to, again, to Barbara's talk. So we could sort of try to think about, or now I'm starting to think about these terms, these Ciceronian terms, amor, amicitia, benevolentia, as part of what Rosenwein called the emotional vocabulary that gets transmitted down generation to generation, because with those terms also comes an emotional baggage, for lack of a better term, this shiftiness in this language, and a tension that's embedded in the pairings that we find in Cicero. But it's also what makes humanist amor so fascinating, yet difficult to pin down. So thank you.
Thank you for this fascinating lectures. Well, I took I think I took 10 pages of notes. This is really helping me a lot with my research, and it's opening new horizons. So thank you so much, first of all. Do we have any questions from the audience? Monica, please, before asking the questions, wait for our collaborators to bring the microphone. Otherwise, the online audience cannot hear you. So can you bring the microphone? Oh, sorry.
Thank you so much, all three, for giving this very, very interesting talks. I noticed that in all three there was like this attention to the vocabulary of love, to the semantics of love, and in Greek and in Latin, and it was really a joy to hear all three speeches. But I have a question for Julie, because she mentioned there will be like a section tomorrow on science and medicine, and I found out in my research that Ovid is a doctor, so a physician becomes a physician, but you talk about an anthologization of Ovid in the Middle Ages, taking lines and excerpts from his texts and making them completely different. And I mean, this is more than a question, it's a comment, and I wanted to know if we could find similarities between the writers, literary people who use these quotations, and the doctors, the medieval doctors like Bernard of Gordon, and then later on in the 16th century, the physicians on whose work I focus my research. What I noticed, and I wanted to ask you if you encountered this, is the radical anthologization of love, in which Ovid doesn't appear anymore, but they are only the characters who become a sort of emblem, or maybe an icon. In my case, in medical treatises, Ovidian characters, but also Virgilian characters are used as if they were real people, as cases for love melancholy or love madness, etc. And I wonder if you found, earlier a similar strategy.
Thank you so much for your question, Monica. I am. This was an aspect of my research that I didn't expect to encounter. Because I was so focused on the text of Ovid, but then all these poets were talking about reading Ovid, and I started to ask myself the question, well, what did that look like? And so I encountered him in a lot of unexpected places, but maybe because I knew the field was so well covered by Paola and you, I haven't done like the thorough read through to the medical literature. But what I can say is that the same way that a citation can really serve almost the complete opposite purpose when taken out of the context where it was originally written, also thinking about the characters And then I'm thinking especially about the characters in the Metamorphosis. I spoke a lot less about that today because of love, but there's a lot of love there as well. And there are a couple of characters, lovers, Ovidian lovers, that come back and back again in the poetry. But I have not seen the character per se in more prose or scientific writing. When I encounter them there in prose, it's much more of that kind of moralizing reading. And so X, character X stands for, rather than seeing them as cases of lovesickness. But now I'm even more eager to hear all your presentations tomorrow. So thank you for that question.
Hi, I have a question for Professor Constant. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. I was struck by the contradiction between the fact that in Greek there wasn't a female word for Erastes, but then the fact that you described women, at least in tragedy, Medea, and then Helen, as Erastes, as desiring women. And my question is, and that really breaks the stereotype that I would have of ancient Mediterranean gender relationship, that is the man is the one that chases after the woman rather than the other way around. And I wonder, is that something that just happens in tragedy? So it's these transgressive women who are Erastes, or is that something that is potentially found in real life or in other contexts other than in tragedy?
Well, it's certainly found outside of tragedy in other genres, Latin and Greek. The interpretation I would offer is that women in love form a category that is possible but is outside the ordinary. And so when women are in love, it is very often a situation that is represents them as behaving immorally and has a bad outcome, as in all the cases I can think of. So women ought ordinarily to be the objects of love. When when the vocabulary is that of Eros, within a marriage, the women and men can equally be regarded as loving each other in the sense of philia. That might, and especially the verb philein, that's quite normal, and it was understood since marriages were typically arranged throughout that period. A woman might have very little experience or even never have met the person to whom she's betrothed, and the assumption was that philia would follow. But this is a contrast to, let's say, seeing a young man and falling in love with him. That would be, it's implicitly transgressive, and so the vocabulary, the dominant vocabulary never adapted to it.
I see.
Oh, yeah.
No, thanks to all of you. And this, too, is a vocabulary question for Eileen, but it plays off, I think, what David was just talking about. So amor as a very capacious word in Latin. And I'm just kind of curious, is there nothing in Latin that resonates with this Greek very clear distinction between eros and philia? And David used the word infatuation. One doesn't use that word infatuation within a marriage was the way that you put it. And I'm just curious, can amor be that capacious and perhaps even transgressive in terms of going over boundaries that in Greek wouldn't have been possible? And what does that mean, just more generally?
Yeah. I think it's probably a good question for both. I have so many questions for you for later. No, I mean, I think the problem is that this one word, amor, means the same thing that the two Greek words mean, but all sort of wrapped up in one. And so this is where the problem is. And so sometimes you'll see the use of, de lego, which is also problematic because it also is a multivalent Latin word that can mean both love, but also just esteem. I respect and esteem you, or I love you. Not quite as tense-filled as amor, which is clearly eros versus philia. So I can't think, I mean, you're the classicist. In my experience, in the readings of at least the Quattrocento humanist letters, I haven't found anything in Latin that makes this clear distinction. The word amor is sort of used as a catch-all, and depending on the context, and especially on who's being cited. So is it amor, but I'm citing Petrarch? Or is it amor, but remember what Cicero says? And so I think the distinction perhaps is coming through citation in an attempt to try to fix a word that isn't a fixed word, a concept.
Just to add one thing, the surrounding context can indicate. So for example, in the expression we heard, flagrans amore, to be burning with love, that is not characteristic of friendship vocabulary. It can exist, but it's not characteristic. And in the classical period, and running right down to later centuries, the Romans writers kept the vocabulary of friendship and the vocabulary of passionate love distinct. There were places where they tend to overlap or merge, but they're few. The earliest time that I found a highly erotic vocabulary applied to a friendship relationship is somewhere around the 7th century. In the poems of Venantius Fortunatus, where he's writing to a mother superior, effectively, and using language that wouldn't have been completely out of place because it's so intensely expressive, with expressions like burning with love, can't sleep because of you, and yet everything about it makes it clear that cannot be an erotic proposition. Then you get, in later medieval period, 12th century, 13th century, also with the so-called Cambridge Platonists and so on, you start to see, or not start to see, you again see that very intense kind of language used in a context which at least is not necessarily to be understood as sexual. But in the classical period, they're kept distinct, and evidently, it seems to me, for the purposes of very specific purposes of women's writing in this period, it suited them to leave the ambiguity in place.
Yeah, I was just going to follow up. What always surprises me about Cassandra Fedele, who knew Greek, right, one of the very few women who knew Greek, is that she very rarely includes a Greek word. So in her letters, it would have been easy, because of her knowledge, to just use the Greek. But it's almost purposefully, I kept saying sort of playful. It's this towing of the line. Alessandra Scala, and Alessandra Scala does write in Greek, right? She exchanges love poem. Well, Poliziano sends her love epigrams. She responds with very sort of like, no, you don't know Plato. You say that I'm your soulmate, but we're totally dissimilar, so learn Plato. And so there are the women who know Greek. At least Alessandra Scala does resort to Greek to make distinctions, but Fedele doesn't, except for this use of thalamus, which sort of just, appears out of, it's shocking. It's shocking to see it and then shocking to sort of think about it. But why doesn't she do that with amor? I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been so fascinating. The three presentations, I really enjoyed all of them. I think moving on this final sort of discussion, I was thinking, and again, this is probably for Eileen in the first place, partly, I think, for Julie, maybe a little less for David because it's about Italian lexicon, but I think you will have things to say about it as well. So, of course, amor is the kind of Latin word which is exactly the same as the Italian amor, right? And of course, this is a self-evident kind of thing to say, but those people in the 15th century, as well as, their sort of predecessors in the previous century, they were all basically bilingual, right? In the sense that even when they were writing in Latin, they were also owning the vernacular notion of amore. And then wondering whether that can also be part of the story in terms of interpreting, because for someone writing in Latin and using the word amor in the 15th century, it's almost impossible to not consider at all, I guess, the variety of meanings which the term has in the vernacular.
No, absolutely. And I think that this, I didn't talk about this, but that kind of contamination between the language that they're speaking and the language that they're writing in, despite the sort of historical understanding of the Quattrocento as the secolo senza poesia, thank you, De Santis, and that it's a strict adherence to major model imitation, so Cicero only. Well, we have examples of people imitating other models that aren't Cicero. But I think that there's absolutely a contamination in the same way that how is it that Petrarch's vernacular poetry is being translated into Latin and sent to women in praise of their intellect? That same kind of cultural contamination, I think, also happens with amor and amore, right? Of course, they're using the term in the way that they use it in the vernacular. And it also gets into amor with a capital A, the god of love. And so I think all of these sort of cultural, sort of gesturing at that with the baggage, the cultural baggage of these words also goes into the way that, it's being used in other languages as well. So yeah, there's something happening there too.
Yeah, I would add to that. I think when I was listening to your presentation and then to Aline's presentation, there's also the story of then like how Cicero's writing on friendship and amicizia came into the Middle Ages, and a lot of the poets that I discussed, the poems that were featured, were actually exchanges. They were sent from one poet to the other, often to create these bonds, these relationships, or to establish themselves. And so they're talking about love, but they're also maybe in the back of their mind, and this is the work that Beth Coggeshall has done in her book on Amistà, on friendship, that in that getting in touch, writing to other Italian poets, that notion of friendship coming from that Ciceronian meaning is at play there as well. But yes, as you said, it's impossible to think when they write amore, and we see it sometimes in our edition with a capital A or a lowercase a, that they're not thinking of that rich Latin meaning of the word there. Yeah, but I think like that, the friendship piece in the Middle Ages, which I had completely left out as that layer because I was so focused on my Ovid, I think that is kind of the nice bridge also between your exploration, how the word eros and amor can be multi-layered.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you. I did want to say to Julie that in the Filocolo, which is a very big book, but there's a couple of young people adolescents who find each other very attractive and aren't supposed to be getting together, that kind of situation. And lo and behold, their caretakers give them quel sacro libro di Ovidio. And it's like, well, how is Ovid the sacred book that you should give to children when you didn't hope that they would follow? It was very odd. Anyway, I've always wondered about that. But, I've always understood that there's 3 words for love in Greek, and it's philia, eros, and agape. And so that's kind of the one that we haven't really talked about. And there is a word for that in Latin, which is caritas. But although we seem to be talking about a linguistic poverty, that people are using the same word, amor, for all of these different things, I wonder to what extent that's also kind of intentional. I mean, with Dante's, using it for everything, from God to, the erotic God that possesses Francesca to friendship and all of those things, that there's a kind of, maybe the divide that we've crossed is into Christianity, where somehow amor means all of these things. And the way you can write to a Mother Superior with passion is to be Bernard of Clairvaux. Is to adopt the eroticism of the Song of Songs to a spiritual purpose. So I don't know to whom I'm directing that, but it looks like...
Just a quick reply. Agape is not a classical Greek word. There's a verb, agapao, agapan, which means to welcome someone, receive someone hospitably. But agape appears to be a Christian coinage. And so it's often translated as brotherly love to suggest a different kind of relationship. So in the classical Greek texts, including pagan texts written after Christianity, well, in earlier texts, you wouldn't find that word at all, and very rarely even later.
I think a good example in Dante that brings back all these different layers is really that moment towards the end of Purgatory, where Dante defines himself as a poet, and he said that amor inspires him, right? And so then you read the footnotes. What is this amor? And then you read, it's they find citations in medieval Christian writers, that inspiration of love. There's actually a lot also in Paradiso language to talk about love, divine love, in very sensual, sexual terms almost. So that speaks to your example. But that multi-layeredness is there because amor inspires. You read so much in Latin love poetry that there's amor showing up and dictating the verses, and you find that throughout the medieval tradition as well. So when you see there, amor inspires me, you have all those layers there, the vernacular, the Christian, and maybe even the friendship of the fellow poets that he is celebrating precisely in that canto.
I'll just answer quickly. So in Cicero, caritas is present, and in certain contexts it is being used sort of in the same vein as amor. So in the sort of, the classical Ciceronian model, it's there. So it's sort of on the list of amor can mean benevolentia, amicitia, caritas, and I think even like comunitas. There's a sort of all these words that are linked together. Going back to this idea of the sort of the Christian layering on these terms, I took it out of my talk because I knew I was going to go over time. In Nogarola's letter to the cardinal, when she ends thanking him on behalf of the family. So it's this very deliberate, like, I thank you on behalf of the entire Nogarola family. And then she does the most Ciceronian thing, which is, oh, and by the way, my brother wants to become a priest, so, help him out a little. She also sort of has a line where she thanks him for all of these things, like for your support, et cetera, and caritas. She lists that as one of the great caritas that he has shown her family. I took it out because it was sort of in a string of general humanist, thank you for X, Y, and Z. But it's a rare term, except for in her debate on Adam and Eve. It's a rare term in her letters, but it stands out in that letter because she's writing to a cardinal, like she's writing to a church man, a man in the church. That's the only instance that I can think of where she's using that term. I'm sure there's got to be other ones, I just haven't come across them or looked at it carefully enough. But it is linked specifically to a man of the church. So.
Charity and faith, hope and charity. Yeah.
I think we have time for one more question because, no, dalla regia mi dicono che no. Okay, no. So, sorry. So again, thank you so much for being with us and for these fascinating lectures.
Good morning, I'm Eugenio Refini. I'm a professor of Italian studies here at NYU, and I'm really delighted to be chairing this initial session for the second day of the Eros conference, and I would like to thank Ida Caiazza for putting together such a beautiful program. Ida is there. And of course, I would like to thank Casa for hosting the conference and being such a generous supporter, and also the other conveners, the Department of Italian Studies and also the Medieval and Renaissance Center, who's helping us. And without further ado, I would like to introduce our two speakers for this session, and we are moving ahead in the line of time, so we are getting to early modernity after our journey through Antiquity and the Middle Ages last night. And we are very lucky to have two great scholars in two different fields, but with, I think, common interests and many sort of intersections. We will begin with Professor Jane Tylus, followed by Professor Giuseppe Gerbino. I will introduce them one at a time, and then we will have a discussion of the two papers at the end of the session. So we will begin with Professor Jane Tylus, who's very well known to all of us, so my introduction will be brief, but we're very happy to have her back since she has been teaching at NYU for many years before moving to Yale, where she is currently the Andrew Downey Orrick Professor of Italian and Professor of Comparative Literature. Professor Tylus specializes in late medieval and early modern European literature, religion, and culture. She also has interest in 19th and 20th century fiction. Her work has focused on lost and marginalized voices of various kinds, but also on minor genres as the pastoral, as well as secondary characters, for instance, in plays, poems, and epics. She's also very active in the practice and theory of translation, and her current work is a book project about the ritual of departure in early modernity. She's the author of many books. I will just remember a few titles: Writing and Vulnerability in the Late Renaissance, then co-edited volumes including Epic Traditions in the Contemporary World, then a very important book on Lucrezia Tornabuoni, Sacred Narratives, the poems of Lucrezia Tornabuoni de' Medici in 2001. Her major, one of her major publications is a very important monograph on Caterina da Siena, Reclaiming Catherine of Siena, Literacy, Literature, and the Science of Others. Siena is a very dear place to Professor Tylus. She has written a fabulous book on Siena as a place, Siena, City of Secrets. She's also the translator of Gaspara Stampa and the co-editor of a very important volume on translation, Early Modern Cultures of Translation. So there are so many fields which Professor Tylus works on, and today we will get her perspective on a topic. The title of her paper is De l'affection de père aux enfants, Poetry, Eros, and Letting Go or Not of One's Words. So please join me in welcoming Professor Tylus to the podium.
And we are going to go back a little bit to Antiquity and the Middle Ages with a few remarks I'd like to make toward the beginning. I found our conversation last evening really productive in terms of thinking about meanings of the word amor. I know all of you weren't here at that point, but we had a very bracing conversation with David, with Julie, and with Eileen about different ways to think about how the word amor is used in Latin, different meanings in the Greek, and I'll be talking about that a little bit today in the early modern context, with which I'm going to open with Montaigne. And we already see here in the title, Affection des pères aux enfants, this idea of affection as another possible word for love. I think we mentioned this yesterday, and while I'm not going to be focusing primarily on affection, it's going to just hopefully give us a bit of a context for my remarks about the woman that Eugenio already mentioned, Gaspara Stampa. So just to start with the opening of Montaigne's essay in his second book of essays, a phrase that's always struck me. Madame, if strangeness and novelty, which customarily give value to things, do not save me, I shall never get out of this stupid enterprise with honor, that enterprise being the writing of his essays. It was a melancholy humor that produced by the gloom of the solitude into which I had cast myself some years ago that first put into my head this daydream of meddling with writing. And then, finding myself entirely destitute and void of any other matter, I presented myself to myself for argument and subject. It's the only book in the world of its kind, rather exaggerated claim, but fine, a book with a wild and eccentric plan, that's for sure. And so there's nothing in this job worth noting but its bizarreness. This is from the A edition, or the 1580 text, the first version published out of 5 such editions in Montaigne's lifetime. And one of the many notes he scribbled into the margins of the last published edition he lived to see, that of 1588, Montaigne writes that he has given to his books as purely and irrevocably as any man can give to his own corporal children.
But then Montaigne goes on, "This little good which I have done him is no longer in my disposition. He may know many things that I myself know no longer, and hold of me what I do not hold myself, and which, if need should require, I must borrow of him as of a stranger, étranger." The point is perhaps a banal one. We write something, we publish it, we forget its contents, and we need to consult it every now and then as though we were reading it for the first time. Might this uneasy encounter with a work he no longer recognizes, the content of which he no longer really remembers, explain why Montaigne went back continuously, even obsessively, to read, reread, and add to his already published text, scribbling in the margins or dictating to scribes? Such additions may have been one way of him making this strange work his own again, trying to reclaim it as his lost child, only to see it go out again and become once more a stranger. The connotations with the dynamics of Eros that are the theme of our conference are arguably slight, perhaps even non-existent here. Yet Montaigne's gesture of affection for this bizarre work he has created, to which he has devoted himself, just as a parent does to their child, allows us to mull over the complex relationship that authors had, particularly in the age of print, to the works they sent out lovingly, only to see them come back differently. And one might note that of Montaigne's 5 children, only one survived him. The other 4 died before they reached the age of 2. So, he was a man who suffered great loss as a parent. But did Montaigne hope that his readers might fall in love with what he had written, if not with himself? Montaigne's bizarre works, elsewhere described by him as monstrous bodies, without definite shape, having no order, sequence, or proportion other than accidental, makes it hard to imagine that any reader would have such a reaction. But at least one reader did. Marie de Gournay, who invited Montaigne to come to her country estate in 1588, he accepted for several months, and who, after Montaigne's sudden early death from complications of kidney stones in 1592, took it upon herself to transcribe Montaigne's marginal notes to his 1588 edition, including the note about himself as a parent who finds his child strange. She would go on to publish the much expanded posthumous 1595 edition of the essays. Marie de Gournay calls herself not Montaigne's lover, but his fille d'alliance, his adopted daughter, a replacement perhaps for one of the many children he had lost in his lifetime. And her absorption of his comments into a book that she oversees for publication after his death becomes such a coupling in her word that in her lengthy preface attached to the 1595 text, she refers to this new expanded edition of the essays as notre livre, our book. I open with these comments about Montaigne and his adopted daughter to suggest the complicated and unpredictable relationship that authors have with their works, and even more so with their readers, and to suggest that in the process of writing, sending out, and reception, the dynamics of falling in love with what one has written, no matter how monstrous, and of others falling in love in turn with those words and their creator, have been insufficiently explored. I can scarcely do justice today to exploring myself the lexicon with which these dynamics were expressed in the early modern moment, as well as in the classical Roman one that provided for many Renaissance writers a model of one kind or another. At the core of these acts of personification is a basic fact of the transfer of one's words, thoughts, ideas, and dreams into a circulating object that is edita, or literally edited or literally sent out. The artifact itself, the object, the thing that we hold in our hands, whether in a roll, in a manuscript, or printed folio, is what we engage with when we read. As Kate Van Orden has said, especially with the invention of print, quote, texts cannot escape the uneven world of the objects in which they're captured, exchanged, gifted, commodified, preserved, and destroyed, a process during which authors lose their sovereignty. How to combat this fixedness, this captivity, if it needs to be combated at all, and a fixedness that is hardly just a result of print. For beginning in Antiquity, the author and later editors and translators resorted to personifying their texts as ways of resisting, ideally avoiding, such objectification. These are fantasies of immediacy, how to make not only a work familiar, but its author, the author Montaigne who would have presented himself tout nu, wholly nude, had he only lived in another age. Or in the context of early modern humanism, how to bring a long-neglected or untranslated text back to the author who has been dead for over many centuries. How to stage the affection for one's infant in the hope that others will fall in love with him or her, and then perhaps with you too. So staging the entrance of a poem or book into a world which we all know is unpredictable, possibly harsh, possibly welcoming, possibly receptive to your words, possibly not. How to generate what Lina Bolzoni, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today, has written about in her wonderful book, Una meravigliosa solitudine, just translated into English, a reader's desire to see the author whole and to feel affection for their child. How to make the corpus in the reader's hands seem like an actual human body, And what are the effects of that transformation? These are questions which ancient rhetorical theory was much concerned with, a context important to keep in mind when recognizing, in Elena Lombardi's words, that the poem is an exercise in creating a lifelike speaking voice, but is not that voice itself. The Greek prosopon literally means a face or a mask, or in the Latin persona, and in the 16th century English writer George Putnam's lexicon, a counterfeit impersonation. Or as another English Renaissance writer, John Hoskins, would define it, having the power to animate and give life. Or to quote from the Rhetorica itself, it makes present something that is absent, and endowing a mute and unformed thing with a voice. And I'm just thinking of Eileen's comments yesterday about letters. In Cicero's context, they make present what is absent, the writer who is very far away. The result is the personification of one's text as an expedient allowing the author to interact vicariously with his readers, in Elena Lombardi's phrase, giving the text a body, and in some cases, an erotic charge. There's perhaps no better example of this than Horace's address to his puer, or his boy slave, at the end of his first book of epistles, which, as I'll delineate quickly in my remaining time, will become the ballata that is a woman in the homosocial exchanges of the Stil Nuovo, and then with Gaspara Stampa, the failed erotic book. But first to Horace. This final letter in his first book of epistles, in verse like all the rest, provides what Ellen Oliensis has called the first full-fledged envoy in the Western tradition, a goodbye that will be seen in countless authors to come, from Chaucer and Spenser to Ronsard, Robert Frost, and Leonard Cohen. And yet few of these authors take the time and space that Horace took to personify his book so carefully. Even fewer present their anthropomorphic texts in similar terms, as a youth or a boy, and a particular kind of puer, a slave raised in Horace's household, eager for its freedom and tempted, as Oliensis put it, by the bright lights of the big city. Ready, in short, to leave his owner. This is a puer who is also interested in the attention of others, specifically male others. In the homoerotic context of the poem, as Horace suggests that the poem is ready to prostitute himself, you're longing to stand on the corner tied up by the pumice of the Sosti brothers, he says. But once this impatient youth has taken off to what can only be an uncertain future, given his youth, he cannot come home. Run away where you're so eager to go, says Horace, but once I let you out, there is no coming back. Even if he does find some immediate fame, once the bloom of youth has left the book, once he starts to show signs of tear and wear, once a sated lover's interest droops, the used-up, worthless book will realize his mistake. He left too soon, and the author will be proven right. But why struggle to save someone who doesn't want to be saved, who doesn't choose to stay with his author, whose own erotic interest in the boy can only be intuited, never explicitly referenced, even if we hear a bit of jealousy and anger when Horace predicts the life of the book to come, newly enslaved, tied up and shipped to Ilerda, and in babbling old age, finding himself in some remote corner of the world, teaching boys their ABCs. In her wonderful overview, Oliensis introduces Horace's powerful closing poem to his collection as, quote, dramatizing the separation of the author from his text, the cutting of the umbilical cord that constitutes this text as a book, an independent creature with its own materiality, its own character, its own destiny. The umbilical cord references a paternal tie, one clarified in the fifth line when Horace says, non ite nutritus, you weren't brought up that way, i.e. to praise the public and hence to seek their acclaim on the streets. But Horace is clearly using the boy as a way of defending what he fears is his own lack of polish, and perhaps his own acts of trying to seduce readers, such as Augustus or Maecenas, to whom he devotes other epistles, even arguably bragging about his elevated role in restoring to the Latin world a lost epic of glory. His featuring a young, impatient boy anxious to show himself on street corners is Horace's way of both offsetting and highlighting the Eros inherent in his affection for what he's done, and his hope that others too will be attracted by this seductive boy, a boy who will outlive his older master. For Horace closes his epistle and his book, asking that the boy recite years from now, when the evening sun has drawn more ears your way, a few words about him, Horace. The words sound like an epitaph, noting physical attributes, he's short, prematurely gray, his social class, and his year of birth, all a reminder, none too subtle, as Oliensis points out, that the release of the book prefigures not the apotheosis of the author, but his death. At the same time, the real threat is that the song will never leave the insular world that Horace created for it, the lock and seal that decent books are grateful for, images of constraint that allude to the puer's enslavement. Without the book's escape, it will literally die, locked in a house or a drawer. The book's desire for erotic uses outside the home ultimately overcomes its master's fears. The envoy, to shift gears a bit, In the medieval Italian tradition, otherwise known as the congedo, will also take on the crucial activity of personification, albeit an activity reduced to several lines, as opposed to Horace's entire epistle of some 30. Or as Dante will specify in the Convivio, when the poet turns to address his creation, when to inanimate things he speaks, it represents the figura, which rhetoricians call prosopopeia. But now the envoy, as Catherine Keene has commented, is used mostly to tell the poem to leave, rather than to try to urge it to stay, following more in the tradition of Ovid's Tristia, which I only wish I had time to talk about, but don't. For these poets, like Ovid, often lived in exile, whether in political exile like Dante or erotic exile like Cavalcanti, to use Lombardi's phrase. And in their closing lines to long canzone or shorter ballate, they are simultaneously saying goodbye to their creation and authorizing it to greet new places and take on a new life. In the troubadour tradition, that envoy had often been used to give directions to a messenger or a singer who would himself physically embody and perform the words that the troubadour gave him, so a handoff, as it were, from man to man. But once the songs became translated via writing rather than oral speech, the envoy changes, directed to the poem itself, and arguably new erotic heights are now possible, given that the prostitute puer is gendered a woman. For the female poem is mobile, too, in contrast to the immobility of the poet, who cannot travel. If Horace's slave was supposed to languish under lock and key, now it is the author who is so constrained. In the meantime, the woman, the ballata or canzone gendered female, is free to circulate, taking on what is normally a male privilege of going outside. She becomes a kind of advocate for the speaker, his representative in places he cannot go. But she has to be good enough, persuasive enough, so that she's worthy of a beloved's or a friend's consent to the message that she offers. Or as Dante writes in the moving famous end of the Canzone Montanina, O Montanina mia canzone, tu vai. Perhaps you will see my land of Florence. If you enter within, go about saying, the man who made me, mio fattore, will no longer make war against you. And of course, these canzoni are gendered as doubly female, given that their genre is feminine, canzone or ballata, as the case may be, as is their language, the vernacular, newly put into writing, often for an audience of women, as Alison Cornish has discussed so compellingly. My very few comments regarding this rich and varied tradition of the medieval congedo will be reduced to simply observing the vulnerability of this female poem, which Dante highlights elsewhere in the Convivio when he talks about one of the reasons for the closing address in regard to his own canzone, Voi che intendendo il terzo ciel movete. The final stanza, he says, and I think I'm on to my next slide, that begins with the word canzone, is where the poet turns in closing to talk to the work itself, almost as though he were comforting it, quasi a confortare quella. Poised to go out into the world where it may encounter people who may not fully understand you, and this is citing the end of his canzone, persone che non ti paiono di essere ben accorte, the poem grieves that it must leave its maker, who perhaps alone grasps how bella it is. He instructs his diletta mia novella, my beautiful new delight, to say to these listeners, ponete mente almen com'io son bella, at least recognize how lovely I am, even if you don't understand me. As the poem leaves the safe haven of the poet for an uncertain future, its creator stands at the threshold, proffering consolation, as we see here, as well as instructions. Elsewhere, the son of Frederick II would write, Va canzonetta mia, salutami Toscana e vane in Puglia. Say hi to Tuscany for me and go to Puglia. And Guitoni d'Arezzo, va mia canzone ad Arezzo in Toscana. But this vulnerable female body may be subject to misunderstanding or misappropriation, as Dante signals with his phrase, persone non bene accorte. There may be sympathetic friends out there, but there's an undercurrent of the Eros that accompanies this poem, who at times must be accompanied herself for safety. Or as Dante writes in his ballata Ivo che tu ritrovi amore, tu vai ballata senza compagnia, ma if you want to go with full assurance, if you want to be safe, first make a friend of love. Perhaps to go alone would not be wise, che forse non è bon senza lui gire. This is partly so that the lady at the end of their voyage will have both amore, who ragiona or speaks, and the ballata, who canta or sings, a reasoning man and a singing woman. But the presence on the road of this female song, declared elsewhere free to go, cortesamente in tutte parti, wherever she burns or desires to go, introduces the specter of the dangers and unpredictabilities that a young woman on her own must perforce expect. In the complicated homosocial dynamics of medieval lyric exchange to which Julie alluded last night, there lies something in between friendship and competition and even jealousy. Now that the unguarded, available female poem has become something of a transaction between and among men. As Elena Lombardi points out, female poems do eventually arrive at their destinations, and they often do go out alone. Sorry. I'm pointing here to Dante's contemporary Cino da Pistoia, who writes, for example, a Nova Balatella that asserts her ability to contarvi novella di un vostro servo che si muore amando. I can tell you news of your servant, she says to the lady, who dies from love. I can speak words about him as true as those which come forth from his mind. So here's Lombardi is arguing. This is one of those poems where the woman is totally taking control. Io posso dire parole così vere di lui come colei che vien dalla sua mente. But while the fantasy of the poem speaking and perhaps convincing the lady allows us to imagine the immediate context that Cino and Dante envision in these poems, one between female beloved and male poet, the servo che si muore amando, the larger audience is, of course, often other men, fellow poets for whom the act of female seduction takes on a different sense, as the verse itself becomes pointedly erotic when they are implicitly asked or assumed to clothe or denude and reclothe the naked female subject who sings, speaks, and moves before them, begging them to engage with her on more corporal levels. And yet the poem's job, such as it is to generate the same affection in her readers that the author feels for her, one that necessarily borders on the erotic itself. But is this an affection for the body of the poem or the body of the author? In the interest of achieving literary fame or erotic satisfaction writ large? And are these two goals mutually exclusive? To return to Montaigne and his monstrous children on whom he lavished so much care, and the Marie de Gournay, who was the reader who in turn cared for his essays after his death, does it matter as she adopts him as her father and his writings as her orpheline or little orphan, with herself now as a foster mother? La ballata non è altro che queste parole che io parlo, says Dante. The ballata is nothing other than the words that I speak, so Dante says bluntly of his ballad in Vita Nuova 12, demystifying his own animation and personification of a woman speaking. He's the one who's speaking. He's the one who desires that Beatrice admit him and his words into her presence. But those words must first pass down the dangerous road of exposure to others, ideally with the male figure Amor as their protector, to guard them from other poets. Enter Gaspara Stampa as our final example. Born a decade before Montaigne, and thus his contemporary, even if she lived only to be 31, dying in 1554. Probably a courtesan, she was certainly a singer who entertained at various homes and salons in Venice for over a decade. And at some point, she had a lengthy affair with a nobleman, one Count Colaltino di Colalto. Over a period of several years, Stampa put together a canzoniere of her own works, which perhaps, had she lived, she may have ushered into print, as well as a smaller, select group of poems for which she composed her own envoy, although it's directed largely to the Count, her illustrious lord, rather than the libretto herself. For this is a Count who is often very far away, fighting in France or south of Bologna, or simply managing his estates in the Veneto, while she is immobilized in Venice on the shores of the Adriatic. If Horace's Book of Epistles becomes the boy eager to prostitute himself to the public, if the canzone and ballate of the late Duecento are young girls sent out to the beloved and to fellow poets in the hope they will generate their own feminized responses, Stampa's libretto is not personified in any explicit way. Her dedication, and this is about the middle of her dedication, expresses her hope that when the Count finds a moment of leisure, he might read her words of pressing amorous cares. And as you'll see from this slide, sorry, let me go back to the one in front. From the shadow of the poem, of the book, you may come to understand how intensely she feels, i.e. Stampa, and experiences such things within. For if my poor sad home should ever be so fortunate as to receive the great guest that is your lordship, I'm sure that the very beds, the chambers, the rooms themselves would recount to you the laments, the sobs, the sighs and tears that day and night I've scattered while calling out your name. The book is not asked to persuade the Count to come. The hypothetical visit of the Conte to her povera mesta casa will simply confirm the veracity of what's contained in that ombra that is her book. Yet Stampa will go on to say, ma che fo, what am I doing? An abrupt departure from her hyperbolic praises of the Count. By going on at such length about the Count, is she not taking over the book's role, insulting my rhymes as though they didn't know how to speak for themselves and needed my help? Let me return to them, she concludes, finally addressing the libretto mio. And you, little book, depository of my tears, present yourself as humbly as you know how when you arrive before our Lord with my sincere faith as your companion. And if when he receives you, you see his fatal everlasting eyes brighten even a little, then all our efforts will have been placed and our hopes will have been fulfilled. Stay with him forever and in peace. The rime, that is, ideally, will not come home, just like Horace's prayer. This is no conscious eroticization of the male libretto or the female canzone. No attempt to invoke amore as a compagno or to suggest that Stampa is in love with the puer that's going out. It's simply a depositorio, right? It's a depository for her lagrime. Yet the cluster of poems that suggest contemporaneity with the dedication itself, and I'm going to be alluding as I close to several sonnets, a canzone, and at least one of Stampa's elegies, all written, I believe, around the same time as the dedication, offer a slightly different dynamic. And here we might be reminded of Stampa's own profession for which she was best known in her time, that of a singer, and to note the extent to which her poetry from this cluster is dedicated to the ability of her words to travel as powerful sounds or not. For Stampa refuses to explicitly gender her book as a male or female body. She does strive to commit her voice to natural phenomena that can ideally replicate and extend the sound of her powerful singing. It is here in Sonnet 66, the second of the poems in this mini cluster that in terms of vocabulary and theme appear to be contemporary with her dedication, that Stampa utters her most explicit return to the dynamics we have seen in Horace. Ricevete cortesi me la mente, portate di fide al mio Signore, o di Francia beate e felici ore, che godete or dei belli occhi lucenti. Accept my courteous laments and bear them faithfully to my Lord, O blessed winds of France. The breath of the wind, trying to emulate the breath of Stampa herself. Happy you who can delight in those bright and shining eyes. And then it is a question of these winds going on to talk to the Count specifically. Tell him, she goes on in this sonnet, with sad, lonely accents, what I've suffered. But if her voci supreme rests scattered before him in vain, then she will realize that she has non più schermo od arte, no more defense, no more art. There is no guarantee, that is to say, of the poem's success. The second poem proceeds more or less similarly. Here, rather than invoking the ore of France, she turns to more generic local are or breezes, the are di me sospiri voi. She's addressing them. The breezes of my sighs, you often fill the sails of my warm desire. In these lines that return more explicitly than any other of her poems to the still nuovo practice of the poem as a messenger, sarete mio segreto e fido messo, she asks that these ethereal aure become her segreto fido messo and travel to where they will find her man. And if the long, and she goes on, and if the long and tiring way dismays you, se la lunga faticosa via vi spigotisce, may the little hope that remains to me, now almost nothing, travel by your side. But should even hope exhaust itself, when you're last before our idol, return to me, for then it's fitting that I die too. Let hope accompany you, little as it is, but if even that exhausts itself by the time they are before the Conte, then may the breezes of her sighs return home, so Stampa can exhaust herself too, and thus die. In its sonnet sequence in which Petrarch has been an explicit point of reference, beginning with the opening words of Stampa's first sonnet, voi che ascoltate, as we'll see in a second, it is also key to note the constant, intriguing turn away from the Petrarchan models. The first line that you see here, aure de me sospiri voi, reflects what I've called in my edition the stubborn absence of a definite article before aure, a clever variation on the recurring pun by which Petrarch elides an article, apostrophe L, into almost every or phoneme in his canzoniere to suggest the name of his beloved Lara. Obviously, this would be Laure in a Petrarchan sonnet. The breeze is already Lara, and there's no need to seek her out. She's there. But Stampa refuses to insert that article here and in a number of sonnets that follow. These are aure pointedly without a Lara, without the wordplay that generates the Petrarchan beloved in the poem. They're the products of Stampa's sighs, the tangible breath that comes from within her body, which she urges to propel themselves all the way to France as her messenger, her mio segreto e fido messo. And yet, since she cannot conjure her beloved's presence before her aure, he cannot necessarily hear her song. Or perhaps this is because the sound of her words do not succeed in conjuring her own voice, her own corporeal presence. This seems clear from the poems that immediately follow 67. And I'll just very quickly say Sonnet 69 remarks on the disappointing fact that while the news of all the military victories that the Count is achieving in France has reached Italy, the sound of your honors we all know, but nobody in France hears the sound of my lays, and especially not you, you who have never been pietoso. And in Sonnet 71, we learn why Stampa's songs cannot reach France or the Count. As she says very simply, egli è da me si lunge che a poter richiamarlo e a poterlo muovere a pietà il mio gridar non giunge. He's so far away for me to reach him with my cries, and so to try to move him to passion. I can't reach him, he can't hear me. And she'll urge women in the future not to send their desires too far away from them. Don't mandar tant'altra I desideri vostri. In Sonnet 90, she speaks of questa dura lontananza, this harsh distance, that forced love to unleash in her one by one all of its fury. But in Sonnet 123, which for me is the end of this little cluster, we finally discover the real rationale for the Count's silence, grasped when he does briefly return. For this awful signore, this empio signore, has informed her. He thinks of me only when he's near me, and once he leaves, there leaves him in a minute every memory of the love I have for him. Or in Italian, tanto pensa me quanto me presso, e partendo si parte in un momento ogni membranza del mio amor da esso. Partendo si parte, an exquisite enfolding of the loss of amore, or more precisely, the loss of any memory of her love for him, rather than his love for her. And recall that Stampa's main hope in her dedicatory epistle is that the Count will come to her house, the space where she lives, where the rooms and beds themselves will tell her story, in the very place where she, Stampa, lives, or perhaps one should say where she lived, since the assumption is that they will need to tell the Count of her laments, since she, out of desperation, will no longer be there. Is all that Stampa can do to win her man is to sing in front of him? To be the professional Stampa, the public Stampa as singer, for which her corporeal presence is required? Is it true that none of these songs can work? In the meantime, she, the immobile figure, in contrast with his mobile one, can only affect and address her immediate audience, such as that chiaro e famoso mare, the Adriatic, on whose banks her signore once dwelled, as long as love willed, and the care rive, or the banks that line Venice. And this is not a canzone, it happens to be number 68, that will ever go anywhere. In the closing lines of this canzone, she writes, if you were as happy as you are sad, you'd go everywhere, celebrating the love. But the canzone cannot be like the sea it celebrates, which is lieto, allegro, illustre, aperto, deciso. There are shades here in this canzone of Petrarch's own chiare fresche dolce acque, with its own evocation of memories of Laura's belle membra, and a landscape more countryside than sea, and with its own truncated congedo of only 3 lines, where Petrarch too tells the song to stay with him. If you were properly adorned, boldly you would leave the woods and travel among the people, gire infra la gente. Petrarch's poem likewise remains with its author, likewise depicts an immobile lover and a surprisingly immobilized poem that will not gire or travel, in quella parte e in questa, as Stampa puts it. But if Petrarch is focused on temporal distance, Stampa is preoccupied with geographical ones. And to turn to her canzone really briefly, and I've jumped ahead with these little clicks, were he not so far away, de fosse men lontano, he who compels my plaints, then perhaps not in vain would I raise these sighs, and I would call love cruel and wicked. At least since my earthly God dwells so far from me, so far it brings me grief, don't let him forget the sorrow that so pierces me, and may he hear it, for whom I wept and I sang. The passatero moto used here, per cui piansi e cantai, is very interesting because it crystallizes the current moment of the plaint, but from the perspective of a future that she will not live to see. I lamented, I wept, and I sang a long time ago when he finally gets here. The idea is, again, she will be gone. The bearers of that sound that she prays he might someday hear are the sea, the rive care, the suave lido, and the colle, the only ones hearing her now, her only audience of the sound of my bitter laments. When the Count returns, if he returns, perhaps his membranza of her love will return as well. But in the absence of her loving body, can it really? What's happened to Eros in this formulation? an Eros that will no more be there once the Count returns, only to hear of the dolore that Stampa once sang and lamented, piangi e cantai. If only presence and the singer's voice impress upon Colaltino Stampa's love, the libretto and her songs must necessarily fail. The body of the book can never be the body of the lover. The voice can never be her voice. Stampa refuses to pretend that a poem can embody herself in a way that will move her man to remember her and recreate her presence. Absence and presence do not simply go together. Where then in this mini history of erotic prosopopeia does Stampa belong? A Stampa who, as Elena Lombardi and Catherine Keene say of the writers of the canzoni, is immobile, while her words are supposed to be mobile. Even those mobile words are unable to reach her beloved Colaltino, and if they do reach him, he remains deaf and blind to all that she sends. How can words reach, touch, move another to Eros? And yet, in closing, and without the homosocial implications of the poets of the Stil Nuovo or the homoerotic potential of Horace's prostituted puer, we can imagine a world in which such Eros may not necessarily be transferred to the writer herself, but remain attached to the words, as the other falls in love with the language, with the poem, and so becomes a lover of literature. And that's perhaps why we're all here today, as lovers of literature. And that's perhaps the real goal for the donne, the women, who Stampa asks throughout her canzoniere to read and not only weep, but write. And here I'll turn to my final citation and final poem. She's especially interested in the qualcuna, if you look at line 9, spero ancor che debba dir qualcuna, that is to say, a female reader. She's especially interested in this female reader, the qualcuna, who will be moved to say, why can't the fortune that comes from loving a lord like him be mine, so such a lady and I might walk side by side. Most happy she, felicissima lei, obviously Gaspara Stampa. The fortune here is not the fact that the Count loved her back. The fortune is the gloria of which Stampa comments in line 5. The gloria she really is wanting to find with her poems. In this closing phrase, anch'io n'andrei con tanta donna a paro, the donna is, of course, Stampa. But the donna is also Sappho, walking a paro with the other great Greek poets of antiquity, as Petrarch put it in his Triumphus Cupidinis, una giovane greca a paro coi nobili poeti iva cantando, a young Greek girl went singing alongside the noblest of poets. The erotic frisson that Stampa ultimately hopes will emerge from her poem is not, finally, something that's ever going to be felt by the Count. He can only know Eros when he finds himself a paro with Stampa herself, compelled by her physical presence and her physical voice to love. It is rather to be felt by another donna, a Marie de Gournay, in love not with Michel de Montaigne, but with the idea of becoming Stampa or Sappho, and hence a woman in love with a literary corpus that's by and about other women. Many thanks.
Thank you, Jane, for such a beautiful reading of this text and for sort of bringing us from Montaigne back to Horace, through the Stil Novo up to Stampa, and finally back to Montaigne again. So many interesting things to discuss later in the Q&As. So let's move on to the second paper before getting to the open discussion. So we have Professor Giuseppe Gerbino, who's going to present his research to us today. So Professor Gerbino teaches historical musicology at Columbia University. His research interests include Renaissance theories of cognition and sense perception, the Italian madrigal, the relationship between music and language in the early modern period, and 19th century opera. Like Jane, Giuseppe is also a good friend of Casa. We're very happy to have him with us today. He's the author of many important publications, including Canoni ad Enigmi, Pier Francesco Valentini e l'artificio canonico nella prima metà del Seicento, and Music and the Myth of Arcadia in Renaissance Italy, which won the 2010 Lewis Lockwood Award of the American Musicological Society. Among his most recent publications, there's a co-edited volume recently appeared with Lim, Lucca, 2023, Italian Opera in the United States, 1800 to 1850, the origins of cultural migrations. And he's currently at work on a book on music, mind, and soul in the Italian Renaissance, and I suspect that part of what he will be talking to us today is going to draw on this project. So please join me in welcoming Professor Gerbino, whose title today is Learning About Love with or Without Music.
Well, thank you, everybody, and let me again say thanks to Ida and the organizer of this wonderful conference. It's such a pleasure to be here. And actually, Stampa is going to be a great segue to my paper because you will hear a lot about singing and singers, maybe real, maybe unreal, and the symbolism of the human voice in the act of singing. So here is the title. I'm going to go into the paper. At the core of my paper are two semi-fictional communities intent on solving the enigma of Eros. The all-male group of revelers at the drinking party memorialized in Plato's Symposium, and the court society portrayed in Pietro Bembo's Asolani. Both Plato and Bembo offered theories that reached paradigmatic status, the latter ostensibly as an interpreter of the former. In both texts, scenes of musical life are woven into the framing narratives within which the conversations are staged. They are not mere narrative accessories. They clearly function as clues, symptoms or symbols of a philosophical truth which a logical investigation promises to unveil. Plato and Bembo seem to agree in assigning music an implicitly demonstrative role, mediated through the oblique logic of the framing narrative. And yet, these musical scenes pull the reader in opposite directions. At the beginning of Plato's Symposium, the aulos player, usually translated flute girl or flute player, but the aulos is a slightly different instrument. There are modern flutes, so I'm just going to say aulos player, is expelled from the group, together with wine, which is to say music's intoxicating companion. And I'm going to show you, this is the Symposium, the quote here. It is settled then, said Eryximachus, so we are resolved to force no one to drink more than he wants. I would like now to make a further motion. Let us dispense with the aulos girl who just made her entrance. Let her play for herself, or if she prefers, for the women in the house. Let us instead spend our evening in conversation, if you are so minded, and I would like to propose a subject, and of course the subject will be Eros. The aulos girl will return at the end of the conversation. And when, to our surprise, Alcibiades declares Socrates now to be an infuriatingly marvelous aulos player. So now Socrates becomes the musician. Almost 2 millennia later, when the Platonic philosophy of love returns in the courtly retreat of Bembo's Asolani, music takes the lead. 3 female singers introduce the theme and the arguments of the dialogue in a carefully choreographed musical performance. The conception of Eros into which we will eventually be initiated comes to a musical climax before the conversation has even started. So nothing could be more remote from the immediate interdiction of the aulos girl from the Symposium. So on one side, music is banned from the very beginning. It will return later on. We will see under a different guise to some extent. The Asolani is almost the opposite. Music is actually there at the forefront, becomes actually one of the primary vehicles, as we will try to show, not just to foreshadow the structure of the book, but really to make a philosophical point about, well, the sensory perception of beauty, as you will see. So I'm interested in this difference because, of course, these two texts on some level belong to the same philosophical tradition on some level, even though we know that Bembo's Platonism and Neoplatonism is not really Plato. But I think, the contrast is actually striking, and the opposite role that music actually plays in these two texts. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the Symposium first, and then I will go back to the Asolani, just to see a little bit how we can understand these discrepancies and also similarities. So back to the Symposium. We know from the outset that this is not going to be a traditional drinking party. Drinking is optional, as you just saw. Women musicians, who in the Greek culture of symphonic entertainment drew a thin line between music and sexual pleasure, are excluded altogether. On the basis of the social conventions of the time, the message is clear. We are about to enter a decontaminated space, one in which a sensory intemperance surrender to intellectual investigation. In this double act of self-control, what wine and music seems to have in common is the power of intoxication. They have the power to weaken or even erase temporarily the control of the will. At this point in the conversation, we may start to wonder if wine and music are nothing but veiled substitutes of the very topic of the Symposium, or better, substitute, by sensory analogy, for the experience of erotic passion. For isn't erotic passion the epitome of sensory intemperance and intoxication, the ultimate relinquishment of the will? By the end of the dialogue, we will learn that erotic intoxication is not really the enemy. Quite the contrary, Eros defines our humanity as long as we realize that while there are different kinds of pleasure corresponding to different aspects of desire, intellectual pleasure is the sole true aim of Eros. We may call it the pursuit of knowledge or the growth of consciousness, or in more distinctively Platonic terms, the quest for forms, or in other words, again, philosophy. Put it more generally, both senses and mind desire, and to some extent, they desire the same intentional object, namely beauty. But whereas the senses desire the beauty of bodies, the mind desires the beauty of forms, that is, knowledge. As John Stuart Mill, much later 19th century, argued, in the end, it is better to be Socrates dissatisfied than a fool satisfied. A crucial and well-known difficulty with this view of Eros is the link between beauty and knowledge. And this is the link between the beautiful and the good, not to mention its ethical implications. And indeed, it will take a Diotima's mantic power to capture the essence of Eros in the famous appeal to give birth in beauty. It is only after the mystery of Eros has been revealed that music and wine can be readmitted to the Symposium. They no longer pose a threat, presumably because they can no longer inhibit our ability to observe them for what they are. Socrates has just finished speaking, and enthusiastic applause fills the room. Somebody knocks at the door. We hear again the notes of the Aulos girl. A moment later, they heard Alcibiades shouting in the courtyard, very drunk and very loud. He wanted to know where Agathon was and demanded to see Agathon at once. Actually, he was half carried into the house by the Aulos girl and by some other companions of his. Wine and music are coming back together now. The following exchange between Alcibiades and Socrates, a very famous passage, of course, seems to turn the music metaphor on its head. Drunk and resentful, Alcibiades simultaneously blames and praises the intoxicating sound of Socrates' speech. Now Socrates is the supreme aulos player. It's a long passage. I only have a portion of it here. You can read it maybe, and you will see the musical language that Alcibiades uses now to describe the erotic power of Socrates, and the reference, of course, to mythological examples of this kind of power. Maybe the crucial point for me here, maybe one of the crucial points, is at the very end, when there is this kind of clarification or caveat. After this musical metaphor, we read, but that's because his Socrates, or in this case, his melodies are themselves divine. It's actually Marsyas. The only difference between you, Socrates, and Marsyas is that you need no instruments. You do exactly what it does, but with words alone. The music of language alone, in a way. Like the music of the aulos, Socrates' voice has a power of attraction that is both irresistible and inscrutable. And its inscrutability, precisely because it's so attractive, can be hopelessly frustrating, like the rage of a spurned lover. The analogy between the seductive sound of the aulos and the seductive words of Socrates breaks down in the crucial distinction between sounds and words. On one side, the wordless frenzy of the aulos. On the other side, the philosophical trance induced by Socrates' words. The former is sterile. The latter is transformative. Tosca Lynch clearly highlights this distinction when she writes, and I quote, that Socrates brings his corybantes to feel dissatisfied with their own actions and ethical attitude, instilling a cognitive dissonance within their minds that leads them to reject their own choices and lifestyle, ultimately urging them to change their ways. End quote. The musical imagery with which the Symposium begins and ends is not primarily a reflection on music itself, although it can also provide valuable insights into the nature of the psychosomatic effects of music. Rather, the psychosomatic effects of music, with all their good and bad qualities, are invoked for their affinities with the human experience at the heart of the experience of Eros. I would go as far as to say that in the end, the two aulos players, Socrates and the unnamed musician, and their music exemplify the difference between pleasures that all intoxicate the self and pleasures that awaken the self to the true nature of erotic intoxication. As I turn now to Bembo's Asolani, I should mention that it is not the purpose of this paper to retrace an interpretation of Plato's Symposium foregrounding the centrality of his theory of forms, which is obviously the interpretation I favor, as you heard. On the other hand, I do believe that it is important to recognize that the issue of the theory of forms has unavoidable consequences on the way we might interpret Bembo's version of Platonic Eros, as well as the strikingly different role that music plays in it. For whatever we may think of Plato's erotic philosophy, in the Asolani, love quite clearly means love in the human sense of a relationship between a self and another self, or we might simply say romantic love and sexual desire, even if the dialogue seeks to offer a desexualized account of the true nature of human desire. Two aspects of Bembo's argument are of direct relevance for my analysis, and these unfortunately are rather tricky issues, but the sensory perception of beauty and the fraught question of the relationship between the good and the beautiful. This is, of course, a key problem. In the rest of my paper, I will focus on these two closely intertwined topics in an attempt to provide a more detailed account of the philosophical implications of Bembo's musical imagery against the backdrop of Plato's musical metaphor of erotic intoxication. So now I'm going to turn to the Asolani. We could easily explain the distance that separates the musical frames of these two texts in purely historical terms. They're different because the societies they depict are different. The undeclared conventions governing the performance of music in the social and cultural space defined by the ancient Greek Symposium are profoundly alien to the behavioral codes regulating the court society of Renaissance Italy. We must also remember that Bembo's elaborate line of intellectual descent is the product of a historical amalgamation of Neoplatonism, Stoicism, Cicero basically, Epicurean philosophy, Boccaccio, Christian theology. But perhaps more importantly, the idea and experience of love that constitute the object of his investigation is the love encoded in specifically still novel and Petrarchan phenomenology of desire. And yet, there are deeper philosophical implications that I believe invite a different kind of exegetical approach. Now, the structural function of the three songs that we hear at the beginning of the Esolani has been frequently mentioned and analyzed. I'm just going to, we don't need to read all of this. These are the three canzonette. I just want to point out the basic structure, first song, second song, third song, and these are described as musical performances, as you will see. I feel we really need to look at them as a sensory stimuli, not just as poetic text. You can't just read them as a text. But the first song, Perotino, is tied to the idea of love and suffering. And the second song, Gismondo, is tied to the idea of love as pleasure and joy. Now the important part, the third song, the crucial one, Lavinello, question mark. Because if you really, I'll go back to this, if you read the text, it doesn't really tell you exactly what the solution of the enigma is. To me, it's crucial that the text doesn't tell you. Although, if you look down here, you see there is a progression towards beauty. There is a progression towards a sensory beauty, and of course, the third song is the supreme beautiful. And so you get the gist of it now, in which you see how the enigma, which has to do, of course, with a desire for beauty, is not really given through language, but it's implied through the evocation of a sensory experience. Even though language, of course, the poem implies this idea, well, if we only knew. Anyway, I'll go back to this. Bembo's description of this miniature concert, which will soon turn into a subtle competition of both aesthetic and moral proportions, intentionally draws attention not so much to the substance of what is being sung as to its sensory appearance. In particular, the reader is induced to see and hear the third performative event as beautiful. And again, we don't really need to read all of this, but the important part is this emphasis on the fact that, the third song is so beautiful that the passion or the flame, kindled by the previous two are going to die out in a way. The performance itself is more beautiful than the previous two. There are other markers, actually, I'm not going to go into. There are other symbolic markers of the special nature of the third performance, but I want to point out, again, the emphasis on the physical appearance of beauty, as opposed to what the text does not tell you about beauty. Sorry. In addition to foreshadowing the expository structure of the dialogue, the opening musical scene introduces the conceptual kernel of the enigma of love, namely the nature of beauty. In the quintessentially Platonic sense, that erotic passion is always an instinctive response to beauty. It is intuitive, but it is also disorienting and somewhat opaque to understanding because startlingly sudden and direct. You see beauty, as opposed to somebody trying to explain to you what beauty is, which is exactly what we will see later on in the dialogue. A deeper philosophical insight about the role of beauty in the inception of desire lies in the accuracy of Bembo's poetic evocation of the essential and conceptually challenging connection between truth and its sensory appearance, since the beautiful is axiomatically taken to be the sensory manifestation of what is true and therefore good. Indeed, we may notice that the third song, Amor la tua virtute, the song whose role is to prefigure Lavinello's synthesis and resolution of the enigma, does not actually tell us anything substantial about the nature of love. It simply points to a want or lack, if we only knew what love really is. And of course, lack and desire is a complementary element of this entire discourse. We will have to wait until Lavinello's speech to recognize now, through discursive analysis, that love is desire for beauty. But the real revelation is that we already knew that all along, intuitively and erotically, when our soul was enraptured by the sensory splendor of the beauty of the singer and her music. This is the experience Bembo intends to evoke, a semantically vague but irresistibly beautiful object of sense perception. Amor la tua virtute, not as a poem, but as a visual and auditory stimulus, is a practical demonstration that the beautiful is the way the good appears to us in real life. It would be legitimate to ask if Bembo could have achieved the same goal simply by revealing the link between love and beauty in the propositional content of the text of the poem. But I would argue that the answer is no, because that is not the object of Bembo's poetic simulation of the experience of erotic desire. The key concept is the link, again, between the good and the beautiful. The apprehension of the good is not easily available to us. It requires reflection and introspection. On the other hand, the experience of the beautiful is direct and unreflective, and more importantly, it triggers erotic passion, that is, the desire to pursue the good under the form of the beautiful. The challenge for us, as well as for the men and women caught in the world of the Asolani, is to understand the erotic response to the beautiful as a dynamic striving towards a good. The fact that the three programmatic songs, canzonette, are presented as musical performances immediately raises the question of the characteristic Platonic triangulation between sensory beauty, passion, and knowledge. We might also argue that Bembo's linguistic evocation of sensuousness dramatizes both the enchanting nature of this triangulation and the paradox of subjecting an experiential intuition, and a rather confusing one, to reasoned investigation, which is, of course, what happens later on in the dialogue. This is precisely what both the Symposium and the Asolani aim to do on some level. The difference, or at least one crucial difference, is that in the Symposium, the music of the aulos embodies erotic inebriation. In the Asolani, song embodies the sensory apprehension of beauty that precedes and triggers erotic inebriation. As a result, the transition from experiential intuition to reasoned investigation requires the temporary exclusion of the former and the acceptance of the latter. Despite these obvious differences, a profitable parallel can be drawn between Bembo's third song and Agathon's speech in the Symposium. The young poet Agathon praises love. Agathon is good, of course, praises love in highly poetic terms, as a god and as beautiful. In fact, as the archetypically beautiful. Although his view of the link between Eros and beauty will have to be adjusted and partially redirected towards its proper goal, his speech, which immediately precedes those of Socrates and Diotima, takes us closer to the Socratic perspective than any of the previous speeches. Again, sensory manifestation of the beautiful takes us closer to what will be explained through reasoning. In a way reminiscent of Bembo's song, Agathon's speech about beauty turned its own poetic beauty into a demonstration of the correlation between beauty and truth. Scholars have expressed different opinions about the highly opulent and poetic style of Agathon's speech and therefore on its perceived substantive value. But I believe that Stephen Hollywell's more emphatically positive take on these qualities of Agathon's speech helps us understand also the philosophical nuances of Bembo's narrative methodology. Hollywell points out, and I quote, how Agathon puts more emphasis than anyone else on sensory, formal, and textural qualities associated, ideally, with the experience of Eros. No one prior to Agathon had given perceptual beauty such a salience in their account of Eros. End quote. Plato entrusted the salience of perceptual beauty to the sensory appeal of Agathon's poetic language, his physical appearance as well. Bembo, on the other hand, and can entrust the salience to the cross-sensory effect of physical beauty that is simultaneously visual and auditory. Physical appearance and the beauty of the beauty of the music. Like Plato, and because of Plato, Bembo sees the importance of maximizing the cognitive value of perceptual beauty. On the other hand, we also need to recognize that the sensory, formal, and textural qualities of Bembo's visual and auditory simulation are left to memory and imagination. They cannot be physically seen or heard. You cannot see the singer, you cannot hear the music. The psychosomatic mechanism conjured by Bembo's narrative of sensory discovery did not have to take the form of musical performance. The multisensory quality of the fictional environment he creates is easily explained by his reliance and focus on the Ficinian formulation of Platonic beauty. This is Ficino, really. If love is desire for beauty, beauty only appears to us in three forms: visual beauty, so the beauty of forms, auditory beauty, the beauty of sounds, and intellectual beauty, the beauty of thoughts, according to Bembo at least. The first two, auditory and visual, a straightforward object of sense and perception, while the third is arguably less directly connected to the sensory input. And this is actually, and again, we don't really need to read all of this, but this is the way Bembo talks about these three manifestations of beauty as visual forms, sounds, and possibly thoughts, which is the life of the mind, or the soul in general. There is a little complication here I'm going to discuss, which is actually the very last sentence again, because here now Bembo introduces a further complication, which is to say he seems to refer to the auditory perception of beauty in terms of a linguistic apprehension of the content of what you're trying to say, or the sheer beauty of language. But there is ambiguity here whether he's talking about linguistic auditory stimuli or non-linguistic auditory stimuli, which is to say sound. And I'm going to address this issue here because I don't think it's entirely resolved in the Asolani. There is no doubt that the performance of Amor la tua virtute functions as an emblem or icon of this dual-channel account of the apprehension of beauty. However, the role of sound is complicated by the implicit and unresolved split between sound as musical harmony and sound as language. And this is a complicated issue, especially in the Renaissance, and the way they try at this time to distinguish between the two of them, or confuse the two of them, the difference between the way the mind processes sound as word and the way the mind processes sound, as musical sound, pitch. It is clear that the last sentence, né ad altro fine ci fu il parlar dalla natura dato, perché esso fosse tra di noi dei nostri animi segni di dimostrazione. Il parlare refers to language. It wouldn't have to, but it does. A few lines later, Bembo rephrases the same idea as beauty of thought, bellezza di pensiero, so language as a manifestation of the activity of the mind and the soul. On the other hand, a few lines earlier, Bembo associates auditory beauty with the harmony of virtues. Perciò che siccome è bello quel corpo, le cui membra tengono proporzione tra loro, così è bello quello animo, la cui virtù fanno tra sé armonia. Now, the problem with this passage, as the notion of harmonia of the soul goes back to a musical metaphor, mostly because of Plato's Timaeus, and they knew this. The concept of harmony introduces a musical analogy to which Bembo had already drawn attention in Gismondo's speech. The key point is the claim that the soul is harmony, with explicit reference to a musical notion of harmony. And this is what Gismondo actually says early on. Again, a crucial line here at the end, the reference to essa anima, altro non essere che armonia. And if you read the previous passage, the previous section here, there is clear reference to a musical notion of harmony, not a generic notion of harmony as a harmonious combination of parts of any kind. The alcuni that Bembo does not care to mention are obviously the followers of Plato. The reference text is Plato's Timaeus, in which the human soul, as well as the word soul, are described as ontologically related to the mathematical proportions defined in the musical intervals. My impression is that the undeclared premise of Bembo's argument is the common claim, better known to them through Boethius, that the soul is attracted to musical harmony because the soul recognizes its own harmonic constitution in the sensory exposure to musical harmony. Of course, then the question becomes whether or not that harmony is also the beautiful, but we're not going to go there. Bembo does seem to link a generic notion of musical harmony to the image of a well-tuned and therefore virtuous soul. One could argue that for Bembo, the beauty of the music of Amor, la tua virtute, reveals the beauty of the singer's soul in a way that is analogous to the inner harmony that shines verbally in the beauty of thought. This reading would reconcile the uncertain distinction between verbal and musical manifestations of beauty, but we cannot dwell here on the number of semantic steps that this analogy would require, and I'm not sure about its demonstrability. After all, not all symbolic associations are willful associations. We may have to accept the conclusion that in the Esolani the question of the relationship between visual and auditory beauty remains partially unresolved. But now, by way of conclusion, I will just mention that the cluster of ideas crystallized in Bembo's discourse of visual and auditory beauty has often been brought to bear on the meaning of the subject matter of Titian's Venus with an organist and Cupid. And I'll show you this. You will see the problem here. Visual beauty, auditory beauty. See the problem here. Do you turn around and look at visual beauty, or do you keep playing the organ? Okay. In the terms posited in the Esolani, the auditory encounter with beauty raises another familiar issue. How can harmony, a principle of order, lead to erotic passion if erotic passion is to be taken as a disorder of the soul? Well, we have to leave this question unanswered, and in the spirit of truth-seeking desire, it is again impossible to resist the wider conclusion that it is better to be Socrates dissatisfied than a fool satisfied. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. This has been such a fantastic session with so many things to discuss. You know, really beginning from the very end, I was thinking the painting which you showed is such a. Of course, you didn't have much time to spend on it, but it's such a great moment of visual conundrum, because we have, of course, this idea of the guy who's turning to the beauty of Venus, and he's the kind of medium of beauty in the sense that the instrument player, of course, he is creating something which is audible but not visible, and which raises the question of which sense is also stronger. And, you know, Venus doesn't really need to do much, right? She's there, embodying beauty, whereas the instrument player has this added layer of doing something very practical in order to get the instrument produce sound, right?
Exactly, and if I may,
sure.
You know, and it's a little bit what you see actually at the beginning of the Asolani, because of course the woman playing, singing actually, she's a visual beauty, so she's beauty in the way beauty may appear in a natural form. You're right. In a way, she doesn't have to do anything, but she also sings. So you get the creative side of the beautiful, which on some level could also be tied or brought back to the rather enigmatic notion you find a Symposium of the procreation in beauty. But in Bembo, what is interesting is also that double dimension of an appearance and the creation of beauty through the performance of song. Then, of course, in their world, the ideal synthesis is what makes it work, that you don't turn around,
right.
That you imbibe in a way that sensory experience as the intuition of the erotic passion that will lead to the understanding of the true nature of beauty. But
yeah, no, that's very true. And in a way, you know, I think sort of the two papers together were, of course, moving from very different perspectives, but I think some of the clusters which you both touched upon were so sort of strongly speaking to one another. And while listening to Jane's beautiful paper, I also thought a couple of things which then resonated with what Giuseppe was saying. And one of them is the fact that in the case of Stampa, of course, we have a similar situation because she is meant to be herself someone who was a performer, and so someone who has the experience of delighting others through singing mostly, but also a poet. And when the poet sort of lets their work go around, the body of the poet is kind of hidden away, right? I mean, you don't see the body of the poet anymore because there's a substitution and the body of the poem is taken over. And then those passages which you were quoting, especially the foreword, I mean the nota introduttiva of the collection of the poems, which I hadn't really thought of in the past, is so fascinating because she's already playing the Ovidian card there of the sort of Heroides kind of legacy, right? Because she's sort of already in the preface, which is not yet the poetical text, doing that kind of dynamic where she's basically entrusting the work with the feelings of her own pain. And I was wondering whether you had, you know, you sort of mentioned so many interesting things there, but I was wondering whether you could say something maybe about this Ovidian presence of the model of the Heroides, not just in the poems, which is probably the most evident thing, but already in that very liminal space, because the that's a letter, you know, it's kind of, it's something very odd because it's a textual space in between the title page and the work. And at the very same time is a space of mobility where the author is encountering both the addressee and the broader audience who's reading. And so it looks like such an interesting cluster. And I don't know whether you have thoughts about that.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I want to add my thoughts about Giuseppe the final slide in the painting. I couldn't help but think this is where Stampa would have loved to have had the Count joining her. Right? This is the music and beauty coming together. Obviously, in her case, it would have been as the singer herself, clothed, of course, with her lute and with her voice, and that power of that presence, which I think Titian captures so quite amazingly. And even he's still playing, right? The organist is still playing, so it's not as though music is the auditory is completely overcome by the visual.
And there is a conflict.
There's a what?
There is a conflict.
Yes, no, there is definitely a conflict, but the music is still coming out, although we can't hear it.
Yeah.
So we're in the position of the Count, right, who doesn't really get to hear Stampa's voice. And I loved your comments, Giuseppe, too, about how does the auditory translate into the written text? Do we get to hear it, and do the invocations of harmony work for us on any kind of auditory level at all with out of language, especially when it's not a poem, right? When it's prose, that's where the poetry you cite is in a different sphere, but very edgy in the ways that you beautifully said. But Eugenia, to get to your point about the Herodes, no, she's definitely the donna abbandonata. I mean, she's clearly, she calls herself Anasilla. I mean, this is her invented name for herself, which she uses in that letter and then uses for the first time in a couple of the sonnets that I called attention to. And I think, the river that she's alluding to here is actually in the domain where the Count has his country estate, and so there's a real sense in which she sees herself as identifying in his space, but a space that he doesn't currently occupy. And so I think to this extent, she is suggesting through her letter that, as I said, she asks the book, she says, if there's a hint of a smile, don't come back to me. So if the book does come back, that's like the kiss of death, and that's when I kind of didn't say it explicitly, but that's when the idea is that she will herself breathe her last. So she's very much, the kind of Dido of the letter, or the other figures in all of the Herodes sending out their own works. I think that what's interesting about the prose dedication as opposed to the poetic dedications is that it's the one moment where she does address a kind of physical entity, as opposed to the ore, right? The winds, or the river that's going to carry her plaints. But like I said, I mean, my reading it through the lens of Horace and the medieval, her medieval precursors, I really see her as treating this as a failed incorporation or a failed personification. I mean, the book, it's a depository of her lagrime, but it can never be its own body that can then lure him home. I mean, so I think she's playing a lot with this division in her own life between the physical presence of the strong singing voice and what are the, what even the collection of poems into a libretto, what finally can they really signify for him? Although for others, there can be signification.
Yeah, this is so fascinating because it also speaks to the sort of inability in a way of the written page to do exactly the same thing which the actual interaction between the singer poet in this case and the actual addressee would play out, right? I mean, it's kind of a substitute which is, good enough for doing some kind of work, but not enough for doing exactly what she needs. And so there's a very strong sense of frustration which comes out of that.
For 310 poems, yeah.
So
the reader gets a little frustrated too.
Right. I mean, I have other things to ask, but I would like to see, yes, please. I think we can circulate this microphone.
Thank you very much, both of you. This question is addressed to Giuseppe, or it's more a comment. If I understood exactly, and I think I did, you make the very interesting point that in the Greek Symposium, there is a distinction drawn between the expression of an emotion and the description of an emotion. And this strikes me. A couple of years ago, I was invited, together with a young colleague, to prepare a contribution on the fragments of Greek comedy, odd thing. And what we looked at was expressions of emotion. And what we discovered to our surprise is that overwhelmingly in the texts, there are descriptions of emotions rather than direct expressions. Even when a character feels something, he or she is likely to say, well, I felt this way for the following reasons, and then give a good analysis and explain why they might also feel another way. Now, there are some reasons why in fragments this might be the case, because the excerpters of these old plays who are producing the fragments for us like to pick out philosophically interesting points. Nevertheless, it is to some extent confirmed by the way that the ancient Greeks write about the emotions, Aristotle in particular, a highly cognitive approach. More recently, really the last now 30 or 40 years, cognitive approaches to the emotions are dominant in scientific accounts.
Yep.
It's often called the appraisal theory of the emotions, although other names are given to it. And the very founders of the appraisal theory recognized in Aristotle a precursor. I think that the Renaissance texts might be engaging with this and finding ways to go beyond it, to integrate emotions and accounts of emotions. And that is what I'm taking away from your account of Bembo.
You're absolutely right. And indeed, I do believe, by the way, in general, even going beyond the specific case of Bembo and the Asolani, that the Renaissance is indeed engaged with the Aristotelian notion that emotional responses have a fundamental cognitive dimension. It's always a response to a specific cognitive gesture in a way, which, by the way, also has implications for the problem of the way they may understand, or they may try to understand, how music now may play a role in the simulation of emotion in a descriptive maybe way, because motion, by lacking, one could argue, semantic content unless there is a text, may not have the cognitive component that they view as fundamental to the arousal of emotion in the Aristotelian sense of the term. So I do believe, actually, that in the Renaissance, they're already unpacking some of these problems that will become later on, of course, in the 20th century, a fundamental way of understanding the psychology of emotion. And in music, there is a further complication, because then the question becomes, if, let's say for a moment, music does not have the cognitive dimension that can really lead to a proper arousal of emotion, how about, this is Plato now, how about the mathematical content of musical harmony? Is that a form of cognition? And if it is a form of cognition, is it a form of cognition that can lead to specific emotions? Maybe not. But could that lead to beauty? So the cognition of beauty in a non-linguistic form tied to the non-Aristotelian but Platonic view of, as I said, actually a musical harmony, and therefore, as we read in Timaeus, the mathematical and musical constitution of the human soul, because of the way it was created according to Plato. So we get into then the problem of the semantic or non-semantic nature of a certain kinds of emotion, if there are semantic emotions and non-semantic emotions. But I think the Renaissance was already trying to again understand some of these phenomena. And of course, poetry in this kind of text on some level, especially Bembo, maybe in the Asolani, there is the element of describing and simulating the verbal descriptions of emotions, which the decision, then what it does, that how that may work as a substitute for the experience of apprehending beauty, as I said, as a sudden, unmediated experience, as opposed to the verbal explanation of what that experience really means. And I think that's exactly what Bembo is doing at the beginning of the Asolani, by not telling you what the answer to the question of Eros is, but by presenting a sensory object of beauty, not a linguistic explanation of what that is.
Thank you both for those great papers. I have a question for both of you, but since I know that Giuseppe has to leave, maybe I'll ask you my question, and then Jane, I'll ask you later at a reception over wine. So I really enjoyed your paper. It got me rethinking my own reading of the Symposium and the sort of, I'd seen the Aulos girl being pushed out as women being excluded from the conversation of Eros, and hadn't thought about the sort of impact on what that says about music, etc. And I'm wondering, as you were talking about the Asolani, I started thinking about the dedicatory letter to Lucrezia Borgia and the sort of double performative act in that letter, even before we get to what you're talking about. And I'm wondering your thoughts on that, the fact that he says, I'm sorry that I can't be at the marriage ceremony of Caterina Cortaro, but I've written this dialogue that you and the other wedding guests should perform. So that's, what do you make of that? Is a sort of paratextual?
The truth is, I don't know what to make of it, but but you're absolutely right. There is again that dimension, and I wonder, and I may be wrong about this, I wonder if again Bembo at that point became interested in this problem of subjecting to dialogic investigation, and therefore linguistic and rational investigation, a topic or an idea or a concept that by its very definition is an experience. And therefore the problem of mediating between the experience itself and an understanding of that experience that is crucial, the way it's viewed in the Asolani, in order to really then understand that experience, that you can't really explain it just as an experience. It's a little bit what you see also in the Symposium. And that's the reason why on some level, I think the framing and narrative helps that way. Because again, the framing narrative can actually evoke an experience that then has to be subjected to investigation, scrutiny, but Eros by definition. You cannot do that on some level if you get to the Symposium. You can't really understand what that means unless you experience the erotic passion of beauty that will then take you to a journey that will then will allow you to understand the process. And I'll stop here. There's another problem I have to say, which is if you think about the way the object of the sensory manifestation of beauty is presented at the beginning of the Asolani as a performance. And now you have the subject responding to that object. There is a known problem here that in Bembo takes a different meaning because of the way he concluded the entire journey by substituting the Platonic theory of forms with amor dei. But the problem is that, and we talked about this actually yesterday, it's not a symmetrical relationship. It's an asymmetrical relationship, in this case gendered with female performances. Because the subject responds to beauty, sensory beauty, and sensory beauty triggers this kind of erotic passion in the subject. That experience does not change at all the object. The object itself, sensory beauty, is not changed by the subject perceiving this passion in a way. And therefore, it's an asymmetrical relationship. It's not a reciprocal relationship. And of course, Ficino is a way to deal with that problem. But it's in a way, if we want to take it into an Aristotelian framework, it's almost a Platonic version, an erotic version of the concept of the prime mover. Well, everything, there is something that doesn't move that can actually move everything else. And this is not, other scholars have actually pointed out on some level this kind of element in which that object of sensory perception, female in this case, again, it's a kind of prime mover in a way, because it's only the subject. And then if you believe in the Platonic journey towards knowledge, now that experience will take you to a journey in which you want to improve yourself. You don't want to improve the object. You don't feel you have to improve the sensory object or the manifestation of beauty. So there's this not problematic, but this intriguing aspect in which you have a kind of an erotic version of the concept of the prime mover, which indeed, even in the Renaissance, was applied to the notion of cosmic, force that governs the entire universe. But it's a sort of a blend of a Platonic notion of Eros and an Aristotelian concept of the prime mover.
I know that Giuseppe has to leave, so yeah, sure. And we can. I mean, we have a couple of minutes more. So I think Eileen, if you want to ask your question for Jane now, or if are there other? Yes, Monica. I mean, we do have time for both, actually. You just yeah.
No, you're good. Don't worry.
I also had a question for Giuseppe, but of course I'll ask him at another time. Thank you so much for these beautiful papers. And in particular, I was thinking about the notion of the envoy. And I'm not an expert of medieval literature, but with my students, I always read the Ballata by Cavalcanti, Perché io non spero di tornar giammai, which is one of my favorite, which I discovered when I was, a teenager. And since I love it, I always read it with my students at the undergraduate level. And I wanted to ask you, Jane, what do you make of the fragmentation of the body and also of the psyche, so to speak, of Cavalcanti in the context of your discussion of the detachment or the envoy, the separation of the poet, of the lyrical voice, and the ballata that goes away, but is divided in. I was looking at it before. I mean, just to remind myself of voce, spirito, and this sort of also a flatus that is. I mean, this kind of pain. So I was just thinking. I mean, I don't have an answer, and I wanted to ask you, what you thought.
Yeah, I mean, without necessarily addressing specifically the Cavalcanti, which I agree, it's just the envoy and the congedo, and that is just one of the more memorable ones. I think partly because of this wrenching sense that I'm never gonna go there, but you can. And I think that I didn't get to mention Ovid's Tristia, but I may say something very briefly about it now. I mean, unlike Horace, who puts his poem to the poor at the very end of the epistles, Ovid opens the Tristia with a much longer poem, which is like, little book, go out there. You're not finished, you're not polished, you're dressed as inelegantly as possible, but you have the ability to go places, back to my herbs, right back to my city, find my library. I can't do that. And so I feel with Cavalcanti, there's certainly an Ovidian kind of sensibility here. The exile is a different kind of exile, and, again, we're not really sure what the reason is for him not being able to, tornare mai più, as it were. But I think that there is I would just wonder to what extent, as Ovid is giving his perhaps non-elegant, non-dignified poem, nonetheless the capacity to represent him in Rome. If there's some move in that too, Cavalcanti's kind of fragmented body becomes a kind of new whole body in the body of the female poem, and whether or not her incorporation of his body parts is a way of leaving that fragmentation behind and representing something kind of whole and unified. I don't know. I mean, I've thought about that a lot, and I think that it is such a fascinating question to ask, why do so many of these poets have recourse to the female gendered ballata or canzone as a space to precisely recompose or reconstitute their own fragmented sensibility, in the hope that, as with Ovid's Tristia, there can be an act of persuasion, right? An act of rhetorical persuasion. And again, an act of Eros, clearly in the case of so many of what we see going on in the ballate and the canzone. So I don't know if that really addresses Cavalcanti per se, but I think, collecting the fragmented parts, interestingly not of the woman, but of the man, in a woman, and letting her body then represent, him regendered, reconstituted as this different kind of corpus, which, like Ovid, he hopes will have success in the herbs, which he can no longer go to. Thank you.
Okay, I don't want to hog the time, but I'll just, thanks for the great talk. I always love hearing you talk about stampa, and I wanted to go back to Sonnet 67, the aure, which is great, the lack of that definite article and the sort of rejection of parts of the Petrarchan sort of model. And so what struck me about when you were talking about this poem is, it almost seems like she's playing with the trope of the navicella, right? Except what's missing in hers, like that definite article, is the presence of amor with a capital A as the sort of no quiero who's guiding the boat, right? It's not love or some sort of external force that's guiding, it's her breath. And so I was, wondering how does that figure into then the sort of bigger picture of her poetics and the sort of, theme of your talk in this rejection of anyone else being in charge of sort of the envoy, the pushing away of the sending off of the little boat. It's her, not.
No, thank you. I'll have to think about that. Amor does appear in other of her poems, so I wouldn't want to say it's a flat-out rejection, but in this one where it's so closely modeled on Petrarca, I think there really is that, that decision on her part. It's between her and the poem, this fido segreto, right, messaggero, who's going to be representing her and her breath, right, her singing, these ethereal breezes. So yeah, and the vele themselves, she does invoke the idea of the boat, the sails being filled with her desire, right? But it's her boat. And
yeah, that's what was striking about what you were saying. It's her boat.
Yeah.
It's Petrarch's boat, it's Dante, like it's everybody's boat, but
Sure.
She removes traces of any other, not person, but thing possessing the boat.
Yeah. No,
I thought it was really.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I think it does tie in with her own tenacious way of claiming for herself, obviously, this Petrarchan vocabulary and trying, and again, in the inversion that we certainly see with the aure or not laure, right? It's not Laura. We're not invoking in that moment the presence of the beloved. The beloved is just not there at all. And so I think maybe to that extent, she's saying, I need to be the one who's generating the, my physical, sospiri have to be the things that are generating this navicella, because without that, he's never going to listen to these poems. He doesn't anyway, according to her. Yeah. But I think there is that sense that, it's my physical presence, my own voice that he's in love with, and without that, nothing will happen. So this constant attempt to lure him back with an effigy of herself. Again, ultimately, that fails too. But thank you, that's a great connection to make.
And if I can just add a final point there, the sort of space in between is made of aria, right? And of course, aria, aura, these are the sort of the same sort of cluster of ideas. And of course, aria has also to do with the very medium of her as a singer, once again. And I think there's a very interesting way which you sort of described so well of imagining this space between the poet and the addressee, which is a physical space, even if in the distance. And I think that if Lina Bolzoni were with us today, she would sort of remind us that some of these rhetorical tropes need to be taken literally to some extent to really get a sense of what they meant to these people, right? And so I was thinking that what you described, and also in sort of going back to what we were discussing yesterday, seems to show that there's beyond the specific relationship between the poet and the addressee, it's also a very beautiful way of describing this social dimension of what poetry is doing. And I was thinking maybe we could imagine to sort of label this kind of thing as either mobile affectivity or affective mobility, which poetry is kind of pursuing, even if in frustrating ways. Because, we were talking a lot yesterday about what's the difference between the individual experience of an emotional status and the collective experience of that through literature. And one of the beautiful things about literature, as you were also saying, is that, okay, it's done by one person, maybe for another person, but then it gets to be ours and for us to share.
No, and that's for that very first sonnet where she has qualcuna. I hope qualcuna, again, very specifically a female reader, will say, and then be moved to go on and write something as well. So yeah, it's like, and Vittorio Colonna has this wonderful sonnet toward the very end of her collection to Michelangelo. It's just like, may one spark, one scintilla just escape from this flame that I have composed, and may it perhaps, inspire someone else, to think and perhaps to write. And so I think this idea of just, at the end of the day, that's what we do, right? We throw something out, maybe someday someone will read it and say something and write you back, and that's always a wonderful moment. And maybe not. So it's a bet, ultimately, that writers are taking with their words. And even if they may have an intended audience per se, again, the fiction that Stampa is creating is, yes, his Colaltino, she's hoping he's reading it, but at the end of the day, she wants that qualcuna to say, boy, I wish I had her glory. I'm going to try to write just like her.
Yeah. Well, I think that we have deserved a coffee break, but I would like to thank Jane and Giuseppe for 2 fantastic talks, and I think we start again at 11:30.
I guess we're ready to start. Welcome to this lightning round talk. My name is Martha Rust. I'm a member of the faculty of the English department, and it's my pleasure to be chair of this session today, which promises to be super interesting. So I will just get started and introduce our first speaker, and we'll go right through them and just like that, and have questions and answers at the end. So our first speaker is Giulia Bertoni from Columbia University, and she is, sorry, I was going to read her short bio. Here it is. A PhD candidate in classical studies at Columbia University. She is writing a dissertation on uses of drapery and cloth gestures in Greco-Roman art. And the title of her talk is Visualizing Female Desire on Sarcophagi and with Phaedra and Hippolytus. So please welcome Giulia.
Okay. How does one signal the onset of desire with non-verbal means? Glances, pursuits, Cupid's arrows. There are many visual strategies in Greco-Roman art. In this talk, I argue that one of the conventional means to signal women's desire is through a cloth gesture. Cloth gesture is the name I use in my dissertation to investigate artistic gestures that involve the manipulation of the figure's drapery, a nuanced and under-investigated means of communication, oscillating between the high semantics of body language and the more abstract, self-effacing function of ornament. I demonstrate my thesis by analyzing visual representations of a myth in which desire is central, the myth of Phaedra, wife of Theseus, who is possessed by an irresistible desire towards his son-in-law Hippolytus, a young boy, as David was in tune with what David was saying yesterday. Phaedra tries to seduce him with the help of her nurse, but Hippolytus, who is exclusively obsessed with hunting and the worship of Artemis, rejects her, which will then cause her suicide and Hippolytus' own death. In particular, I set out to compare and contrast 2 iconographic types of this myth, as attested on reliefs carved on Attic sarcophagi. Sarcophagi were coffins often decorated with Greek myth, which were made in Attica and exported as far as Lebanon, as the ones here. In the first iconographic type, letter A in the PowerPoint, the visual field is divided into 2 contrasting halves, marked in the middle by a boy hammering antlers to an altar of Artemis. On the left camp is the feminine world of Phaedra, who is shown seated, flanked by Aphrodite and a female attendant. This is the world under the influence of Aphrodite. On the left camp is the masculine hunting world of Hippolytus, who is shown also seated, specular to Phaedra. This is the world under the influence of Artemis. Yep. But how did the artist visualize what sets in motion the whole drama and its tragic chain reaction, Phaedra's illicit desire towards her son-in-law? They do so by making recourse to typical strategies of Greco-Roman art, personifications, and body language. To the left of Phaedra, they carved the goddess Aphrodite with baby Cupid in her arms, directing his bow and arrow towards Phaedra. There's the detail there. Both Aphrodite and Phaedra's companion, who is holding her arm, point their index finger towards Hippolytus, the object of desire. Phaedra's body language, by contrast, is a defensive one. She's turning her head away from Hippolytus and holding out her arm, showing the palm of her hand in a gesture of fear. She's shown as the passive victim of Aphrodite. A very different characterization of Phaedra's desire is visible in the second iconographic type, letter B, one found on Pompeian frescoes too. Phaedra's body language has radically changed. She's still seated, but this time she's turning her head towards Hippolytus, while leaning on her right arm, which makes her dress slip off, exposing her shoulder, a cloth gesture typical of representations of Aphrodite. Instead of holding her palm out in a defensive gesture, she's lifting her left arm to hold the edge of her head veil. It's fragmentary, but she would be doing this. Her maid helps her in lifting the veil off her head. Why are they doing that? Why is Phaedra shown holding up an edge of her veil? Here I would like to revive an old scholarly tradition that has identified in this gesture an allusion to an ancient wedding ritual in which the woman momentarily unveiled her head, as we can see on figure C, in which a bride is unveiling her head with the help of Eros and an attendant. I interpret this gesture as an erotic, seductive gesture. Indeed, it regularly occurs in iconography of seductresses par excellence, Aphrodite, Helen, and Peitho, the personification of persuasion, as we can see in figure D. Persuasion, so that's a fragment of the map on the left. Persuasion, the word that seduces. How does an image seduce without words? How does it attract the viewer? How does it become erotically charged and communicate this emotion? This cloth gesture, a woman holding a hem of her head veil, half revealing her face, seems to me a very effective invention to visually represent and contain the strongest of emotions. Why? On the one hand, this is due to the cultural aspect. That is, to an ancient viewer, the gesture of Peitho would have reminded them of the conventional gesture of the newly wedded bride. But there is also something intrinsic to the gesture that makes it particularly persuasive. I think it is due to its ambiguity between veiling and unveiling. It is a suspended gesture, suspended between the two, activating our curiosity towards her face and body. Going back to Phaedra's sarcophagi, this cloth gesture gives a very different characterization to the motive of the drama. Aphrodite is out of the picture. Phaedra's desire is characterized as a more internal, active emotion. Thank you.
If I can get this to work, I'll introduce our next speaker. Hello? Sorry. Oh, no, Okay, should be working. Yeah, sounds like it is. Okay, so our next speaker is Alexandra Urbaniak, who is a PhD candidate at the Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznan, Poland, Institute of Romance, Languages, and Literatures. Her principal interests linked to her dissertation are lovesickness and the image of woman in old Romance literatures. Since 2022, she is a member of the research group on Latin Middle Ages in Florence. And her title is The Inner Image of Beloved in Chino de Pistoia and its Medical Inspirations.
The aim of my paper is to scrutinize the topos of the inner image of beloved, the phantasm, in Cino da Pistoia's poetry. This motif assumes in the Dolce Stil Novo two main variants: the image in the mind or in the heart, the fact which illustrates a medieval debate about the localization of the imagination, the object of reflection will be its close proximity to the medical ideas present in treatises with which the poet may have been acquainted. The Collegiate by Averroes, 12th century, translated in Latin in 1285, and the Tractatus de Amore Heroico by Arnaldo of Villanova around 1290. This hypothesis is supported by various arguments. First of all, Cino da Pistoia was linked to the University of Bologna since the 13th century, a center of developing medical studies at the Facoltà di Arti e Medicina. He is also known for his contacts with physicians, Gentile da Foligno and Dino del Garbo, the commentator of a poem by another still novista and Cino's friend Guido Cavalcanti. Cino's interest in love from a scientific perspective, typical of the Dolce Stil Novo, has also to be emphasized. When it comes to the historical premises of the poet's familiarity with mentioned treatises, in reference to the Collegiate, it is worth to remind that the Averroistic ideas were widespread at Bologna and present in Dante and Cavalcanti. Moreover, between 1290 and 1320, this work was the object of the academic discussions, so Cino, befriended with the university scholars, may have heard about it. As regards, instead, the Tractatus de Amore Heroico, according to Philippe Guérin, its transmission might have been linked to Cavalcanti and or Dante. In our opinion, Alighieri, and then, at least in an indirect way, Cino, could have been acquainted with this text thanks to Pietro di Giovanni Olivi, who had contact with Arnaldo of Villanova and taught in the convent of Santa Croce, where Dante may have studied. Anyway, the Tractatus de Amore Heroico had to be known in Italy, given that Dino del Garbo in the glossa to the Cavalcanti's Donna Me Prega indicated this treatise as one of the poet's sources. Now, after demonstrating historical arguments in favor of the intertwining of love discourse and scientific one in Cino, we are going to analyze his poems and confront them to the medical ideas. Let's begin with the stanza of the sonnet. Lo intelletto d'amore ch'io solo porto, ma si dipinta ben propriamente, quella donna gentil dentro alla mente, chi la veggio lontano a mi conforto. In the verses cited above, Cino uses a motif often found in courtly love poetry, that of the woman who, despite of being far from the beloved, is always in his mind. In this case, her phantasm brings consolation to the languishing lover. A different lyrical situation appears in another sonnet in which the man complains. Veduto han gli occhi miei sì bella cosa, che dentro dal mio cor dipinta l'hanno, e se per veder lei tutt'oro stanno, infin che non la trovan non han posa. Here, the lady's image isn't a cure for amorous anguish, even exacerbates suffering, because the picture, this time placed in the man's heart, forces his eyes to looking for her constantly. However, one aspect unites two poetical pieces, the verb dipingere, frequent in the Italian literature of the origins. We would like to point out that if the impact of literary tradition is quite obvious, the potential relationships to the treatises seem far more intriguing, since they reveal the poet's interest in the medical theories concerning the mind, described in the Collegiate in the following way. And I'm not reading the citation for reasons of time, it's on the slide. Averroes enumerates faculties or functions of the mind, among others virtus imaginativa, which participate in the conservation of the inner images. He also says that despite of the fact that the operations of these virtutes occur in the brain, their roots are in the heart. In Giorgio Agamben's opinion, this statement could explain the motive of the lady's image in the heart in medieval lyrics. In case of Cino, we consider it very probable, for reasons explained so far, and the poet's fascination with the motive of rimembranza, memory, visible in his corpus. In fact, in the poem Veduta han gli occhi miei sì bella cosa that we have just quoted, we may observe a connection between mind and heart highlighted by Averroes. The lover's eyes, responsible for painting the image in the heart, are unable to forget it, although it doesn't appear in the head anymore. The roots of the imagination must be placed, then, in the heart. It shows that Cino, searching the beginning of the citation, the truth in the human being's insight, in the mind's and heart's manners and movements, the end of the citation, was absorbed in the functioning of the intellect. For that, he could be familiarized with the Arnold of Villanova's treatise too. The Catalan physician characterized love as a violent, obsessive thought about the beloved whose impressed form is still present in the mind. Paradoxically, so pleasant image becomes also the reason for a continuous concern related to unsatisfied desire. This fragment could explain the ambiguous representations of the phantasm in Cino's poetry. On the one hand, thanks to it, the lover finds solace during the separation, but on the other hand, his pain is incessant. We may conclude that the motive of inner image in Cino's lyrics has points in common with the medical ideas about the mind. However, the importance of literary tradition has also to be accentuated, since the poet resorts to the metaphor of painting, which is absent from the treatises. Cino transforms, then, the scientific language using rhetorical figures with the aim to give to his poems a formal beauty, which is not only the expression of artistic skills, but also a homage for the adored lady. And thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Giuseppe Vicinanza, and his title is, wait, I've got to do his bio first. Giuseppe is a PhD student in philosophy at the New School for Social Research in New York. His work centers on Dante and on the way in which the latter used philosophy in his work. This brings him to focus in particular on Dante's views on knowledge and happiness, as well as the notion of guide. And his title is Writing Love, How Dante Became a Public Intellectual.
Thank you. Okay, so originally I was going to title my piece Writing Love, How Dante Became a Prophet, rather than what it is now. I changed the title because I don't think that Dante really thought of himself as a prophet, and I don't really have an argument for this. But I have the feeling that Dante had a quite humble understanding of what being a prophet would mean. If only for the fact that this is the understanding of prophets that we get from the scriptures themselves. It is the false prophets, we learn from the Gospel of Matthew, who will perform great signs and wonders, but they will do so to lead astray, if possible, even the elect. A prophet, a real prophet, instead, is a servant. God's servant, to be precise, as per the book of Amos. He performs a service for God, namely that of uttering his words to the people. Now, Dante, too, as an intellectual, wants to be of service. This is for him the role of the intellectual. In the opening of the Monarchia, he states that all men whom the higher nature has endowed with a love of truth, and though the term is a bit anachronistic, I hope you see why I'm referring to them as intellectuals, these people, he says, work for, in service of, future generations. They are servants of posterity. As an intellectual, then, Dante wants to be a servant, with the responsibility, as Dante puts it again in the Monarchia, of contributing something to the community. One more thought about the title. Why writing love, rather than, say, writing about love? What does dropping the about do? And I promise that I wasn't just trying to mirror the title of the conference, which mentions thinking, feeling, and writing love. I was thinking instead of the 24th canto of Purgatorio, where Dante, speaking to another poet, Bonagiunta, says, «I mi sonunque, quando amor mi ispira, noto, e a quel modo che è ditta dentro vo significando. In English, I am one who, when love breathes in me, takes note. What he within dictates, I, in that way, without, speak and shape». As noted by Barolini, indeed, it is important that his action of taking note is immediate. The verb notare is in the present tense, noto, I take note. Dante is a poet who takes notation as love dictates, not belatedly, but immediately. He doesn't write about love. He writes down what love dictates to him, what he breathes into him. In other words, we could say Dante utters the words love speaks to him. In this sense, he writes love. The Italian word for uttering is proferire. Uttering love's words, then, is to be a prophet of love. And if love is what moves the sun and the other stars, that is God, then Dante is a prophet of God, or more simply, a prophet. Though with the caveats on the weight of this word, which I gave before. Now, you would be thinking, well, Giuseppe, that Dante thinks of himself as someone who is speaking some kind of divine truth is as uncontroversial a statement as they can get. So let me clarify what it is, in fact, that I'm trying to say, and that I think is more interesting. We need to consider the context in which Dante is talking to Buonaggiunta. Buonaggiunta, having recognized Dante, asks him to confirm his identity. You're the guy, he says. You are the guy who brought about a big change in poetry, le nove rime. Critics agree that Buonaggiunta here is crediting Dante as the originator of the dolce stil novo, the sweet new style. But as Barini points out, this is not an attempt at flattery. Dante, indeed, has chosen for this role a man who in real life was adverse to the direction in which he would take love poetry. In structuring this canto, then, Dante places himself in the position of having to give an account of himself, and in particular of his work, of his love poetry. That is, he devises a stratagem for offering a reading of his love poetry, not a reading in the sense that he's going to read out a poem, but in the sense of an explanation of its significance. This reading, we will see, is a reading of his love poetry as publicly relevant writing, which positions him as someone whose writing is worthy of being heeded, precisely in virtue of its being love writing, and love writing of a certain philosophical, theological kind. Elisa Brilli and Giuliano Milani suggest that already in the Vita Nova, Dante wanted to stage the history of his evolution into a public figure or public author, or I would say public intellectual. This is, they say, the sense of the account of his libello. They understand this effort as part of a more specific project, dating to the first half of the last decade of the 1200s, notably the period of Dante's first active political spell, of affirming his poetry's worth in the eyes of his interlocutors, especially those he associated with at the time, who were versed in philosophy and theology, and to do so not only to establish himself as a respected writer, but as a figure worthy of being listened to. Speaking of his later writings, Brilli and Milani say, it is precisely in this old trajectory of the lover poet, who was desirous of entering the public arena and that now finds himself at the center of the political life of this city, having to discuss of the highest urban values, that his new accounts of himself, developed after his banishment from Florence, will be inscribed. Let's return then to the account of himself that Dante gives to Buonaggiunta. Earlier I said that in claiming that he's one who writes love, Dante is presenting himself as a prophet. What would it mean for Dante to read his own literary production as prophetical then? If we look at the Bible again, a lot of what the Bible has to say about prophets and prophecy has to do with listening, both positively and negatively. I limit myself to offering two examples, both from Deuteronomy, but there's a lot. Positively, Deuteronomy says, the Lord your God will raise up for you a prophet like me from among you, from your brothers. It is to him you shall listen. Negatively, it states, you shall not listen to the words of the prophet or that dreamer of dreams, for the Lord your God is testing you to know whether you love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. Listen to the words of the prophets, is the Bible's message, but sometimes also don't listen to the words of the prophets. It begs the question, how do we tell a prophet from a false prophet? In the 4th chapter of his first letter, John gives us a pretty good standard for determining this. If a prophet is from the word, he says, he speaks from the word. Therefore, he's a false prophet. A true prophet, or simply a prophet, is instead from God. And to be from God, he says, is to confess that Jesus Christ has come into the flesh. That is, it is to be a Christian. And indeed it continues, you dear children, that is you, my Christian friends, he's writing to a community of Christian converts, you who have welcomed Jesus, you, he says, are from God and have overcome them, those who are from the word. They are from the word and therefore speak from the viewpoint of the word. And the word listens to them. We are from God, and whoever knows God listens to us. But whoever is not from God does not listen to us. This, he concludes, is how we recognize the spirit of truth and the spirit of falsehood. Okay, so if the one that speaks from God is the one who has welcomed Jesus, the Christian, what then does it mean to be Christian? John tells us in the next line, dear friends, let us love one another, for love comes from God. Everyone who loves has been born of God, that is from God, because God is love. We are back to Dante's words to Buonaggiunta. Dante says that he speaks from love, but God is love, so he speaks from God, so he's a prophet. Okay, but aren't we just conflating then romantic love and Christian love? Given the context I provided before around Dante's words to Buonaggiunta, I don't think we are. But I want to add more evidence. I want us to look at Dante's epistle to Cino da Pistoia, another love poet. The epistle is in response to a letter that Cino da Pistoia had written to Dante as an authority on love. In his response, Dante writes, to me, it is an expression of acute confidence wherein, my dearest friend, you put the question whether the soul can pass from passion to passion. Dante, Cino da Pistoia is asking, is it possible for a love to change its object? The detail of Dante's answer, which in short is yes, is not what I'm concerned with here. What is interesting is that Cino has reached out to Dante as an authority on love, and, as put by Dante in the letter's first paragraph, to have done so to the end that by the solution of this much debated question, you might announce the renown of my name. And he adds, you wanted me to make the author of this question, by which he means you wanted to make me the arbiter of this question. Now, Before that, in the heading to the epistle, Dante had recognized a special double bond that tied into Cino. The heading reads, "To the exile from Pistoia, a Florentine undeservedly in exile wishes health through long years and the continuance of fervent love." The continuance of fervent love that Dante wishes to Cino da Pistoia is expressed in Latin as perpetue caritatis ardorem. Again, we are within the purview of Christian love, but here tightly bound to romantic love, which is the topic of the letter. More importantly, however, Dante recognizes Cino as a fellow exile, like him, undeservedly cut off from the world. In the conclusion of the letter, Dante gives us the key to understand the significance of this tie between the two poets and friends. He writes, "Read, I beg you, the remedies against fortune, which are offered to us, as it were by a father to his sons, by that most famous philosopher Seneca." Dante recommends to Cino a comforting read for bearing the brunt of undeserved exile. And then, hold tight, he says, "And especially let that saying not pass from your memory. If you were of the world will love its own." Aha, it's John. Not the epistle to the Christian converts, to be sure, but an almost identical passage from his gospel. And what passage? The one where Jesus lays down his new commandment of love. After which he adds, "If the world hates you, keep in mind that he hated me first. If you belong to the world, it will love you as its own. As it is, you do not belong to the world, but I have chosen you out of the world. That is why the world hates you." This, he says to the disciples, is how the world will recognize you, as lovers. By this, Jesus says, everyone will know that you are my disciples, if you love one another. We, Dante is saying to Cino, remember that we lovers, and in this context this means we love poets, remember that we lovers are not of this world. That is to say, following John, we are from God, and this is why the world hates us. A community hated by the world, by the ideally bound together by love for each other, and that love which they sing in their poems. The others, those who hate us, who exiled us, to put it with John, are from the world, and therefore speak from the viewpoint of the world, and the world listens to them. And who listens to us, then? Who listens to me, Dante Alighieri? Well, for one, you are listening to me, Cino, with acute confidence, as he had said in the first paragraph. Cino, remember, had reached out to Dante as an authority on love. To conclude, we can return to Dante's words to Buonaggiunta. Buonaggiunta seems to be saying, yes, I'm the guy. I'm the guy who writes love. And what that means is that I am a prophet. That is, I am one who you people ought to listen to, as the Bible says, precisely because I speak of love, that is, from God, in the spirit of truth. Dante positions himself at the head of an ideal community, a community like the Christian one, like that of the converts that John was writing to, which is ideal because it is a community that has overcome those of this world, that has overcome, could we say, harsh reality, the harsh reality of Florence, perhaps, and that aims for something else. So listen to me, Dante is saying, not so much to Buonaggiunta, but to his readers. Let me be the arbiter, like Cino lets me. Let me discern for you. Let me be your guide. My writing, Dante is saying, is publicly relevant. My writing is worthy of being heeded. And it is so precisely because it is love writing. Thank you.
So our next speaker is Constanza Barchiesi. She's a PhD candidate in the Italian Studies Department at Yale and is pursuing the Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies graduate certificate. She just spent a year at the Scuola Normale Superiore in Pisa, advancing her dissertation writing, a classical reception venture into the myth of Parthenope in Italian literature. And her title is, relatedly, Fiammetta and Parthenope, a love story.
Thank you so much, Professor, and thank you, Ida, for organizing this marvelous conference. So today I will talk about Boccaccio's Fiammetta in the Elegy and her relation to Partenope, that is, the founding myth of Naples, city he loved and represented so much. Love, landscape, and memory are three key aspects of my analysis. Giovanni Boccaccio has long been regarded as the late medieval prose writer par excellence, and his production presents an extensive treatment of love and gender. A Florentine turned Neapolitan, Boccaccio spent his most formative years at the French Neapolitan court, from the age of 13 to that of 28. The Neapolitan Gulf and the city he calls Partenope, that is Naples, are a real passion of his, and these landscapes are often to be understood in the context of a love-infused scenery. The poet returned to Florence in 1341, thus shunning the plague of 1340, and wrote, among others, the Elegia di Madonna Fiammetta. Differently from the angel-like figures of Dante's Beatrice and Petrarch's Laura, Fiammetta, Segnal for the poet's beloved woman, is characterized as a more realistic, strong-willed, and overall well-rounded woman. Fiammetta, Italian for little flame, is probably real-life Maria d'Aquino, illegitimate and married daughter of Robert the Wise of Anjou, King of Naples. Boccaccio's formulation of love is that of amore per diletto, different from the Stil Novo and especially from the Dantean conception of an all-spiritual love from the Vita Nuova. More similar to Cavalcanti's concept of love as a melody and a sort of furore, the work which most beautifully seals this understanding is the Elegia. There and in the Rime, Boccaccio changes Florence and its countryside as staple locus amenus for the love poetry of the Stil Novo, with the wondrous landscapes of Baie and the court of Naples. The Elegia has been labeled a sort of modern Heroides more than once because the abandoned woman actively grabs the pen and writes a poignant rendition of her love story's own version. Another Ovidian staple in the novel is that of the Remedia Amoris, and namely that of spending some time at Baie. As Ilaria Tufano explains, Fiammetta's husband decides to have her go to the area because of the typical and staple description of the place. This catalogue includes the landscape's beauty, the healthy climate, the abundant presence of wild game for hunting, the baths, and many entertainments. The topical description even includes a reference to the archaeological constructions, but what matters the most here is the erotic connotation of the place. Tufano here cites some of the most famous ancient authors who wrote on the area as a hotbed for passion: Ovid, Propertius, Cicero, and Seneca. The geo-passionate elements conjure up an aggravation of Fiammetta's health, because the woman goes back to the throes of her never-forgotten passion. When Pamphilo confesses he will have to leave Naples and his beloved, Fiammetta tries to convince him to stay, and she describes Naples as an anti-Florence. In that Naples is joyful, peaceful, wealthy, magnificent, and ruled by a single king. The city was made for social gatherings, parties, weddings, baths. The seashore also offers much entertainment. And so there it goes. Donna, come tu sai, poco di là dal piacevole Monte Falerno, in mezzo dell'antiche cume e di Pozzuolo, sono le dilettevoli baie sopra le marini liti, del sito delle quali più bello né più piacevole ne copre alcuno il cielo. Quivi vicini l'isole Pittaguse e Nisida di conigli abbondante, e la sepoltura del Gran Miseno, dante via a regni di Plutone. Quivi gli oracoli della cumana Sibilla, il lago d'Averno e il teatro, le quali cose antichissime e nuove a moderni animi sono non piccola cagione di diporto ad andarle mirando. In the elegy, Boccaccio shows interest in the local cult of Venus Pandemos, goddess who is said to be born in the area of the Gulf and who is chiefly devoted to physical and sensual love. The passage we have seen, in fact, interlaces the author's new conception of love to the geographical area of the Gulf itself. Something which has not been noted on the elegy, however, is how the text is inspired by the most famous feminine, although monstrous, foundational figure of Partenope. Just like the siren, Fiammetta also wants to commit suicide at one point in the narration. But her long dress saves her from tragedy when it gets caught on a forcuto legno, a piece of wood. Partenope curiously goes unnamed in these scenes, and she's named only once in the whole work, at the very beginning, in a way which, however, immediately connotes her as the founding figure of the place where Fiammetta fell in love with Pamphilo, and a potential inspirer of her suicidal thoughts. At Elegy 114, Fiammetta underlines that this very man is the reason she suffered so much, and still fears she can die. Questi, adunque, o pietosissime donne, fu colui il quale il mio cuore con folle estimazione tra tanti nobili, belli e valorosi giovani, quanti non solamente quivi presenti, ma eziandio in tutta la mia partenope, erano. Questi fu colui il quale io amai e amo più che alcuno altro. Questi fu colui il quale essere doveva principio e cagione d'ogni mio male, e come io spero di dannosa morte. Years before Boccaccio's Galeotto was written, the Decameron, and in a conscious allusion to Francesca's words from Inferno 5, Fiammetta writes that she's afraid she will die as a result of her excessive loving. The vernacular spero here is to be taken as I fear, glossing Fiammetta's admission that this love could in fact bring her to death. The potentially tragic ending of this love story, immediately inscribed in it from the incipit, is due to its highly meaningful geolocalization. If this love, which is really furore, can lead Fiammetta to suicide, her most direct inspiration in the text is Partenope, because the siren's myth coalesces her suicide to the Gulf of Naples and the city forever. Through literary memorialization, Naples and its landscape represent the possibility for love, the remedy to cure love sickness, and in the characterization of Lake Avernus, the Cumian Sibyl and Partenope herself, they're also a gate to the underworld. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Francesca Leonardi, currently a third-year PhD student in Italian and Early Modern Studies at Yale. She received her master's degree from Roma Tre University and then earned a master's degree also in Italian Studies at the University of Notre Dame. Her research focuses on autobiographism and the construction of the literary self in relation to the concepts of self-fashioning and melancholy. And her title is Songs of Love, Amorous Representation in the Decameron's Ballate.
Thank you. So, Boccaccio's Decameron extends beyond a mere collection of novellas. Each day concludes with a ballad recited by the 10 main characters and all linked by a common motive, that is love. This departure from the daily theme suggests a deliberate choice. These ballads give voice to individual protagonists, offering them the opportunity to express their subjectivity through personal tales centered on love. 3 of these protagonists represent tales of joyous and reciprocated love, while 5 depict love that inflicts physical and psychological wounds. Dioneo, for instance, portrays himself as a love slave from the moment his eyes met the gaze of the woman who became the ruler of his heart. Elissa compares love to a war, portraying himself as defenseless against her tiranno aspro e rapace. Interestingly, the themes of lost beauty emerge, a theme that we also find in another work by Boccaccio, the Elegia di Madonna Fiammetta. This kind of love not only affects the psyche, but also takes a toll on the physical aspect. It is a love that consumes in every sense. Philostrato, betrayed by his beloved, recounts his anguish. Furore, in this case, is a key term, especially when discussing the illness of love. It corresponds to the Provençal folamor. Unlike finamor, folamor was seen as a sensual instinct and an obsessive thought. This concept laid the foundation for Cavalcanti's conception of love, as expressed in his canzone Donna me prega. Such love was deemed a melody because it lacks restraint and measure, as seen in the ancient medical treatises. Boccaccio was certainly acquainted with Cavalcanti's canzone, especially the version annotated by the Florentine physician Dino del Garbo. In Avicenna's canon, he defines morbid love, or ilisci, as a pathological form of passionate love, sharing psychophysical characteristics with melancholy. It's considered as a genuine ailment that, if not promptly treated by a physician, can even lead to death. What is interesting is how Boccaccio integrates this medical knowledge into his literature. Thanks to Lauretta and Fiammetta's verses, another facet of love emerges, with pathological traits that should deserve a separate discussion, that of jealousy.
A ferocious sentiment, it drives individuals to madness and complete loss of control. I'd like to briefly emphasize that, as noted by Erika Milburn, Boccaccio was the first author to personify jealousy in vernacular Italian literature, as seen in his Filocolo. Jealousy is portrayed as an old woman, drawing from Ovid's depiction of envy in his Metamorphoses, which closely resembles those suffering from melancholy, while, on the other hand, love is depicted as an handsome man. Pampinea, Pamphilo, and Neifile stand out as the exclusive embodiments of blissful love, and this isn't a mere coincidence. Etymologically, their names are intimately linked to this very theme. In Pampinea's canzone, love is invoked as the cagione d'ogni mio bene, d'ogni speranza e d'ogni lieto effetto. Her happiness arising from the fact that io gli piaccio quanto egli a me piace. It's a joyful love because it's mutual. It is intriguing that the traditional topos of the fire, from which love originates, is viewed as something positive, as we can read del chiaro fuoco nel quale ardendo in festa vivo e in gioco. Pamphilo too, in his canzone, addresses love, declaring tanto è amore il bene che io per te sento e l'allegrezza e il gioco che io son felice ardendo nel tuo fuoco. Once more, the fire imagery is reinterpreted as an element that brings joy, evident in the oxymoron son felice ardendo. So here too, love is viewed as a form of amusement, un gioco. And we encounter a similar sentiment in Evile's canzonetta at the end of the 9th day. So all three characters, therefore, embrace the poetic tradition by employing the same topoi and lexicon, but they ground it in the earthly realm. The love they experience and celebrate is genuine, physical, and tangible. The ballads of Filomena and Emilia, on the other hand, cannot be categorized within these two greater themes of joyful and reciprocated love and amor eros. Filomena initially laments the absence of her beloved, and once again the theme of a burning desire is present. She swears that she won't be foolish enough to let him depart again, and there is an explicit reference to erotic desire. E della dolce bocca convien ch'io soddisfaccia al mio desire. The Brigada indeed interprets this statement in a mischievous manner. The case of Emilia is particularly unique. In fact, her ballad at the end of the first day is a true ode to self-love, as it is not addressed to a specific recipient. She asserts that she appreciates her own beauty so much that she doesn't feel the need for any other kind of love. When she looks in the mirror, her beauty satisfies her and makes her so happy that nothing can deprive her of this pleasure. It's a form of pure narcissistic delight in gazing at herself and finding satisfaction in her own image. Boccaccio doesn't explicitly convey his own conception of love in the Decameron. Instead, he presents a wide spectrum of human experiences through his characters. Through their voices and stories, he invites the readers to emphasize and decide how to act. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Elena Webb. She's a PhD candidate at the University of Pennsylvania in the Department of History. Her research focuses on the intellectual history of early modern Italy. Her dissertation project explores the relationship between 16th century Italian universities and learned academies. It examines the academy's engagement in contemporary philosophical debates and the extent to which this complemented, supplemented, and/or diverged from university teaching. And her title is The Poeta Filosofo, Love at the Accademia dei Infiammati and Accademia Florentina.
Thank you so much. Okay, in the 16th century, learned academies proliferated in Italian cities. Many of these academies spent a great deal of time reading, discussing, and composing poetic texts about love. While the academies have thus long been characterized as mainly literary societies, and therefore relatively neglected by historians of philosophy, Several of them, in fact, integrated and even subordinated this poetry into a broader treatment of specific philosophical and even scientific questions. This speaks to the fact that many such academies were founded and populated by professors and students from local universities who used the academy groups to supplement, expand, and reflect upon the teaching and learning that took place within university halls. During the 1540s in Padua, a number of students, professors, and affiliated members divided their time between the University Lecture Hall and the Accademia degli Infiammati, which held its sessions on Thursdays and Sundays, precisely the days of the week on which university lectures were suspended. This academy was primarily concerned with the promotion and development of vernacular Italian as a language of learned philosophical discourse and education. In the first months of the Infiammati's activities, members delivered 4 lectures on vernacular love poems. The speakers used the poems to address philosophical theological questions, including the ultimate end of mankind, man's inborn inclinations, and the possibility of achieving earthly happiness. One, by Alessandro Piccolomini, began as a reflection on a sonnet about the particular way a lover looks at his love object, and developed into a physical explanation of how human sight functions. These lectures punctuated 2 lengthier lecture series on Aristotle's ethics and poetics, delivered at the Infiammati by Benedetto Vacchi and Vincenzo Maggi, respectively. Against the background of ongoing debates about the nature of poetry, whether it was primarily useful or for pleasure, the Infiammati used poems about love to elaborate a kind of philosophical poetic exegesis that argued for their interdependence for a proper education in moral and even natural philosophy. One of these lectures was by Benedetto Vacchi, a Florentine intellectual who had moved to Padua along with a retinue of private tutees following his exile from Florence. Indicative of Vacchi's exposure to university lectures in Padua, as well as those he had attended in Bologna and Pisa, he approached the poetry of the authors on which he lectured with close attention to their philosophical content and drew from the positions of contemporary philosophers, specifically Ludovico Boccadifero from Bologna. In September 1540, he lectured on a sonnet on jealousy by Giovanni della Casa. He begins his exposition of the sonnet with a brief outline of the passions according to Aristotle's Ethics, explaining that there are 4 principal passions, of which love is the most powerful. Having set this foundation, he then surveys the long philosophical and poetic tradition on the theme of love and jealousy to which della Casa contributes, and which is a central background for understanding his sonnet. He proceeds to analyze the sonnet, its structure and philological aspects, in service of demonstrating how it defines and explains the ethical problem of jealousy and, more broadly, love, from which jealousy arises. This use of poetic texts as stimuli and frameworks for philosophical discussions about love was part of the Infiammati's broader project to put the Aristotelian perspective into a wider vernacular discourse. This meant not only translating and commenting on Aristotle's work in the vernacular, but putting them into dialogue with medieval and contemporary Italian authors. Vacchi thus situates della Casa's poem within the ancient medieval and contemporary philosophical and poetic tradition, citing his intention to, quote, teach and declare what jealousy is, no less according to truth as a philosopher, end quote. Proceeding through these texts, he concludes that truthful reasoning about jealousy and love, quote, where it is born and nourished and how evil and harmful it is, with reference to jealousy, end quote, is just as possible poetically as it is philosophically. The lectures on love were also part of the Academy's concern with education more broadly. In a letter to his student from this period, Vacchi outlined his view of the educational necessity of poetry because, he says, end quote, there are several ways to teach. That of the poets is the most beautiful and the most useful, and believe that Virgil in Latin and Homer in Greek knew and perhaps teach everything better than Aristotle. Vacchi's student, Ugolino Martelli, applied this perspective in his 1540 lecture on Pietro Bembo's Pianzi e cantai lo strazio. Bembo's treatment of love, Martelli proposes, illuminates truths about man's ultimate end. Following a discussion of the division of the material body and immaterial soul, based largely on Aristotle, he turns to the final verse of Bembo's poem. This, he argues, explains clearly how man must strive for God, quote, con tutte le nostre forze, end quote, because our happiness consists solely in contemplating him. Bembo's sonnet thus suggests that happiness is achieved in this life by unaided human effort, because man is driven by an innate sentiment of love. A close reading of Bembo's sonnet illuminates elements of truth, therefore, in both Plato and Aristotle, the centrality of love and beauty in Platonism, and the confidence in the power of man in Aristotelianism. Philosophical syncretism at the service of poetic exegesis, then, was used by the academicians to address texts and topics less regularly, or not at all, taught at the universities, Aristotle's Ethics. Through means of contemporary vernacular poetry, moreover, such discussions were designed to be available and appealing to a wider educated public, and was thus a key part of the Academy's concern with formulating a coherent program of ethical education for society beyond the university walls. As the most powerful and possibly most destructive passion, love was, for the Infiammati, at the center of an ethical education which could be achieved only through the combination of poetic and philosophical knowledge, and, more precisely, of poetic and philosophical knowledge in the vernacular. Thank you very much.
So our next speaker is Manali Allen, a PhD candidate in the French department and a teaching assistant in the English writing program at Rutgers. She started her dissertation exploring the connections between feminism and libertinage under Professor Jennifer Thomas with a fellowship at the École Normale Supérieure of Paris in 2022 to 2023. And her title is The Liberating Prison of Love, Libertine Women's Writing in Early Modern France. Libertine Women's Writings, plural, in Early Modern France.
Put this painting in honor of the Italian department, right? It's Artons and Marie Mancini, who are some of the authors I'm working on. So I'm going to just start with a very non-academic source of the Free Dictionary, who defines libertine so as one who acts without moral restraint, a dissolute person, or one who defies established religious precept, a free thinker. So I picked this definition because I'm thinking about the contemporary aspect of libertinage, right? And also because they correspond to what's been delineated by the critics as the two principal forms of libertinage, right? So the free thinker, the erudite libertinage, the one who have challenged the religious and political orders of their time, the atheists who gave birth to the philosopher of the 18th century, right? And then we have the dissolute libertin, the one who are engaging in indiscriminate sex, devoid of morals. We think of Don Juan, right? Le Marquis de Sade. I don't know how familiar you are with French literature, but and all their cultural productions, right? Erotic literature, poetry, novel, etc. This is roughly the separation between the mind and the body, right? Libertine of thought and libertine of mores. And so what I argue is that this distinction is gendered. So women do not have access to the high ranks of the libertine philosophers, right? So when generally we think of a libertine woman, we think of a dissolute person, right? But even in this category, they rarely have sexual agency. They're generally objectified. They seem to be unthinkable in terms of subject, right? So I followed a class on libertinage at the École Normale Supérieure of Paris. There was not a single woman in the corpus, right? So they're completely excluded from the canon. The very possibility of the existence of libertine female writings in this period is met with extreme skepticism when it's not altogether denied by the feminists themselves, right? So I'm quoting Nancy K. Miller. That's one of the only articles you can find that is questioning feminism and libertinage together. So that's one of the first articles I stumbled upon when I started working on this. And she says, I'm not saying that there can be libertine female writing, just that there hasn't been. So she says, historically, women writers haven't. Okay, haven't rewrote male fantasies, etc. It's not in the record. Or is it, right? So we're talking about rigidity. So I'm trying to question the rigidity of the intellectual categories we have. I'm coming to love fast. I'm sorry. I'm trying to just give you the general gist. So that's the etymology of libertin, right? It comes from Latin, emancipated person, a slave who was granted freedom. So it's basically going to be my first chapter. I'll study marriage as an oppressive institution, all the trope of marriage as slavery, right? As a form of slavery, which is a pretty common trope. With the précieuse, Madeleine de Scudéry, etc. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Hortense Mancini, that you just saw before, she is writing also in her memoirs that she wrote in French, right? She talks about her marriage as an odious slavery. Not to say that all marriages were odious slaveries, right? There's different configurations, of course, but okay, I'm gonna try to. So that's gonna be mostly on memoirs. I put this picture because we don't have a picture of her. It's incredible the amount of memoirs that women have written in this period and that we do not know at all. Like, there's a lot of material. That's one of the major ones I'm gonna focus on. In this first part. So I want to study this narrative, the multiple strategies women have used to emancipate themselves from that. So that's another definition. Furtière is the one dictionary of 17th century French area, right? So he says, oh God, I'm sorry. Une fille est libertine quand elle ne veut pas obéir à sa mère, une femme à son mari. A girl is libertine when she will not obey her mother, a wife her husband. So here, it's completely desexualized, right? He's talking about a girl. Like, the libertine is defined in relationship to the structures of power, right? Familial, marital power. I argue that, so all these women, they were married in horrible marriages, slavery, and they escaped their husband. They had lovers. They were imprisoned in prisons, right? So I argue that this is both, I'm sorry. So highly political, they're activists of their time, right? So the distinction between thought and body doesn't make much sense to talk about these experiences. And I argue that they're both feminist and libertine acts. The repression, I also wanted to quote Saint-Évremont, who congratulated Madame d'Aulnoy of the death of her husband. So freedom were rarely reached, right? Except in really exceptional circumstances when a woman could be single all her life or when she was a widow. So Saint-Évremont is saying that to Madame d'Aulnoy, the condition of a widow doesn't allow to regret the best husband and give joy to those who lose bad ones. So in this context, we see how love appears as this highly liberative experience, right? It's what comes to, it's opposed to the marriage of reason, okay? So you can control the body, but not the heart, right? It's an opposing force. You have the public interest and the private feelings, what cannot be controlled, etc. So in this sense, love is subversive for the patriarchal order, right? It moves things around. And the question a lot of women ask at the time is how to love freely. I'm quoting Madame de Noyer. She's like the first woman journalist in France, right? No one knows her. She talks about Madame de Murat, that's her here. They knew each other at the time, these women knew each other. They were in the libertine circles. They knew the men that are in the libertine corpus. So she says, despite her fine mind and her rank, Madame de Murat was exiled because it is claimed that she loved her neighbor a little too much, right? Who would think it was a crime, a punishable crime. So she plays also on the religious, lexicon, love your neighbor as yourself, ironize about it. So Murat, Madame de Murat, the one she talks about, constantly defends certain emotional freedom. So I'm also wondering if love itself couldn't be seen as a libertine and feminist strategy, allowing women a representation of their body, pleasure, creativity, love being the poetic art par excellence, right? A source of creation and a source of knowledge as well. We know love as the science of the heart, generally feminized to traditionally associated to the feminine. So there's this beautiful poem that I didn't translate because I didn't want to butcher the English, and I would need, I didn't want to butcher it, and it would need a lot of time to, but it's called a jouissance, which has like a double, it means both climax and pleasure in the more general sense, right? It's a beautiful poem. She talks about her climax. At that time, it was written by a woman. She was like 18 years old at that time. It made her famous. She wrote an incredible number. She was really famous at her time as well. So the lover is generic, right? He's almost like a pretext to talk about that jouissance here. But he's not objectified, right? So there's a form of abandonment, but it's marked by reciprocity. I'm sorry, I can see the time, so I'm trying to not read all of it. But so it's this abandonment in pleasure that allows her to emancipate herself from the social virtue of honor. She completely reverses the value system in this poem. Her pleasure literally transports her beyond social norms. So it's not just the affirmation of a moral subject, but a desiring subject. And through this pleasure, she finds a source of knowledge that's almost mystical in nature, right? So the social gaze is the one of the weak minds that she pulls away from ignorance, and she places herself in the strong minds, which is one adjective the libertines used to talk about themselves, right? Talleyrand de Réau, who's an historian at the time, mentioned this lusty sonnets and attack it not for its content or its aesthetical qualities. He doesn't know what to think. He doesn't care about it. But the way she reads it. So he attacks her tone, her eyes as she reads it. So it's the public performance of this desire in the public space that's problematic. And also the knowledge associated with it. So there's a triple transgression. Woman who experiences sexual pleasure, a woman who writes about having sexual pleasure, right? And a woman who finds pleasure in the act of narrating this. So that pleasure is always reactualized. You see the anaphora of aujourd'hui, which means today. So her death at the end, which is also le petit mort, right, is a source of life, of creation. It's a climax of the body, the heart, of the mind. It's a holistic experience, a creative, liberating experience of erotic ecstasy. How much time do I have? I'm almost done. It's done? Okay, it's fine. Yeah, I want to talking about these nuns and then I'm sorry, these liberty nun and the pleasure itself in relation to like religious ecstasy, but all right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was amazing. So much material, so many topics. I made a quick list just now. Love and prophecy, philosophy, medicine, gesture, geography, education, performance, the role of a guide versus the role of a public intellectual. That's just the start, really. So, we have time for some questions and or just comments.
So thanks everyone for your lovely talks. I had a question for Julia about Phaedra and the peplos and whether it also has any connotations with citizenship. Phaedra is the wife of Theseus, and sort of the lifting of the garment as some sort of perverted or non-linear version of citizenship, right, that's sort of countering the main narrative because of what happens. And then another question, these are just two sort of unrelated questions. The other one was for the French speaker. What's your name again? Manali, all right. I wanted to ask you whether you've done any work on Madame de Staël, who is much later, but I think she has a lot of interesting stuff to say about divorce, in Delphine, and also Corinna, and women, torn between context and also escaping marriage, and also de Staël as an exile, whatever, but I don't know. Yeah.
Thank you for your question. I haven't thought about that. What I could say is that it seems to be a gesture that signals like a marriageable woman, marriageable Athenian woman, but she's already married. So it highlights that contradiction, perhaps. So that would be my answer.
Yeah, I've encountered her. Honestly, I have like so many authors already. I was unable to like fit everything in a, So I'm already having to choose them. But yeah, you're totally right, and I did encounter her. I don't know if I'll include her yet. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. This was a spectacular session. I would have a question for Manali and one for Ellie. Manali, I was very intrigued by the definition of female libertine as someone who was disobeying either the father or the husband. And I was thinking that especially in the context of dealing with hysteria in the 18th century, the disobedience to the fathers is typically included in the etiology of the disease. So I was wondering if there could be a medical spin to what you were describing. At the end of the day, these are bad women, right? So just in the way hysteric women were labeled as bad, we could apply the same thing to the subject of your research. And for you, Ellie, maybe it's something we've already discussed together, but this thing about the poet and the philosopher in the context of the academia, especially if we think about the Accademia Fiorentina, makes me think also about the way in which there was a distinction between Dante and Petrarch, and how Dante was indeed both poet and philosopher of love, while instead even Varchi himself make a differentiation that says on one side you have Dante and Cavalcanti, on the other one you have Petrarca. So I was wondering how there is a divide, a difference between the Infiammati and the Fiorentina in choosing their authorities of reference. But thank you very much, everyone, for this session.
Yeah, that's a great point. And it's interesting, too, because hysteria is defined as feminine and also linked to sexuality, right, as we know. So I'll look into it. And thank you very much.
Thank you. So, yeah, great question. I think, so the Infiammati don't deal with Dante at all, which I think is interesting. Like, the absence of him is pretty stark. And well, obviously one element of the question is the context of the Fiorentinas. The Accademia Fiorentina has its in Florence. There's connections with the Medici, and there's a goal to promote Tuscan and Florentine culture, Dante being a huge element of that. The Infiammati does not have that. So there's that element. I also think the Infiammati, from the lectures that I've looked at, they have a different approach to the use of a sonnet for a philosophical discussion than what happens later in the Fiorentina. Obviously, Vacchi, the author that I looked at, he then moved to the Fiorentina and has lectures there that have been looked at quite closely by Annalisa Andrioni. But the sonnet in the Infiammati, or the poem in the Infiammati, which doesn't deal with Dante, almost uses the sonnet as like a launching pad for a philosophical discussion of something, but then always comes back to the poem as kind of how it shows how it agrees with Aristotle, how it agrees with Plato, or more so how it shows that Plato and Aristotle agree on something, which is, nice. In the in the Fiorentina, at least what I've seen so far, because there's this belief and support of Dante as the ultimate poet and philosopher together, there's less of the need to use kind of one individual sonnet to show one individual thing. Dante becomes an authority among many authorities, and it doesn't need to be kind of proven in such a specific way using a specific poem. I think also because in the Infiammati, the emphasis is much more on contemporary poets, as I've seen, and they're almost a little bit, because they don't have the preoccupation with promoting Tuscan language as an element of Tuscan culture. They're able to kind of they need to kind of like prove the value of contemporary poets to this vernacular discourse that they're trying to kind of develop through translations and vernacularizations of Aristotle and other authorities. So yeah, I hope that answered your question.
Oh, no, wonderful. Thank you so much. If I can ask one last question, Ida? Okay. So thank you all for such a beautiful set of promising research and projects. And I'm also very happy because quite a few of you are talking of medicine and scientific knowledge, vis-a-vis literature. And I think that this is great. So it makes me very happy, since I've been dabbling with medicine and science, and so is Paolo Reni for a very long time. So I wanted to say to Julia Pelosi-Thurp that it's unfortunate that a colleague of ours is not here anymore, Paolo Fasoli, because he works on libertinage, and he also is writing an edition of Ferrante Pallavicino for the collection of Da Ponte. So I don't know if you already know him, but I will tell him that you should contact him. And unfortunately, he's not here, he left, but that would be wonderful. And Manali, following the comment that Eva made, it made me think once again of the medical knowledge, of the gender knowledge of women versus men, in terms of melancholy and furor and love. So in early modern medicine, and also earlier medicine, women were not supposed to have knowledge, intellectual knowledge. So even their furor, their madness, came from the lower part of the body. I'm going to talk about that more in my paper. Whereas men had ratio, and their madness would be circulated in the heart and in the brain. So I don't know if that can help you, but when you talked about the difference in the notion of in the definition of libertine, it made me immediately think of that strict distinction between women and men in terms of love, melancholy, love, madness, and furor. So it's not a question, but it's a comment. Yeah. Thank you so much, anyway, to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you all. It was really fascinating. I think we all learned a lot. And I was just wanted to, I think something which really strikes me is how in different ways all your presentations were sort of reminding us that this amorous discourse is in the end almost as the same as a philosophical discourse, right? I mean, I think we tend to forget that part of philosophy is about philia, right? And of course, this implies certain things, including a kind of a physiological dimension to the amorous discourse, and I think this came up very well in most of your papers, as Monica was saying. But then I also thought that, and this is really, I think, mostly Costanza and Giuseppe, this idea of, prophecy, which is inevitably embedded in the kind of things you were presenting on, because, on the case of Parthenope, it's really about the foundational myth, but any foundational myth is inevitably about a prophetic dimension, right? Because by thinking about foundations, the narrative is also projecting from the past back to the present into the future some kind of discourse. And of course, as problematic as the theme of prophecy is in Dante, the sort of same kind of argument can be made there. So I think this connection, amorous, philosophical, prophetic discourse seems to be so pregnant here. And the other point really came up with Francesca and Eleanor as well, this theme of jealousy. Because we have talked a little bit about it, but not, I think, enough. And we might have a different conference at some point on jealousy, which is the other side of Eros. Right. Okay. Yeah, I think it's it's sort of inexhaustible as a topic because it's really addressed in many different ways. And of course, Boccaccio and the discourses at the academies in Padua and Florence are not the same, and yet they build on this idea of something which is relational, as inevitably the amorous discourse is. And so that's sort of the other side of the story. And I thought that your kind of papers presentations were sort of in dialogue. So these were just more sort of scattered remarks. And if anybody wants to pick on these threads, I'd love to hear more. We do have, I think, 5 more minutes.
And my question is for you, so that makes sense.
I made it.
No, I'll try to be quick. I think that your presentation was very, very good. It was really great. And at one point you mentioned Cino da Pistoia writing to Dante and addressing to him as a model for love poetry. But I was just thinking, how can we reconcile that with the fact that in the De Vulgare Eloquentia it's actually Dante that addresses Cino da Pistoia as the poet of love in Italy. And also the fact that Dante in the Rime, especially period, and in the Convivo as well, is really trying to be the cantor of the rectitudines, and not anymore just love, or kind of intertwined the two things. I don't know, what do you think about that?
No, yeah, it's a super interesting point, and it would require a longer answer. But I think my quick answer is one thing that I tried to emphasize as I was speaking is how what Dante, or what I'm saying that Dante is saying, is really a rhetorical point. So he places himself in a rhetorical position. So it makes sense for him in that passage in the Divine Comedy to say that, and I think that can go together with him actually maybe thinking, as he says in the De Vulgare Eloquentia, that maybe Cino would be even better suited than him, But I really see it as as a rhetorical device that he's using, and I think I had a part that I took out where I was saying how do we know that Dante wants to be a public intellectual? I'm arguing that because that's what he does, because he presents himself as such. So what I'm interested in is the rhetorical strength of it, rather than whether he actually would be the authority. But it's a very interesting question.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Refini. I was going to answer to your comment, which I thought was very interesting. In my dissertation, I actually look at the myth of Parthenope and the way that works transhistorically. And I think that, yeah, like teleology is a main concept that I work on for epic, especially. And so what you were saying, you know, about this kind of prophecy being always kind of already embedded in the myth, I think is very important in this particular case. And you know, with the elegy, of course, we have the sort of tragedy being already inscribed, I think, in that words, la mia Partenope, you know, being uttered by the protagonist, who, you know, is not gonna die ultimately, but she tries to commit suicide. So in a way, there's some relation between the two. Thank you.
I just want to add something about jealousy, but because I think that what is interesting in Boccaccio is that Boccaccio doesn't separate love from jealousy. So jealousy is conceived as a very part of the love experience. And this is visible, for example, if we think about novellas in The Seventh Day. So we can also talk about gender. Because in this case, we have the man represented as a beast because of this sentiment, of this ferocious sentiment. And the women are considered as the victim. So there's a sort of justification of the revenge of this women against the husband.
Just a small coda on revenge. I have argued, and it has not been widely accepted by scholars, that classical Greek shows no evidence of the idea of jealousy, and that it is earliest, clearest expression is in Horace. In a society in which men are equally protective of their women's virtue, whether they're wives, daughters, sisters, and so on, mothers, the specific concept of a romantic jealousy, which involves the alienation of the woman's, more often, affections, and not just an act, does not emerge in quite the same way. I don't doubt for a moment that people felt this way, but it doesn't become a central concept. What's more, the straying of a partner, and it could be either one, can be understood simply as a loss of control over another individual rather than a loss of love. And the rival is very often identified as someone with whom the original person feels no particular competition. It just is, it's only when you think the rival possesses some attractive quality that is missing in you that jealousy really begins to surface. So with all of these concepts, I dated the invention of jealousy to the poetry of Horace, Ode 113 in particular.
It's just a reflection, and we can talk about it over lunch. Following up on Eugenio's point, if one path to kind of unite a lot of your papers is the path toward the kind of philosophical education love permits, I heard a lot going on in your work about the self-fashioning of poets, writers, artists, and so forth. And I wonder if that's a separate dimension entirely. I think it's a term Francesca and Julia Pelosi both invoked. Self-fashioning, not so much perhaps in terms of philosophical enlightenment, you know, beauty leads to truth, leads to goodness, but something else. You know, the writer or the poet is a kind of artisan. I think Giuseppe had a little bit of that going on, and, you know, how Dante turns himself into a craftsman as well as a prophet. So anyway, just a reflection, another way to think about what love does, and we should probably go to lunch. But thank you all so much. This was great.
welcome back to the fourth and last session of our conference, Eros, Thinking, Feeling, Writing, Love from Classical Antiquity to Early Modernity. I'm not Professor Carla Poon, who unfortunately could not join us. My name is Luca Zipoli. I'm assistant professor in the Department of Transnational and Italian Studies at Bryn Mawr College near Philadelphia. I was actually teaching here in the Casa Italiana back in the fall of 2018, so I'm very happy to be back in this different capacity. But I'm even more happy to be chairing this interesting session on love and science. So after love and the arts, history and science, classical and humanistic roots, now we're dealing with our last session on love and science. And the first speaker of this session is Paola Ureni. Paola Ureni is Associate Professor of Italian at the City University of New York, the College of Staten Island, and the Graduate Center. She received her laureate in Italian literature from the University of Florence, Italy, and her PhD in Italian studies from New York University. So welcome back, Paola. Her main areas of interest are Dante, medieval philosophy, medicine, and poetry. Her publications have explored the relationships between Dante's Commedia, medieval medical science, and theology, as well as theories of memory. Her most recent contributions include Medicina ed Etica nel pensiero medievale e in Dante, qualche riflessione, and she's currently working on a book manuscript titled Dante and Medieval Medicine, a Possible Galenic Presence. So with no further ado, please join me in welcoming Paola here to the podium.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Luca. And of course, I'm very grateful to Ida Cagliazza for including me in these wonderful days, and to the Department of Italian Studies, and to the Casa always, and Stefano Albertini. So the attention to the multifaceted aspects of the conceptualization of love in medieval intellectual debates and to the poetic expression of these discussions indicates in medical thought a specific lens apt to inquire and perhaps further illuminate the crucial knot between sensitive and intellectual activity of the human soul, or between passion and reason. At the junction between these two expressions of the human being, the same poetic and philosophical discourses consider the roots of the choice-making process. On one hand, medicine defines in explicit ways various moments across medieval Italian poetry and Dantean writing more specifically. On the other hand, science is alluded to by lexical persistence, concepts that are not specifically medical, but rather indicative of structures of thought shared by different aspects of the intellectual conversation of the time. In this sense, I will attempt to highlight how medical notions possibly find correspondence in parallel concepts, which attest to relations between science, philosophy, ethics, and cosmology. This perspective distances medical reference from an exclusively pathological reading, from the dialectic between sickness and sanitas, and absorbs a dichotomous relation between the negativity of sickness and its contrary in a different dimension where science possibly participates in the renewed directions of Dante's poetics. Dante's writing presents a direct allusion to science about the psychosomatic origin and manifestation of love, as well as possible echoes of the same ideas integrated in non-scientific context. While, as a scholar have highlighted, this shift represents the poet's progressive distancing from the destructive physicality of his primo amico Guido Cavalcanti's conception of love as bounded by the anima sensitiva, I would like to ponder whether the medical terms of the erotic dimension gradually overcome by Dante toward a different because rational notion of love in poetry can still contribute to his poetics, and at the same time perhaps mirror a renewed interest in medicine that characterizes the contemporary cultural milieu. The references to medicine would not mean only the destructive force identified with the melancholic temperament and the manifestations of the amore reus, but would concur to define a condition that no longer impedes the complete experience of love. As it is known, the path toward a survival of love in the poetic world beyond the sensitive boundaries emerges in the Vita Nuova. The melancholic temperament, which marks several moments of the libello, reveals a lack of balance within the structure of the human being, that is, an imbalanced complexio. The Galenic notion of complexio translates on the physical level, but in dialogue with the psychological level, the idea of harmony, which is pervasive of medieval thought, from politics to the cosmos and music. And of course, I was very interested in this morning's paper by Giuseppe Gerbino, from whom I will learn so much. So I will just mention very briefly now that complexio in the human being results from the mixture of the four humors, blood, phlegm, yellow, and black bile, and their primary qualities, hot, cold, dry, and humid. Sanitas is the mediocritas et mixtura humorum, which ensures temperies et equalitas, therefore balance, among the plurality of the humors and their qualities. Lack of this balance provokes inequalitas, therefore sickness, and any kind of defective state. Moreover, from antiquity to medieval discussions, complexio is also related to psychological and behavioral traits. For example, Galen, in Book 2 of the De Temperamentis, defines the human being melius complexionatus, linking bodily complexio to the soul, whose qualities are defined according to the middle point between boldness and cowardice, or hesitancy and rashness. In this sense, physical balance reflects psychological equilibrium and ethical poise, which results in practical action. The melancholic distemperance indicates a prevalence of black bile, and therefore the primary qualities of dry and cold. While this temperament can indicate a disposition toward love, the emotional experience of the object of love, or the loss of it, provokes a consumption of the humidity in the balance of the humors that results in an excessive predominance of the melancholic dry qualities and generates, therefore, a pathological condition. Among its effects, for example, the search for solitude, or the recurrent obsessive thought of the desired object. And of course, I'm oversimplifying the discussion on melancholia, on the notion of melancholia, which was so much more nuanced than this, because even if I start from that, it's not going to be the point of my paper, and also because I imagine that perhaps it's going to be addressed in the next papers. Now, to go back to Dante, Natasha Tonelli has read the so-called Cavalcantian poems of the Vita Nuova and some other later Dantean poetics, showing their melancholic subtext. So, for example, she has shown the proximity of medical literature and Dante's description of dreams and visions. On the basis of complexio, Vittorio Bartoli has scientifically described the two visi insomnio, the one where Beatrice appears carried by love, and the one where love appears to Dante after the saluto negato. According to Avicenna, the two opposed passions of the soul that originate the visions, that is excessive tristizia or gaudium, induce dryness in the complexio. The dry temperament facilitates dreams because the brain, phlegmatic and therefore humid, suffers. Both scholars highlight the prophetic dimension of the visions, once again as a consequence of the melancholic condition. Tonelli, again, in the wake of the interpretation of the Aristotelian or pseudo-Aristotelian Problema 30, underscores how next to a negative, quote-unquote, melancholy, there exists a positive reading of this temperament as apt to prophetic, intellectual, and poetic ability. She relates this reading to Dante's poetic process and authorial birth in the libello. And suggests that medical knowledge can contribute to the creative dimension in this sense. While scientific references are more evident in this part of the Vita Nuova, I would like to briefly consider with you for a moment in the libello where they are not manifest, but perhaps sit alongside theological or mystical allusions. I would like to briefly dwell on chapter 12 of the Vita Nuova. There is the moment of Dante's melancholic despair for the loss of Beatrice's saluto. At this point, love appears to Dante in a dream and addresses the poet with the enigmatic Latin sentence ego tanquam centrum circuli, cui simili modo se habent circumferenze partes, tu autem non sic. Love's words mark the distance between the perfection expressed by the image of the center of the circle, perfection which belongs to amore, and the imperfect condition of the character. Love juxtaposes a state of absolute harmony and proportion to a state and the condition of imbalance and disproportion. Dante's physical imbalance and the distance from amore introduce and participate in the process through which the text denounces the insufficiency of the poetic word that expresses the dominance of the passions of the soul. The following paragraphs and poems highlight this condition through the representation of the Battaglia dei Pensieri and the episode of the Gabbo. They immediately precede the moment where the supremacy of passion over reason will be overcome by the rationality which will define amore and the genesis of the poetry of the Loda. The appearance of love in Dante's dream and the Latin words, whose sense remains obscure to Dante the character, result for the poet who writes in a crucial image. While representing the exclusion of the character from the idea of perfection, it paves the way for the recovery of the supremacy of reason, which will define the Loda and its author. In order to understand this path, I find interesting to consider a possible medical allusion that accompanies the obvious mystical reference. Scholars have offered various interpretations for love's enigmatic sentence, as well as proposed possible sources for the Latin quotation. They roughly span from more general ideas of love's perfection or love's self-sufficiency to more precise references to nobility, to the reading of the circle as representing divine omniscience and creative force. They all point to a juxtaposition between the all-encompassing knowledge of love, modeled on the all-encompassing knowledge of God, and the partial, insufficient knowledge of Dante. In particular, this passage by Richard of St. Victor closes with the image of a circulum, where our fragmented mode of knowledge would bend, and the punctual expression of divine knowledge where beginning and end conflate. The image of perfection expressed by the circle in the Vita Nuova is obviously one of the many similar instances which pervade Dante's work and medieval culture in a broader sense. I'm thinking, for example, of Paradiso 28, where Beatrice explains to Dante the fusion of the sensible, the heavens of Paradiso, with the divine universe at the center of which is God, omniscient point, generative force of the more or less fast circular movement of the angelic intelligence around him. The structure is the same of the circle of the Vita Nuova, where the point at the center of the circle means the perfection in time and space. The Dantean text displays here a non-scientific theme, which is nonetheless inserted in a context strongly characterized in medical sense. The same structure, which marks more evidently theological and mystical contents, can also represent the medical discourse on physical and mental harmony. And in his, this is what I wanted to show you to make sense of this discourse. In his discussion of the notion of complexio in his Liber Conciliator, Peter of Abano uses the image of the circle to represent the perfect complexio and the progressive distance from the circle as indicative of gradually more imperfect temperaments. In this image, from Differenza 20 of the Liber Conciliator, Peter is discussing the melancholic temperament and its relation to the most balanced, therefore healthy complexio. While the punctual center of the circle represents the complexio ad pondus, which that in medicine meant the ideal perfect complexio non-existent in reality, the immediate concentric circles measure progressively the so-called complexio ad justitiam, which is the best possible complexion that does exist in reality. And progressively, you can see the quasi-perfection of the justitialis momentanea, because of its degree of perfection extremely rare and almost punctual in duration, and then the other less perfect forms of justitialis, followed by the distempered temperaments, all inclined toward one extreme, so sanguinea, cholerica, phlegmatica, and melancholica, where the melancholic one is the farthest from perfection. So, of course, I'm not offering a medical textual source for the fragment of the Vita Nuova or the image of the angelic intelligence which revolve around God in Purgatorio in Paradiso 28. But the structure of thought which founds Peter of Abano's figure and reasoning certainly is shared by other disciplines and can enrich the background, of course, of Dante's work. So, if the dialectic between passion and reason already alludes to scientific and ethical intersections in the compulsive behavior of the subject dominated by passion, medical literature, specifically Galenic and Avicennian, shows a general connection between physical and mental harmony and ethical balance, which generates the correct choice of action. The two quotations that you see here on the screen show the correspondence between virtutes corporis and animi. Both texts underscore the link, in Avicenna's case, a dependent relationship between complexio and ethical choice. Galen connects physical sanitas and ethical temperantia as aiming to prevent excessive passions, voluptas, metus, tristitia, and the worst of all, cupiditas, and therefore to guarantee the physical and psychological health of the human being. The Galenic connection between virtues of the body and virtues of the soul reveals the physician's dialogue with both Platonic and Aristotelian tenets. Historians of medicine, just to name a few, Delassie, Jacques Pigeot, Garcia Ballester, have more than once underlined the Galenic depth to the Platonic idea of the soul as divided in rationalis, concupiscibilis, irascibilis. Ballester stresses, for example, the relation with the Platonic opposition between rational and irrational soul, and highlights how for Galen, the passions of the soul originate from the non-obedience of the irrational part to reason. In his ethical works, Galen emphasizes that excess determines the negativity of these passions. Excessive and irrational vehemence transforms any expression of the soul into passions opposite to virtue. The interaction between physical and psychological levels therefore fuses the quaternary structure of the temperamental harmony with the action of reason upon the irrational or excessive desire, in search of a way to measure the excesses. This leads us to consider a possible parallel with the Aristotelian concept of the ethical medium, that is the intermediate point between the two excesses, that Dorinda Barolini has investigated in relation to Le Dolci Rime and Dante's treatment of misers and prodigals in Inferno and Purgatorio. In discussing the nature of nobility, the Canzone and the successive commentary in the Convivio present the direct quotation of the definition of the medium from the Etica Nicomachea, and then the concept of good disposition of the whole persona, body and soul, to receive, as the condition to receive the divine infusion of nobility. Disposition that in a commentary explicitly includes the bodily complexio. I'm interested in a possible consonance between the Aristotelian ethical mean and Galen's concept of temperament, not as the ideal one or the ad pondus that we've seen in the Peter of Abon at the very center, but as a real existing mixture, not perfect but as harmonious as possible, not static and fixed but rather proportional and characterized by change and constant possibilities of alteration. In this sense, I refer mostly to Aristotle's consideration in Book 5 of the Nicomachean Ethics, where the philosopher speaks of the mean, which expresses the justus, not as a mathematical punctual middle point, but rather as the result of a proportion, an equivalence derived from the interaction of at least 4 terms, which produces an intermediate balance. And again, Peter of Abano's Conciliator confirms this approach, as speaks about complexio, and in distinguishing the justitialis from the other one, recurs to the example of the Aristotelian medium, explicitly quoted, and explained not as a mathematical point, as the number 2 between 1 and 3, but proportional. I will connect my paper to this point when I will briefly discuss the Canzone d'Oglia Mereca, but before that, I would like to offer you just a few more examples of evident presence of medical language in Dante's love poetry. So, in several moments of Dante's lyrical production, evident allusions to medicine reveal pathological events which determine a sudden fall, a loss of conscience and memory, followed by a state of bewilderment. In Amor da che convien purch'io mi doglia, the Montanina, the multiple references to science, which appear already in the second stanza to underscore the recurrent thought, and I'm summarizing the stanza, the recurrent thought that dominates the mind of the poet, also defines the fourth stanza. Here, at line 53, percosso alludes to the sudden endogenous emotion that extinguished the vital spirit, while at line 49, e se l'anima torna poscia al core, the reference to the heart confirms that the crisis suffered by the poet is a syncopal episode. Line 50 expresses the subsequent loss of conscience and memory, ignoranza and oblio. Also syncopal is the nature of the crisis described in E men cresce dimessi duramente, where lines 64-65 in the fifth stanza clearly describe the effects of the passione nuova that impedes all the virtues. and where, as a consequence of the fulguration in the heart, the loss of the vital spirit determines the fall, cadde a terra. Some scholars actually have identified this pathological episode as epilepsy. It seems to me, though, that because of the reference to the cardiac origin of the event, this should be classified as a syncopal. And I make this distinction because Dante knew the difference. As Inferno 24 shows, with the simile of the effects of the epileptic crisis used to describe the bewildered attitude of the thief Vanni Fucci. The technical term oppilazione, which is in Avicenna and other physicians, refers to the cerebral origin of the pathology. And the stunned and speechless state of the epileptic and of Vanni Fucci seem to perfectly correspond to the Galenic description of the effect of the epileptic event. Dante's awareness of the cerebral origin of epilepsy, a neurological origin of epilepsy, becomes interesting when included in his broader understanding of Galen's thought on the dominant role of rationality over the human being, where the rational soul has its seat, according to Galen, in the brain, that becomes consequently the hegemonic principle in the individual. You see an example also in the quotation here on this slide, the second one. So, on the basis of the poet's awareness of these Galenic positions, I wonder if the constant dialectic between the heart and the mind, and I'm thinking of the beautiful lighting talk of this morning by Alexandra, the sensitive and the rational that is pervasive in Dante's writing, even beyond a more specific focus on love, can be informed by this Galenic stand as well, intersected with the scientific contribution to the structure and the functions of the internal senses and the faculties of the soul derived from the Aristotelian thought. Dante's knowledge of specifically Galenic concepts would reflect his awareness of the renewed interest for the physician that characterized the university centers across Europe, and in particular Bologna and Alberotti and his pupils. Historians of medicine, as it is known, from Nancy Siraisi to, again, Ballester or Temkin, have highlighted the new commentaries and translations of original Galenic texts as opposed to the compendia or preceding Arabic translations. In a more recent article, Vivian Natton has invited caution about the pervasiveness of the new Galen, strongly maintained by Ballester, for example, but has nonetheless acknowledged the increased interest in the physician's ideas as testified by the circulation of specific manuscripts in Italy and in France. Galen's entry into the intellectual debates and the curricula studiorum of the universities resulted in an increased attention to direct scientific observation, of course combined with the theological and philosophical discourses that started to undergo nonetheless a process of medicalization, and in the simultaneous and dialogic presence of medicina teorica and pratica. Now, moving on to look at the possible survival of scientific notions, not explicit anymore, but possibly reminiscent of concepts like complexio and included in broader discourses, the relation to ethics that I mentioned comes to mind when we investigate a text such as Doglia Mireca, where the key to the canzone is precisely a conflation between lust and greed, love and avarice. Lines 11-17 announce the fracture of the essential concordance between beauty and virtue, which follows from man's strain from virtue. The concept of beauty is often related to harmony and proportion and disposition to ethical behavior by Dante and the contemporary debate. So just a very few quotations related to medicine, because of course it's a very broad subject and nuanced. One quotation where Thomas Aquinas connects the idea of pulchred with the idea of harmony, physical pulchritudo also, pulchritudo corporis, and then Galen, who clearly states that pulchritudo participates in the concept of sanitas. And of course, the same sense of proportion in relation to beauty informs also some passages quite famous of the Convivio that I'm not going to read, but nonetheless, where nonetheless Dante explicitly links beauty and a balanced dispositio. So, going back to the text of Doglia Mireca, the double condemnation of voluptas and cupiditas generated by an infinite and immoderate desire, which escapes rational control, is explicit here in the canzone. In juxtaposing love and bestial love, the canzone refers twice to the idea of likeness as the element that triggers love. In the first instance, not on the slide that I summarize, at line 63, the poem alerts against the risk implicit in associating oneself with non-virtuous men, according to the generative link between somiglianza and diletto. So women have to disdain vile men in order to avoid the risk of being associated with them. The desired likeness, in line 136, defines the ideal relation between feminine beauty and man's virtue, according to the principle which denies non-virtuous love as an excess of sensitivity and therefore disharmonious. The fracture between beauty and virtue denies this likeness. Starting from line 132, the disordered aggregation of vices destroys and confuses love. The idea of accumulation is expressed by assembro, for which the Encyclopedia Dantesca reports also the interpretation of André Pesar, who reads it in the sense of battle, clash, underlining even more, therefore, the inner discord caused by accumulation. The ideas of accumulation and disorder accompany the different reference to avarice, of course, throughout Dante's writing, even later. In Doglia Mireca, the miser's race to accumulation results in the correspondent loss of peace, as immoderate desire of material goods infinitely reproduces itself and prevents to reach quiet. So the concept of likeness has been associated with the notion of complexio as a factor which determines love's onset. Again, the words particularly interesting to me then, it's the fact that, again, Peter of Abano expresses the concept of likeness between two complexio, including the onset of love in a broader sense, which includes proximity of both physical and ethical characteristics. So he speaks of acti and mores. So similar complexio means similar behaviors, ethical choices translated into actions on the practical level. Given the connection that Doglia Mireca makes explicit between women's beauty and men's virtue, the meaning of somiglianza transcends the purely scientific sense of complexio to signify an inner disposition which, if altered or not tempered, generates negative consequences on the soul and on the ethical choice that is an expression of the soul. So, the concepts of complexio and dispositio become intertwined, or better, complexio appears to be included in the idea of dispositio. From the convivio to the monarchia, to the rime, to the commedia, dispositio marks Dante's writing, spanning from indicating the good or less good disposition of matter to indicating the good or less good disposition of the soul. And so I would like to conclude briefly considering Amor che mobito virtù del cielo. The canzone seems to show an explicit overcoming of the Cavalcantian idea of love once again, which punctual lexical references confirm. The definition of love that Dante counterproposes here relates it to the cosmic dimension, without denying the love's human, earthly existence, reinforced by the reference to righteous behavior as dependent on love's virtue, a virtue originated in the heavens. If love appears driven by a cosmic force, its effects are embodied in human existence and in the existence of the world. The incipit of the canzone compares love's sending down its power with the sun sending down its splendor. The sun's influence is increased wherever its beam finds a nobler disposition, that is, a better disposed matter. The potentiality of matter to receive the valore of the sun, according to its disposition, is paralleled by the reference to human conditions since line 11-12. In his analysis of the first stanza of Amor che movi, Raffaele Pinto speaks of an identification between love and anima mundi, intended, of course, at the Platonic principle responsible for cosmic movement related to that concept, and consequently highlights the double aspect of nobility as ontological and ethical, according to a conception of love that include psychological or psychosomatic traits and ethical existence of the human being, as well as that ontological dimension where love becomes creative force and light. The disposition necessary to receive the rays of love and the virtue that brings to act the potential ben fare includes the material complexio of the inanimate bodies as well as of the human beings, as the Dulcirime has stated, and underscores the correspondence between macro and microcosm that contemporary theological and philosophical discussion alluded to in terms of relation between cosmic and physical harmony. And I have really just two quotations that I encountered a long time ago, two out of many that I could have shown, but that I think show the correspondence between, of course, the micro and the macrocosm, and expressively also between the humors, the complexo, and the four element. And also, I just wanted to show this image again, where the correspondence between the humors and the elements of the macrocosm are clearly expressed. And at the center, the correspondence include not only homo, mundus, and annus, so the seasons and the change of the seasons. Now, really concluding the last point on the canzone, the potentiality of human righteous behavior can be actualized by love's virtue, a virtue that brings love out of the destructive and sensitive existence, and exclusively sensitive existence, toward a possible existence in act. And ethics seems to be the condition that allows the human being to realize that virtue. In a chiastic structure, lines 5-8 convey the negative elements overcome by the new conception of love. As the sun destroys oscuritate e gelo, love destroys viltà and ira, where ira and oscuritate has been noted by scholars are naturally reminiscent of the genesis of love under the influence of Mars, as stated in Donna me prega. In Amor che movi, the fuoco acceso, also, that's the right quotation, I'm sorry. In Amor che movi, the fuoco acceso, line 26, come acqua per chiarezza fiamma accende, marks the entrance and the permanence of the young woman in the mind of the poet. Dante's novelty in highlighting the mind as the seat of the woman and the fire, as opposed to the heart, according to the tradition that in Italian medieval poetry starts with and defines, for example, the Sicilian school, guarantees the ability to complete the imaginative and cognitive process. Giorgio Stabile has read the simile and consequently the canzone and unveiled his scientific subtext. The evident contrast between fire and water refers to the Aristotelian theory of the elements. Precisely the opposition between the qualities of water and fire allows for the ignitio, the generation of the fiamma resulting from the reflection of the rays of the sun on the medium of the water, according to a process that the scholar connects to medieval scientific literature and more specifically to Alberto Magno. The philosopher, in his De Causis and Proprietatibus Elementorum, presents the manner according to which the water, as a medium, receives and by virtue of its opposite qualities potentiates the qualities of light and heat received from the rays of the sun and ignites a piece of cloth. The eyes of the woman are endowed with the same watery quality and are therefore apt to function as medium between the rays of love and the ignition they awaken in the poet, whose sanity is guaranteed by the cosmic force of love. The humid quality that unites the eyes of the woman and the element of water is a medium thanks to its potentiality, the fact that it's potential. That is what Dante calls the trasparenza, transparence of water, or to say it with Averro is the diaphanous quality of water. And as Maria Luisa Ardizzone has illuminated in her work on Cavalcanti, diaphanous being transparent signifies potentiality, which in Cavalcanti results in obscurity, and here on the contrary. So that potentiality drives away here the oscuritate and therefore the viltà, as long as it finds matter, or the human being, well disposed. Potenza, in the stanza that I showed before, expresses the potentiality of nobiltà, so that the same potential dimension embraces the disposition of the elements of the material things and the disposition of ben fare, where the ethical dimension is integrated in the complete actualization of each creature in its natural purpose. Thank you. Non riesco a trovare la est.
Thank you very much, Paola, for such a rich presentation, which, I think really allowed us to reread many passages of Dante's, celebrated and renowned works through a different gaze, by looking at the medical sources. So I think there is a lot to discuss. But let's move on to our second speaker, who is Monica Calabrito. Monica Calabrito is professor of Italian comparative literature at Hunter College and at the Graduate Center of the City University of New York, and she's also the chairperson of the Romance Languages Department at Hunter College. Her main research area include the interaction between medicine, literature, and law, and the relation between visual and verbal media in early modern Italy and Europe. She is particularly interested at themes like insanity, early modern criminal justice, the interaction between medicine and law in the courtroom, through microhistorical accounts found in archival records. Her latest book is Murder and Madness on Trial, A Tale of True Crime from Early Modern Bologna, which has just come out from Penn State University Press. So congrats, Monica. And I've seen that this book is available at the Rizzoli bookstore here in New York City, so you may want to check it out. The title of her talk is The Constant Torment of Love, the Psychosomatic Dimension of Love Sickness in Medieval and Early Modern Medical Literature. So welcome, Monica Calabrito.
Thank you so much for Luca for the presentation, and thank you all. Thank you so much, Ida. This is a conversation that we started having 2 years ago, and finally this dream of yours came possible. I thank Casa Italiana, I thank Eugenio and Stefano Albertini and the wonderful people who participated to this workshop, to this symposium on love. I want to start, if it works, of course, I want to start with something. Okay, let me see if it works, right?
He seems to me equal to the gods, that man, whoever he is, who opposite you sits and listens close to your sweet speaking and lovely laughing. Oh, it puts the heart in my chest and wings. For when I look at you, even a moment, no speaking is left in me. No. Tongue breaks and thin fire is racing under skin. And in eyes no sight, and drumming fills ears, and cold sweat holds me, and shaking grips me all. Greener than grass I am, and dead.
Or almost, I seem to. Okay. Anyway, one of the most recognizable and widely translated fragments of the archaic Greek poet Sappho, which you heard by yours truly in the translation of Anne Carson, describes the lyrical voice's pains in seeing the object of her desire sitting and speaking with a man. This scene arouses in the lover somatic reactions. Her heart is beating uncontrollably, no word can come out of her mouth, her eyes are blinded, she shakes, her ears are filled with pounding sound. Heat and cold pervade her body at the same time. She's wetter than grass, and some scholars say that maybe this is an allusion to her erotic desire, but I would like to know what David Constant thinks. And she feels as if she were dead. Besides its aesthetic beauty, the fragment exemplifies many bodily symptoms that have made the language of love sickness for millennia. In the 4th century, love melancholy or love madness became a medical condition. However, way before then, the Hippocratic Galenic humoral theory recognized love sickness as an illness affecting the body, soul, and mind. It left traces with which it marked one's bodily appearance, organism, and mental faculties. Early modern physicians kept categorizing love sickness according to this model. Domenico Leoni and Girolamo Mercuriali, about whom I will speak later, discuss love melancholy in their treatises, describing psychosomatic symptoms and offering a primarily physiological diagnosis and treatment punctuated by allusions to human passions and offering and the soul and giving moral judgments based on women's supposed unbridled sexual desire. But what happened when early modern physicians like the mentioned Mercuriale and Cristoforo Guarinoni treated a patient, not a medical category? Who were the patients? Was unrequited love the cause of their ailment or a more carnal desire that could be quenched by satisfying it? Did early modern doctors deal with their patients' passion or just their bodies and humors? To answer these questions, I will first give an outline, and here you have the structure of the talk, on how and why, since antiquity up until the early modern period, love sickness was believed to affect body and mind, thus creating a precursor of psychosomatic illness. Then I will focus on some 16th century treatises of practical medicine, which listed and categorized diseases from head to toe, including love melancholy. Finally, I will describe and interpret a few individual cases of love melancholy where physicians treated real-life patients and sometimes reported the outcomes of their cure. So this is a painting by Benjamin West, done in 1772, of Erasistratus, the physician Erasistratus, revealing the love that Antiochus has for his stepmother Stratonis. Yes. In the Parallel Lives, Plutarch narrates the story of the Greek physician Erasistratus, who was called to decipher the unknown illness that plagued Antiochus, the son of the king. The young man was letting himself die, but he was resolute in not revealing the cause of his disease. After various attempts, Erasistratus discovered that Antiochus' appearance and psychological state changed dramatically when his young stepmother Stratonis was around. The doctor identified, and I quote, "those telltale signs of which Sappho sings, which were all there in him: stammering speech, fiery flashes, darkened vision, sudden sweats, irregular palpitation of the heart, and finally, as his soul was taken by storm, helplessness, stupor, and pallor." End of quote. The 2nd century physician Galen, of which we heard before in Paola Ureni's paper, described the lover as, and I quote, "sick or pale, sleepless, or fevered from love, stricken with the human emotions of sorrow." End of quote. Symptoms that remind us of the love-sick subject portrayed in Sappho's fragment. Articulating the humoral theory established by Hippocrates, Galen believed that all disorders derived from an imbalance of the 4 humors, as we saw before: black bile, yellow bile, phlegm, and blood. In the case of love sickness, Galen and many ancient physicians believed that excessive blood or black bile were the main culprits. Excessive blood would cause a great amount of semen in men and women and a constant state of lust. The rejection and anguish experienced by the lovesick person brought an increase in hot black bile and melancholy. In Problem 30, Aristotle, or whoever wrote this text, stated that melancholic people were usually of amorous disposition and susceptible to unrest and desire. Medieval and early modern physicians elaborated on this signa amoris, arguing that in early manic stages of love sickness, patients experienced sweating and burning.
In contrast, in the late melancholic stages, they suffered from mouth dryness, sunken eyes, emaciation, and jaundiced color. So now we have absolutely unrealistic, except for Marsilio Ficino, representations of Plato, Aristotle, and our Florentine philosopher and doctor. Plato's view of love is expressed in the Symposium and Phaedrus and elaborated in medieval and early modern philosophy and medicine, considered the beloved as the main cause of love madness. The sight of their beauty could bring the lover's soul to contemplate universal, good, and beautiful through a gradual redirection from the individual to universal beauty of bodies, institutions, and values, as we've seen illustrated yesterday by Barbara Rosenwein's speech and slide. Or could precipitate them into a pathological form of love, which overstated individual beauty and focused on lust, the carnal and sensual dimension of love. Following the Platonic localization of the irrational portion of the soul in the lower abdomen, the physicians who regarded love sickness as an illness of excessive sensuality localized the malfunction in the liver, the seat of sexual desire. In the Phaedrus, Plato argues that the beauty of the beloved infected the lover through the eyes, another organ to be studied when looking for signs of love sickness. The 15th century Neoplatonist philosopher and physician Marsilio Ficino elaborated Plato's idea by claiming that spirits, a combination of refined blood and air of Stoic ascendants, travel from the beloved eyes to those of the lover and enter the bloodstream, infecting it. The lover, being infected first through the eyes and then in the blood, wastes their vital spirits, which fly to the beloved, leaving only the dregs in the lover's body, thus producing black bile and making the lover melancholic. Love leaves traces not only on and in one's body and inner organs, skin, eyes, blood, heart, and liver, but in one's mental faculties and brain. Following Aristotle's etiology of human cognition, love sickness is the consequence of a corrupted imaginative faculty. The normal cognitive process goes as follows, and I should say that this explanation is, I think, slightly clear also thanks to a presentation that Giuseppe Gerbino gave a long time ago in one of my classes, 2011, in a class that was on love. And Giuseppe came and he gave this amazing explanation of the cognitive process in Aristotle. So I am practically, paraphrasing what Giuseppe did in this beautiful slide a long time ago. Okay, Giuseppe, tell me if it's clear. So the object is transferred from material to sensible species through the eyes. The sensible species is processed into the imagination or fantasy through an internal sense. The imaginative faculty produces a phantasm which is transferred to the agent intellect, which in turn processes it into an intelligible species. Finally, the intellect can recognize the image as universal.
Very good.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay. When the cognitive process is corrupted and gives rise to love sickness, the phantasm does not proceed to the next phase described earlier, but is stuck in the imaginative phase. The sensitive pleasure that the image of the beloved produces in the lover's mind is so strong that the internal senses keep conjuring up the phantasm of the beloved like a single movie shot repeated endlessly. Aristotle positions a sensitive faculty and emotions in the heart. Thus, when the vision of the beloved corrupts the lover cognitive process by producing a desire for it, the desire is in the heart. The physiological effect of amorous passion is the heating of the blood around the heart, which then spreads to the entire organism. But medieval physicians Avicenna and Constantinus Africanus placed the site of the sensitive faculty in the brain, following Hippocrates rather than Aristotle. According to the medieval medical tradition, the brain was divided in three parts, the first of which contained sense and fantasy, while the second contained the imaginative and estimative faculties, and the third, memory and motor functions. When a person was lovesick, it meant that either the imaginative or estimative faculties were corrupted. Thus, the lover overestimated the beloved's beauty, and was incapable of seeing the beloved as she or he was. And why did I spend so much time in this? I hope that it will become clear, because the medical treatises and the consilia that I analyze in the second part of this paper are based on this structure, on this frame, medical frame. So the powerful bond between body and soul is evident in love sickness, whether it originates in the brain, heart, or liver, and appears on one's body. Medieval and early modern doctors believed that emotions and the soul resided in the organs, and the conditions of one impacted the other. Now, where or not the immortal soul is, I mean, I'm not going to discuss it. Here we're talking about the mortal section of the soul. So just wanted to be sure that not to be attacked. I mean, okay. To comprehend the psychological origins of the ailment, doctors analyzed the physical symptoms. And this is what early modern doctors, like Domenico Leoni and Girolamo Mercuriale, did in their treatise of practical medicine. And here you see the frontispiece of Domenico Leoni, Ars Medendi Humanos, and then here you have the frontispiece of the Medicina Pratica by Girolamo Mercuriale. In Ars Medendi Humanos, published in 1583, Leoni defines love melancholy as a subcategory of melancholy, which, as we have seen before, was caused by an excessive amount of black bile and could produce excessive erotic desire. Leoni gendered melancholy when he stated that men are more predisposed to it, but that it was more dangerous and difficult to cure in women. And I quote, either because they are less warm and their humors are more phlegmatic and persistent, or because they are engaged in evil plans. Indeed, as Seneca says, women outsmart men in evil plan. End of quote. Leoni endowed women with a type of melancholy that depended on physiological conditions. Their bodies were colder, and on moral behavior. They were more predisposed than men to machinations. Also, women's bodily temperature and humoral complexion were ideologically charged. According to humoral theory, warmth was the principle of life and procreation connected to men, while women's bodies were cold. Women's body and their moral behavior were perceived as inherently deficient and bad, thus confirming the argument that early modern medical tradition perceived the corporeal and the moral dimension as connected and influencing each other. Leoni continued by explaining how the sight of a beautiful woman affected first the senses, then the imagination, and finally the brain. And then this disease could damage the three faculties of imagination, memory, and reasoning. It specified that love becomes an illness only when it starts affecting the body, while melancholy was only a disease of the body. And I think that this is a very interesting distinction, not made by everybody. So Leoni synthesized various views on love, ranging from the medieval medical tradition to the philosophical tradition of love, linked to the appetitive soul as defined by Plato. In his treatment of love madness, Leoni introduced several passages from Ovid's Remedia Amoris, and I would like to talk about this with Julie, who gave us a fantastic paper yesterday, that contain lines also present in Bernard of Gordon's Lilium Medicinae, a medieval practica very popular in the Middle Ages and the early modern period, and influenced by the Viaticum by Constantinus Africanus. Leoni also utilizes the characters of literary text mimetically or realistically, that is, as if they were real individuals from whose pathology the physicians could learn. And now we go to the second treatise, that by Mercuriale, Medicina Practica. Mercuriale follows the authority of Arab medical tradition and Plato's description of the wandering womb in the Timaeus, and defines love madness as, I quote, a kind of excessive sexual desire accompanied by heat and convulsion to the uterus, end of quote. Women who are affected by the madness of the womb are verbally abusive, breathe with difficulty, and talk and think constantly only about sex. Some of them are so insane that they commit suicide by hanging themselves or by throwing their bodies into wells and rivers. Women in their prime and those who have devoted their lives to chastity, but especially virgins, are the subject most at risk. The madness of the womb starts in the lower part of the woman's body, but then ascends to her heart and finally to her brain, creating havoc in her mind and eventually driving her to death. Mercuriale considers sexual intercourse the best cure for this type of insanity, since the madness he describes is bodily. Women's madness affects the faculties contained in the brain through their bodies, that is, through their organ of reproduction. Mercuriale spends only a short section on love melancholy, which he considers an external cause for melancholy, along with excessive sleep, exercise, and inactivity. He makes a reference to the story of 2nd century AD Aretheus of Cappadocia, very similar to that narrated by Galen, who narrates of a man who was melancholic because of dejection due to unrequited love. Aretheus' cure consisted in having the man declare his love to his beloved. And I would like you to remember this. Aretheus of Cappadocia is 2nd century AD, but all the other stories of of people in lust are in general women. While treatises of practical medicine did not usually contain individual stories, physicians sometimes inserted them to exemplify the category of illness they were discussing, its symptoms and its course. Leoni, for instance, stated that women who, by choice or imposition of social rules, cannot have intercourse with a man, so nuns, widows, and virgins, suffer from mania and love madness. To exemplify his thesis, he reports the case of a woman who suffered from love madness because she was still unmarried at 26. Leoni writes, "She was in such a state of raging madness that she would wander through lands and woods and invite any man whom she encountered to sleep with her and pursue those who refused with stones and insults." End of quote. The young woman regained her wits only after marrying, implying that conventional sexual intercourse made her a legitimate member of her community again. 16th and 17th century concilia, and now I am at the last part, showed the development of a narrative that emphasized individual case patient. The concilium or consultatio was a response that a doctor wrote in response to a request made by another doctor, a patient, or a family member. In individual cases reported in several concilia, Mercuriale, who was also the author of a treatise of Medicina Practica, treated widows and sterile women who were affected by this illness and could not expel what was considered a corrupted matter festering the organism through the sexual act. In these documents, he never mentioned odd behaviors or verbal abuse or even the desire to hand their lives from his patients, as he suggested this category of women behaved in his treatise of practical medicine. So I'm just trying to make you realize the difference between these epistemic genres as Gianna Pomata defines them. Cristoforo Guarinoni, this is like a sort of portrait. A late 16th century court physician, first in Urbino and then in the court of Emperor Rudolf II in Prague, narrated individual cases in the genre of the Concilium, in which he listed medicine tailored for the specific patient and provided the reader with updates on the course of the patient's illnesses, sometimes just to say that one died or recovered, others to describe the patient's improvement or their post-mortem autopsy. Guarinoni's interest in reporting the outcomes of the cases he followed was influenced by the growing interest in the medical and scientific discipline to use the narrative mode to describe the individual case, report the cure's outcome, and provide individualized treatment rather than using stock medicaments. In one concilium, Guarinoni discusses the case of a 47-year-old woman who is tormented by melancholic humor. The main cause of this abundance of black bile was, I quote, the very serious vexation and sorrows and very bitter pain of the soul because of the husband who died suddenly, throwing her into a state of sorrow and desperation. How can a physician correct her humor and her emotions? Bloodletting should be performed from both feet, Guarinoni said, and if lack of sleep and madness do not stop, Guarinoni suggests opening the veins of the hemorrhoids, which are connected to the uterus, planting cupping glass into the shoulder bones with iron, placing leeches to the nostrils, or even cutting the frontal vein, allowing for a wider flow of the blood from the back and the front of the head. In another concilium, Guarinoni narrated the case of a young woman who was seized by sudden madness. After having long pined away from unrequited love, she decided to marry someone else. But the union was immediately marred on their first night together when she left the bed, and a few nights later when she openly turned mad. The cause of her madness was in the head, Guarinoni writes, together with an abundance of melancholic humor in the whole body. Madness first pushed her towards furor and then laughter. To cure the young woman, Guarinoni suggested well-known remedies, namely the emission of blood from various parts of the body and enigmas, but he also recommended keeping her calm with a syrup made of apple, borage, bugloss, earth smoke, and a floral extraction made of vinegar, honey, and fresh herbs and flowers, besides having her head washed to help her release the hot humor. When he commented on whether the young woman could be healed, the physician asserted that probably her brain was already permeated with a vapor of the existing humor, and that he observed this phenomenon in the brain of a dead man who in life was diagnosed as mad. And here I reach my conclusions. The tension between body and mind in what was diagnosed as love sickness, melancholic, or madness is evident starting from Sappho's poetic fragment. In Antiquity, the interconnection between the body, its internal organs, mental faculties, and passions was promoted and articulated by the strong ties between natural and moral philosophy and medicine. Thus, love melancholic was perceived as an illness that touched one body's body and soul. The psychosomatic nature of love melancholy continued to be valid throughout the Middle Ages and the early modern period, when physicians intertwined humoral and gender issues already present in early centuries in their physiological discussion of love melancholy, which could lead to madness. We see the development of love sickness from literary creation, Sappho, to a philosophical reflection on the passions of the soul, a medical and moral category. Physicians were aware of the importance of psychological factors that facilitated or hampered the healing of this ailment. Love sickness was perceived as somatic and psychological, rooted in the body, but also the source of ideation, which doctors often exemplified by using literary quotation from Antiquity. Also, as Mary Frances Walk argued decades ago, love sickness shifted from being a malady affecting young aristocratic men to an illness peculiar to women, their lower body, and their wanton sexual desire. In genres like consilia, where the individual patient takes the place of a universal category, the same physicians who wrote treatises on medical practice seem to drop the moral undertone to focus on the suffering body and the patient, mostly female. Some of these consilia suggest an awareness of the psychological dimension of this disease and how powerful emotional traumas like the loss of a loved one through death or rejection could create havoc in a person's mind and body. Jacques Ferrand and Robert Burton, both doctors and intellectuals of the 17th century, were among the last writers who recognized love melancholic as an ailment. Later, with the mechanistic interpretation of the body and the radical separation of mind and body performed by René Descartes, the connection was lost. The body is spatial and physical, while the mind is not in space. Their interaction, Descartes, is impossible. But we know and we experience that this is not true, as many philosophers, scientists, and physicians have been proving all along. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica Calabrito, for following up so nicely to Paolo Reni's presentation and illuminating us onto the early modern theories, and I would say also sometimes disturbing theories on the relationships between love and body. So once again, a lot to discuss. Our last speaker for today is Eva del Soldato. Eva del Soldato is Associate Professor of Italian Studies within the Department of Francophone, Italian, German Studies at the University of Pennsylvania, where she's also graduate chair. So essentially, she's my neighbor, at least academic neighbors, since we belong to the same Quaker consortium. Eva del Soldato was trained in philosophy and intellectual history at the Scuola Normale Superiore di Pisa, and her research is devoted to Renaissance thought and culture with a special attention to the Aristotelian and Platonic traditions. She's the author of 2 books. The first one is Simone Porzio of 2010, the first book-length study focused on this 16th century philosopher, and the second one is Early Modern Aristotle on the Making and Unmaking of Authority, which came out in 2020. The title of her paper today is Love Healers, Philosophers and Physicians on Love Sickness in the Confessional Age. So please welcome Eva del Soldato to the podium.
So good evening. Thank you to Ida Cagliazza, not just for the assistance now, but also for organizing this amazing conference. It has been a real pleasure to listen to all these beautiful papers. So it's a real pleasure being here. Without further ado, Love Healers. In 1830, Francesco Antonelli defended in Padua a dissertation De morboso elusi amoris in fluxo, while Pietro Piccinelli defended in Pavia a dissertatio de amore. Édouard Anger and Antonio Pasetti defended in Padua in 1837 and 1839 2 works on the same subject. Even if these works seem to suggest that disputes on love sickness were not unusual within university halls in Italy, the sources listed in these dissertaciones would lead to believe otherwise. In fact, there are exclusively references to works by 18th century German and French physicians, including Zimmermann, Franck, Rose, Bienville, and de Lignac. Love sickness was indeed a popular subject for disputationes and dissertationes in German medical faculties, and we know of several examples from France as well. It is not surprising treatises on this subject were produced in these areas. In Italy, university disputationes were rarely printed between 16th and 18th century, being usually simply advertised via highly perishable broadsheets. On the other hand, looking at catalogues of 18th century publications, one will see that there are virtually no treatise-long treatment of the subject of love-related pathologies produced by Italian physicians, but almost only translations of works originally appeared in Germany, France, or England. An exception is a volume by the Paduan professor Cesare Gini, printed in 1783, on the cure of nymphomania, a text whose author was careful to present as, I quote, advice and beneficial aid that is very necessary to know for any spiritual father or family father, unquote. While other 18th century medical works on this subject, like those from Germany and France, were definitely driven by moralizing purposes, none of them had such prominent religious frame. This is my starting point. Indeed, how can one explain the peculiarity of the Italian case with its substantial absence of treatises on love pathologies in these centuries? I always find absences enticing, and in this work in progress, I will suggest possible reasons of uneasiness Italian early modern physicians had in dealing with love sickness and its treatment. Love sickness's explanation changed over the centuries, as we have seen now with Monica, of course. But what notably changed very little were the therapeutic suggestions. I will focus in particular on a text from the Counter-Reformation period in the hope to highlight priorities, anxieties, and concerns that possibly contributed to sidelines for centuries the issue of love sickness in the Italian context. In particular, I will look into the boundaries between medicine and theology to show how the cure of love sickness represented a particularly slippery topic, and especially if presented not to professionals, but to a wider audience. Medicine and religion never had an easy relationship, starting with Hippocrates' De Morbo Sacro. And Christianity, according to Nathan, offered itself from its very beginning as a competitor to natural and secular healing. This tension continued for centuries. Medieval medical writers were for the most part clerics, but, for example, still in the 16th century, medicine had a complicated status within Jesuit schools. Now, Italian universities are regarded as a peculiar case in that they kept theology separated from other disciplines, along with medicine, philosophy, and law, and so granting a degree of professional freedom to university professors of those subjects. For sure, as shown by Ian MacLean, early modern physicians were aware of the authority the church could have on any intellectual activity, and love sickness and its cure have proven over the centuries to be porous subject, investing, as we have seen again with Monica, body and soul. Still, naturalistic treatments of love sickness were considered fair game by physicians in their teaching and professional publications. Even if they did not leave monographic treatments on the subject, there are several Latin works by physicians active in the Italian peninsula between 16th and 17th century in which love sickness is widely discussed. Giovan Battista del Monte wrote of love sickness in the context of the diagnostic value of the so-called pulsus amatorius. Giovan Battista Selvatico listed love sickness among those elusive illnesses that can be hidden and confused for something else, suggesting ways to recognize it. François Valériola wrote extensively on love sickness and its remedies in a close dialogue with another physician, Marsilio Ficino. Among Girolamo Mercuriale's Consilia, several were focused on love-sick patients, just like among those by Cristoforo Guarinonis. Both physicians treated these patients as afflicted by a form of erotic melancholy, suggesting typical remedies such as bloodletting, purgationes, potions, social distractions, and observing that they were optimistic for those who only recently fell sick, since a new morbus was more likely curable. Ercole Sassonia offered for those suffering of melancholy ex amore natural and artificial remedies, again using Ficino as a blueprint. Gaspare Marcucci recognized in his Quadripartitum Melancholicum love as a form of melancholy, while Paolo Zacchia, who already had claimed that amore was a kind of delirio ipocondriaco, included it among the legally recognized forms of dementia. Written by physicians for other physicians or jurists, these texts were generally composed in Latin and accessible to a limited, albeit international, audience of professionals. In this conversation among peers, the suggested remedies for love were the same they had been for centuries, practical, natural, or pharmacological. Zacchia even believed unnecessary to list remedies, since they were too well known. but none of these physicians felt the need to justify their treatment of love sickness, either emphasizing the moral and religious orthodoxy of their suggestions or openly admitting the subalternity of medicine to theology. This was true, instead, for a handful of treatises on love sickness in the vernacular composed by Italian physicians in the same period of the aforementioned Latin works. Between 16th and 17th centuries, treatises on love sickness written in the vernacular have become particularly popular in France, in a context in which, as seen above, dissertationes on love sickness were also common in Latinate professional context. It has been suggested by Altbauer Rudnick that this trend had been caused by strict social conventions on marriages that characterize French upper-class members, while royal laws concurrently condemned clandestine unions. The medicalization of the problem made available to a larger audience, therefore, may have been a way to cope with the social issue. In a few decades, illustrious physicians composed French works on love sickness and its cure. These include Jean Aubery's L'Antidote d'amour, Jean de Véry, La généalogie d'amour, also André Dulorand, Des maladies mélancoliques, and Jacques Ferrand, Traité de l'essence et guérison de l'amour, et Del Again by Ferrand, De la maladie d'amour. It is also significant that when an Italian vernacular treatise on love medicine, Marinelli's Le medicine pertinenti alle infermità delle donne, was largely appropriated by Jean Libaud for a more extensive treatment of the same subject, both in Latin and French, it took care to add, among others, sections on erotic diseases that were absent in the original text. Yet, a few vernacular texts on love sickness written by physicians appear also in the Italian peninsula. These texts share with most of their French counterparts a diminutive format in dodicesimo and were clearly addressed to a wide readership. Bartolomeo Arnigio's Dialogo della medicina d'amore, 1566, staged a dialogue in which a physician is helping a friend suffering for love, a typical plot also in writings on love not dealing with love sickness per se. Indeed, the dialogue by Arnigio, a physician who had a reputation for causing the death of many of his patients, but very active at the Accademia degli Occulti, is not particularly notable, if not for its misogyny. Love is described as a vaiolo rosolia, which is better to suffer at a young age. The Bolognese Pastarino, instead, wrote his Istruzione sopra l'universale peste et frenetico morbo d'amore, 1575, because allegedly no one would have thought before him to provide in writing useful recipes to bring remedy against an illness, I quote, che a tutti viene, né a nessuno perdona, unquote. Both Arnigio and Pastarino mention religious remedies in their works. Arnigio closed this dialogue inviting his sick friend to invoke the Holy Spirit and study sana filosofia e sacre lettere. Pastarino, in a much less perfunctory way, equally warned his readers that among all the remedies he suggested, the first and incomparable were praying, receiving the holy sacraments, and relying on God's help. And he was also quick to remind that he had talked of love merely as a natural physician. The use of prayers and holy rites was not new, but had been typically invoked in texts discussing love pathologies written by non-physicians and dealing with diabolical effects, including the Malleus Maleficarum. Still, the fact that Arnigio's and Pastarino's works were composed in the vernacular likely imposed those pious conclusions. But another vernacular treatise on love sickness, written by physicians, brought to a whole different level the interaction between medicine and religion, physician and confessor. I'm referring to Cesare Crivellati's Trattato della cura d'amore, printed in Rome in 1602. We know little about Crivellati's life, aside from a few notes in lives of illustrious Viterbese men. For a long time, his name had been exclusively connected to treatises on the use of wine and the booklet on Viterbo's thermal springs. In recent years, nonetheless, Luca Bianchi has called the attention on Crivellati's vernacularizations of Aristotelian text.
Still, the Trattato della Cura d'Amore had been completely neglected, possibly also because of its rarity. I was able to trace only 4 copies. What is notable in this work is the constant shifting from a medical dimension to a theological one. This is hinted already in the title page, in which the twofold purpose of the work is declared, revealing nature, causes, signs, prognosis, and cure of love, but also demonstrating that one can be preserved from such a bad vice and embrace virtue. Indeed, Crivellati repeatedly affirmed that primarily at stake when someone is suffering with love sickness are their souls rather than their bodies. Men, attracted by short-lived pleasures, do not realize that their prize will be eternal damnation. For this reason, Crivellati claimed that no affection is more dangerous than love sickness. Its physical effects are as varied as devastating: sighs, tears, refusal of food and drink, insomnia, stomachache, headache, fever, but are nothing when compared to the supreme punishment. Love infects the soul to the extent that makes it fully devoid of divine grace, drifting men apart from their creator. In that, they subject God to a creature. These motives in themselves are far from new, being already present in the Church Fathers, but they were also typically invoked in several manuals for confessors of Crivellati's time, including Azpilcueta's. In the first chapters, Crivellati provided the readers with the definition of love and beauty, openly modeled on Ficino's commentary on the Banquet. Crivellati put his emphasis in the celebration of internal beauty in opposition to the external one, pointing out that it requires more time to be appreciated and cannot be simulated, being founded in an Aristotelian way on a virtus habitus. This position is coherent with the constant celebration of the marriage, which re-emerge in several passages of the treatise. Marriage has to be founded on love of virtue and not on love of bodies. A failed marriage, Crivellati argued, can only be explained if husbands and wives had something depraved in themselves. Still, carnal love can be accepted only as part of the Santissimo Matrimonio if it is addressed to the successione of legittima prole. Even beasts avoid carnal love unless they're seasonally pressed to their reproduction. Therefore, in a way, it is even unfair to call sexual love beastly love, but it's definitely wrong to call it love. Yet, the longest chapter in the treatise, at its very core, is devoted to the demonstration that heavens have no influence on human actions. After all, love becomes a pathology if it affects human will. Believing in the influence of the heavens, Crivellati claimed, is something that was admissible only among pagans. Among them, even the greatest philosophers fell into absurdities, like Plato with the transmigration of the souls and Aristotle with the eternity of the word. The ancients believed in the influence of the heavens is equally absurd. Even if they believed in cause proxime, they nonetheless gave inconsistently value to these cause remote. But now, Crivellati argued, our souls are illuminated not just by the natural light, but by the light of the faith. So we must get rid of these superstitions which go against our salvation. Indeed, it is inadmissible that something inferior, the heavens, could dominate something superior, the human soul, directly created by God. Were it true that the heavens force human action, Christian religion would collapse because free will would be abolished. Yet, Crivellati was available to accept an inclination in universale on the basis of what he read in a composite series of authorities, including Augustine, Pico della Mirandola, Friar Roberto d'Allezze, or the Jesuit Pereira. Aristotelian arguments and practical experiences. Cherry on the proverbial Sunday, Pope Sixtus V published a bull, Cieli et Terra Creator, in which he condemned judiciary astrology limiting its application, a bull that Crivellati mentioned with gusto. Crivellati concluded that if one falls in love with a woman, has only to blame himself, since it was in his power to resist the allure of senses and pleasure. Crivellati moved finally to a medical discussion of love, discussing what parts of the body it affects, from which signs it is made manifest, etc. In the section on the prognosis, though, he said again that love sickness endangers of death not only human bodies, but also and especially human souls, something that does not happen with other illnesses, cosa che a nessun altro male accade. For this reason, Crivellati rejected the idea that in order to heal someone from his passion for a certain woman, a physician has to distract him with a different lady. The risk is to create an even more dangerous love triangle, or to fall again in the same danger. There is only one love that can replace the fallacious one and actually cure it, the love of the most perfect being, God. Reconciling with God is not a physician's job. One needs instead a confessor to meet every 15 days, even if weekly would be preferable. The confession will need to be accompanied by the Holy Communion and prayers. Once made aware that the love of bodies takes away God, the love sick will destroy the image of the woman and focus exclusively on Jesus Christ. And rather than reading love letters, will listen to masses, sermons, and read lives of virgin saints and holy fathers. One will not waste time in banquets, but will practice fasting, will not visit a woman, but the church. At the end, the formerly sick person will fall in love with the Virgin Mary. Crivellati offered then a few medical remedies, including dietary advice, taking into consideration liturgical needs, like fasting on Friday and fasting more in general, which will prevent the formation of seed to expel, as proven by the experience of members of the clergy. Some cures are again related to religious concerns. The lovesick will have to sing only spiritual songs and travel to the countryside during the carnival. If this is impossible, the patient has to make sure to go to church, something that he needs to do no matter the period of the year. He has just to be careful to go to a church different from the one attended by the beloved. Makes sense. Similar advice, including prayers and pious readings, is offered by Crivellati to female patients, taking into consideration their more restricted social life. This is followed by chapters in which Crivellati offers more surgical and pharmacological remedies, differentiated on the basis of the stage of the illness in which they are applied. In the conclusion, Crivellati explains how to avoid this plague. Firstly, by being reminded of the sixth commandment and of the freedom of the will, because if you fall in love, you cannot blame the object of your desire. The other practical preventive means all depend on these two pillars. Religious concerns in the treatment of melancholy and love sickness were not absent in French vernacular love treatises, but were quite incidental. Maybe thinking of struggles with demonologies, de Laurent has elegantly brushed this issue away by distinguishing between depravations, which are voluntary and fall under the prerogative of theologians and moral philosophers, and others which are forced by illnesses and therefore can be cured by physician only. According to de Laurent, free will had no power against love pathology, so not like Crivellati. Aubéry celebrated medicine and its authority, but made brief mentions of the value of prayers, of divine assistance, and God-given marriage to escape l'impudique amour. He defended free will, claiming that we fall in love by ourselves, but suggested that there were cases, like with Judith and Holofernes, in which love sickness is the bourreau de la justice de Dieu. Ferrand, in his 1623 treatise, the second one, claimed that one of the reasons who pushed him to compose the work was to contrast those physicians who believed that having sex was a sound cure to love sickness. Ferrand wanted to present the natural reasons behind his rejection for this therapy, leaving to the theologians to complete the task for the moral aspects. Ferrand also welcomed theologians, I quote, to urge upon all such besotted persons the nature of their faults and depict in vivid colors the enormity of their errors and sins, and condemn paillardise. Yet, he was resolutely convinced that curing love sickness belonged to the physicians and had not to be left to theologians and moral philosophers who deal instead with celestial and divine love. This was something Ferrand affirmed in both versions of his treatise, even if, in the 1623 work, the claim was made less prominent, appearing only in chapter 26, rather than in chapter 3, as it happened in 1610. Certainly out of prudential reasons. Indeed, Ferrand's 1610 love treatise had been condemned by the religious authority of Toulouse, and his open challenge to the religious authorities in curing love sickness was possibly one of the reasons behind the sentence. Yet, as discussed also by Bicher and Ciavolella, an overarching problem seemed to have been that the work was written in the vernacular. For sure, Ferrand's 1610 work was more daring than the other French vernacular works I just listed, having the further fault of appearing in an orthodoxy stronghold like Toulouse. Crivellati can be regarded, therefore, as a sort of anti-Ferrand. By choosing to write in the vernacular, he made sure to highlight the primary role of the confessor, even above the physician, and to present a medical text that could work as an edifying reading. Indeed, his work was printed in Rome and addressed to a bishop. I already mentioned Crivellati's Aristotelian vernacularizations. In the case of the Physics, for example, Crivellati added to his paraphrase of Aristotle's text a dialogue between Plato and Aristotle. In it, at the gates of hell, Plato rebuked his pupil for defending the eternity of the word. As in that case, Crivellati immediately offered his vernacular readers an antidote against anti-Christian Aristotelian doctrines. In the Love Treatise, he diffused the discussion of topics that could have been potentially suggestive and dangerous, projecting them in a religious dimension. Precisely the decision of treating of certain subjects in the vernacular drove Crivellati's attitude, either because educational goals were his primary agenda, or because he was aware that in order to present certain topics to a larger audience, he could not adopt the unbothered register used in works addressed to professionals. Things are more complicated, because there is no lack of evidence that as professional groups, early modern philosophers and physicians could protest and win against the interferences of the church, even if in the Italian context. However, if in discussing matters the church could reclaim for itself the same philosophers and physicians were not talking about themselves but to lay readers, they could hardly invoke their professional prerogatives as a justification. In Crivellati's work, the physician accepted with no resistance and even invited the collaboration with the confessor, offering remedies which he presented only as secondary to those of faith. In an apologetical writing that he published in 1566, Visione dimostratrice della malvagità del carnale amore, Domenico Mellini had already suggested the path from the theological side. Excellent physicians can recognize the exterior sign of a man afflicted by love sickness, but the only cure that saves is the conversion to a higher object of the desire, God, through the help of a confessor and the Holy Communion. It was precisely in 1566, the year of Mellini's work, that Pius V imposed doctors to require their patients a confession as a condition to offer their services. Crivellati's Trattato, in fact, appeared at the peak of the intensive campaign of disciplinamento implemented by the Roman Church after the Council of Trent. Physicians were no doubt under scrutiny. In that climate, not few among them accepted religious interferences in their works, and the discussion of love pathology was among those that require attention in Latin treatises as well. One can think of Codronchi's De Christiana et tuta medendi ratione, appearing in 1591. In the chapter on erotic pathologies, Codronchi violently rebuked those physicians who cure patients thinking exclusively of the needs of their bodies, but forgetting their souls. A doctor, Codronchi concluded, should not recommend his patient sexual activity, but rather persuade him to enter a holy matrimony. Another greatest hit from the Council of Trent. Physician and then friar Scipione Mercurio invited Christians to control their patients, including love that may cause melancholy, in the awareness that everything comes from God and providence. In 1631, the physician Pietro Piperno had recommended the Holy Communion and confession, along with fasting and prayers, as the main cures against amor insanus, in his opinion, favored by demons and devil spells. I started this paper noticing that 19th century Italian dissertationes on love sickness did not quote Italian authors, but exclusively German or French sources, pointing out that virtually no original treatise on the subject appeared in the Italian peninsula in the 18th century. Yet, even if not full treatises, in previous centuries Italian physicians had devoted to love sickness chapters, consigli and observaciones, and with no apparent concern about their prerogatives on the subject. But other works, and especially those written in the vernacular, reveal that religious concerns could impose restraints on discussion of the topics, and that part of the medical world renounced its autonomy, preferring to position itself in a subaltern position to religion and theology. Crivellati's case egregiously belongs to this latter pattern. The hindrance of these theological interferences could help making sense of why 19th century physicians had to rely on non-Italian sources in their dissertationes, suggesting a sort of caesura in the Italian medical discourse on love-related pathology, lasted as long as the Roman Inquisition kept its power in place and the local powers found ways to efficiently contrast it until the end of the 18th century. This is a very provisional solution. More evidence must be gathered looking at works dealing with physiognomics, letters, documents from the Archivio della Congregazione per la Dottrina della Fede, and more announcement of medical dissertationes, hopefully. Still, a more circumscribed conclusion can be easily proposed. Writing on the cure for love sickness in the vernacular in post-Tridentine Italy was, no doubt, a tricky business. Thank you.
Thank you so much for 3 very interesting presentations, and I learned so much. So this is not exactly my field, but I've taken so many notes. And I would say that a common thread between the 3 presentations is the presence of body. So the connection, as we have heard, between the mind and the heart, and so the body in its entirety. And I was struck also by another similarity. So this idea of love as an excess. So this need for balance, because love is a particular passion among the many passions that humankind can have that is too powerful. So it needs to be to be balanced, and so an excess of this passion can make problems, can create problems. So I have some questions for you, but I will not ask all my questions because I want the audience to partake. So I think I will just start with the first presentation. So thank you again, Paola. So I was just thinking that, as a matter of fact, Dante belonged to the Arte dei Medici degli Speziali, so the guild of doctors and apothecaries. So I was just wondering how that fits into your research. If you think that might have resonated or might have influenced Dante, and also, yes, so how much the Galenic theories were, spread, were common by those times. So I was just wondering, since many times early commentaries upon the Divine Comedy are very useful to, maybe they knew something that we forgot about Dante's sources. I was just wondering if there are any evidence about that. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. So it's a great question, because it's actually one of the points that have interested me the most since when I started to do this research and to think about Dante and medicine. The point of Galen for me is interesting from different points of view. So the things intertwined, of course. So on one hand, there is the fact of the milieu, right? The environment, as you are saying. So how much spread was Galen? So you can face the problem from that point of view and think about looking at the. I very briefly mentioned the works of the historians of medicine, and so there is an agreement on the fact that a Galenic knowledge was increased at the point when Dante could have had contact with Bologna specifically, right? Of course, each historian has maybe a different attitude towards the measure and the extent of that, but they all agree on that. But to me, there's also when I and of course the diffusions of the manuscripts is also very, very, very useful. I had the occasion to look for something that I wrote on another subject recently, to look look at the manuscript at the Malatestiana in Cesena about the voice and the production of the voice by Galen, and I could see the increase in the manuscript tradition in the 13th century and then 14th century of the translations and the manuscript of these works by Galen. So I think that, you know, we can also, beside the works of the historians, we can also see that firsthand. I'm sorry, I don't want to be too long, but what I think is interesting is that you can see that and arrive to the same conclusion looking at Dante's words. So there are some moments in Dante's writing that it seems to me really testify to a knowledge of some Galenic contents by Dante. And these contents, of course, the interesting thing then is, okay, so these are Galenic for sure, but do they come from a direct knowledge of Galen by Dante, or do they come from an indirect knowledge? Because, of course, Avicenna, for example, was a great medium for Galenic knowledge. Now, for example, and of course it can be both, but I'm not convinced that it's only indirect. I do believe that there's also a participation on Dante's part. So, for example, in Purgatorio 25, when Dante talks about the crucial moment of the infusion of the rational soul, he puts there that very distinctive medical observation about the condition according to which the infusion of the rational soul, the most divine moment, has to happen quando l'articolare del cerebro è perfetto. So after a certain development of the brain. And that is Galenic, and it's not in Avicenna, and it's not in the Collegiate. So it's just an example, but to me it's a crucial point. And there are many, but I already took too long. And
Thank you very much. And like I said, I have questions also for Monica, for Eva, but I would like to open the field to the audience, the floor, if you have any questions, comments. Yes.
Just a comment on Monica's, on Sappho, needless to say. I fully agree with your interpretation, but it's curious that the dominant reading until now is that Sappho is suffering from jealousy. And it's very odd, because there's mention of the man next to her, the woman that she's looking at, it's assumed that she must be jealous of that man who's compared to a god. What in fact I think she is saying, I agree with you entirely, is that what is amazing about that man is that he can just sit and look at her and carry on a quiet conversation, whereas I, who am in love, am subject to all of these symptoms. You're entirely right.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I was afraid that you were going to.
Thank you all for those wonderful papers. It's given me a lot to think about, sort of in the context of what I'm working on now, which is female misogyny, and sort of related to jealousy, but a different female invidia. So the way that invidia has been represented as gendered female, so thinking of Giotto visually in the Scrovegni chapel, and it's, you know, her tongue is coming out and biting her eye, I guess, like a snake coming out of her mouth to her eye. De Amore by Andreas Capulanos says invidia is specifically a female vice that comes out as female gossip, attacking other women. So it's a question for all of you, but it sort of departs from Monica's paper. And so I was interested in this, in Mercuriale and Leoni's description of lovesick women, the madness of the womb, and that the physical manifestation of that is verbal attacks, is it's verbal and it's aggressive. So I'm wondering, you know, we also see invidia sort of coming out as spewing bile, women spewing bile at other women. And so I'm curious to know if in any of the medical treatises that you're looking at, are you seeing references to invidia in the case of women as sort of related to love sickness, or no?
My knowledge, I read quite a few treatises of practical medicine. What I wanted to explain further, and maybe I wasn't as clear as I wanted in the paper. The treatises of practical medicine are used in university to give, to teach students of medicine, and they highly formalized. So they use, as I said, literary allusions, to Seneca, to Ovid, to Ariosto, to a lot of authors. And in these treatises, the ones that I read do not have allusions to envy. I don't know if I ever found something, but the ones that I studied, they do not have it. However, women, as I said in the paper, are described in one way in the medical treatises, and then in the Observaciones, which is not like an individual explanation, but is still more individualized than the medical treatises. Women are treated in a different way. So they do not have this negative connotations that they have instead in the medical treatises. So I do think that my view is that the treatises of medical practice carry this sort of sexist, gendered idea of women, which comes from this heritage that I try to explain in the paper at the beginning, in the first 3 pages of the paper. And that's why I spent maybe a little bit too much time, but for me it was important to explain it because it doesn't come out of nowhere. It comes as something that is considered natural, but it is in fact a construction, ideological construction. And so to answer in a short way to your question, I have not found that, but it may be, in some other treatises. I don't know if...
Thank you. No, thank you for the question. I may just add that, thinking at the treatises I've looked on, even when they're talking about women, and even in some cases they're surprisingly sympathetic. But the interesting thing is they always point out about their different way of life, about the fact that they rarely have relations with other people because they tend to stay home and so on. And so probably also because there is this kind of absence of relational aspects which are included in the treatment of sickness with women, invidia do not enter in the picture, precisely because woman is seen like someone who spends their day staying in her home, so she doesn't really enter in a conversation with other women. Because I think to understand from your question that was invidia toward other women, right? The
trope is that, the trope that we sort of see, century to century is that it's specifically, a female vice directed against women. And, it could be over fame, over men, over money, anything.
So, and I would say that is absent completely also from the vernacular tradition. You have other authors who tend to be more misogynistic, but either in that case, it's always vice of women against men. The fact that they want to seduce men, they want to destroy men, but there are no attitudes of women against other women which enter the picture. So I agree with Monica, this is an aspect which is absent. Know about.
No, thank you. No, I have nothing to add precisely on the specific subject. Just thank you for the idea, for the suggestion, because it's very interesting. It has not been a focus of my research, because I have focused on different things, but. Everything, so I wouldn't know, I didn't encounter anything which is related to what you're asking specifically about women, even if, of course, it's very interesting to look for. I would say that, in general, envy and, of course, again, the excessive of passions and the vice, it's very interesting. And it reminds me, even if it's, again, not really related directly to what we are saying, but another point which is interesting in the Middle Ages for sure about the reception or the interaction with these medical perspectives is the relation that all these and the evaluation of complexio takes when theologians meet that. And so there is an interchange, and so envy being among the devices or the possible scenes, then in that case, yes, I have encountered, of course, interconnections. Because it's in two ways. On one hand, there is a sort of theological way of reading the medical text, but there's also which to me is more interesting, there's also the opposite process, so the medicalizations of those theologians' perspectives. And in that case, the relationship with the corruption of the complexio of Adam, for example, or the complexio of man, and the possible relation of that to ethics, and then decided to do something which then ultimately results in sin, becomes surely present and important. And I mean, this would open to many other discourses, of course. So, for example, how much diffused is the influence of the bodily complexio on this kind of choice when it comes to Christianity, right? When it comes to this kind of theological complexion. So then there's a whole point of the free will for Dante. I mean, it's infinite, but there is a connection that even theologians make.
Yeah,
So.
no, that's helpful. And I know that question comes out of left field, but I was struck by the similarity in the sort of the language. But I think maybe what you're talking about is that it's sort of the opposite. So, because my fear was like, oh my gosh, there's a whole genre that I don't know, and something that's helpful. But maybe it is more the medicalization of the theologian perspective that's at work here, rather than, yeah. No, I think that makes sense. That's a big relief to me. So thank you.
So thank you. Your papers were absolutely fascinating. I have a question for the three of you. I was wondering if in your exploration of the medical literature, what is the place of literary conceptualizations of love, or to make a connection with Barbara's speech of yesterday, the narratives of love that are embedded in stories and that are conveyed from generation to generation. And because we have seen a lot of influence from science to literature. And so I was wondering what about the other way? And in particular, what about Boccaccio? Because some of the novelle of Boccaccio that deal with love have been defined biografie esemplificative di una fenomenologia passionale. So someone else can translate it. Okay, so exemplary biography, so biography that exemplify the phenomenology of passions. And of course, I mean, I don't want to summarize the novellas about love, but yeah, so that's my question for the three of you.
I have not found, as I said before, I found a lot of literary references, and especially in treatises of practical medicine. That's something that is part of the humanistic education of physicians. So physicians were very proud of being not only physicians, unlike now, but they were also men of letters. They were poets. They prided themselves of being well versed in philosophy, etc. And so the quotations of, for instance, Ariosto's Orlando Furioso, the character of Orlando or Angelica, that wouldn't surprise me when I read it the first time, but it wouldn't surprise anybody who would read this treatise of practical medicine. In the Consiglia and the Observaciones, which were a step further towards the individualization of the patient and the individual observation of a case, there I found stories that were similar to, for instance, stories of Boccaccio. Like, for instance, the story that I narrated of this woman who was married, married because, she was rejected, and then she turned mad, reminded me a little bit of some stories that you find of novelle that you find in Boccaccio. But Guarinoni, the physician, doesn't make this connection. So is the reader, me, having the knowledge, who makes the connection. But there is indeed this plethora of quotations from literary texts, from ancient texts, or from literary texts that express desire to exemplify, first of all, a moral dimension of love, so condemning love, condemning women, mostly, but also men sometimes, and as I said in the paper, but I argue this elsewhere, but I'm not still convinced of my argument that these characters are sort of become cases, like real people of love pathologies, like Orlando and other characters become like cases, real cases for doctors to study. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I've very little to add, except that this is one of those cases indeed to piggyback on what Monica was saying, that we have to use the categories of ethic and demic, right? Precisely because there are things that for us are the first thing we notice when we read the text, but they would have been even expected. I would go further as to say that if you take a text like Ferrand, for example, in both versions, those are basically collage of literary quotations and basically from any tradition. So in that sense, really, there was such a close connection about the use you could make of literature in this kind of text. And also to evoke what Eleanor was saying before about the discussion that happened in the academies in terms of poetry and philosophy. The 2 things were absolutely closely intertwined, precisely because there were no such professional distinction about who was the philosopher. The philosopher was a wise person in general, and in the same way you could expect the physician to have in fact this kind of education. In terms of the use of these sources, again, like Monica was saying, some of these episodes becomes paradigmatic. I would like to mention a biblical example that you find many times in treatises dealing with love sickness, which is the case of Amnon, who rapes his own stepsister Tamar. And this is really a recurring story that you find. And it's fascinating again, because in this case we have even a biblical character that becomes paradigmatic about the dangerous effect that love obsession can lead you to. And in terms of Boccaccio, I'm afraid that me too, I have to disappoint you. And I've mentioned it already to you at lunch. I didn't find very much that can satisfy you in that direction. The only thing I can mention in this context is that when certain authors are so careful to say we have to think of our women because they don't have the same possibility to access certain distraction men can have, that could be possibly a memory of the Decameron. But it's very vague, and Boccaccio is not evoked explicitly in any case.
No, I agree with what has been said, of course, and about Boccaccio also. I think that perhaps also what you're mentioning, which is a very interesting point and important point, happens maybe later than the moment when I am concentrated my research on, or maybe again, I've been looking for other things in the text. What I can say is, for example, that I was thinking about it while the two of you were talking. And what I can say is, for example, in the Galenic texts, there are, the Opera Omnia is like 20 volumes, so that's so much. And in some texts, Galen, for sure, it's not literature, but for sure, for example, engages with the history of philosophy. And so, he reproposes positions that have been, in very detailed way, positions that have been maintained by Crisippo, Plato, all the philosophers of the history of philosophy. But, which is, of course, not precisely what you were asking, but in terms of what, and he intersects with them, and often it is interesting because he distances himself as a physician, which to me, studying Dante in the Middle Ages becomes very important. He distances so in order to think about the influence of really direct Galenic reading for Dante. So he distances himself from, sometimes he intersects, but also distances himself from some philosophical or theological questions. You were mentioning the immortality of the soul. This is one of the cases. Galen at some point says, he's talking about the influence of the temperament on the soul, and at some point says, and about the immortality of the soul, where it's not really something that interests me so much. But going to something that is not a literary presence in Galenic text, but something that maybe can convey something similar is there is the presence of stories. So, for example, as exempla. So Galen, yes, he uses those. And he uses those not only in medical treatises, but what is probably interesting also in what are known as ethical works by Galen. So he gives examples of stories, of circumstances, of episodes, of interactions between, I don't know, a slave and the master, or the teacher and the students. And so it's not literature, but it is some, right, yeah, thank you.
Any other questions, comments, remarks?
I have a comment question for Eva, because it's such a surprisingly pleasant and fascinating to see the connection between my paper and your paper, even though we didn't talk about at all. But I was thinking about this, the treatises that you were mentioning, Crivellati and company, written in the 17th century, in which there is this obsession for saving the soul. In the period that I have focused on, the doctor actually is considered, a complementary to the figure of Jesus. So Jesus, while Jesus is the healer of the spirits, of the soul, the doctor is the healer of the body. But the doctors always invoke, if you read like the paratext, the introduction, right? The letter to the reader, or the dedication, the doctor always, gives thanks to God. I am doing this, according to God's dictates, etc. So I find what you said, extremely interesting. And also the fact that many of the texts that you are studying are in vernacular and not in Latin. So for instance, in the case of Guarinoni, I forgot to say it, but Guarinoni writes both in Latin, but also in vernacular, because of his clientele, So he was not an academic, he was like a court physician, and therefore he had to communicate with his patrons who not necessarily knew Latin. So I found, your paper extremely fascinating. I would love to talk more about it because I see so many connections. Thank you so much.
Thank to you, Monica, because it was wonderful to listen to your paper, and to Paola, of course. No. Non facciamo figli né figliastri. I will add just a detail that I believe it's relevant, considering that I was thinking about the rivalry, right, and interferences between physicians and confessors. And there's also the fact that there was a close association between confessor and doctor, confessor and physician, which was typical. It's something you would have found repeated and repeated. It was a trite topos for centuries. And then you arrive in the 16th century, you arrived in the early 17th, and as you find, for example, it has been studied by Prosperi, but also by Rusconi, there is a change of this association. So the confessor as a doctor disappears, and instead you find the confessor as a judge, which is interesting because it says something about the way in which the confessor modeled his persona, and the fact that he didn't want to compare himself to the doctor in the sense that he wanted to put himself above what the doctor can do for the need of the person in that way. And of course, in the moment in which doctors need to have people to confess in order to receive their cures, even if this, it wasn't always applied, they couldn't control in every situation what was going on, still the fact that this rule existed is absolutely crucial, I believe, to understand how this relationship of power was shifting in those very decades. But yes, I love to continue this conversation and to look at these continuities and discontinuities. So thank you again, you, and thank you, Paola.
Okay, so maybe we can conclude over a good glass of wine, as I told you, and not just to okay. So. Thank you all for being here. Thank you. I wish to thank all the speakers.
I wanted us to give a big round of applause for Ida. Ida. The amazing Ida, and she did so much, and with devotion, with intelligence, with enormous competence, and passion, yes. So thank you, thank you.
Thank you.